Hello, everybody. Before I start this meeting, I just need to make everyone aware that this room occupancy is 80, and we left just enough chairs to, in addition to ours, to have that number. So anybody who does not have a chair, we do have an overflow room that has been, and there's 3 chairs up here if somebody wants to come grab them, including on the floor. We can't have anyone sitting on the floor. We have had fire marshal called on us before. So anybody who's standing, we are going to ask that you proceed to the conference room that's by the entrance. And we do have staff members ready to help you find it. Yeah. Sorry, we can't have anyone on the floor either up front. Sorry. And we also need to keep the hallway cleared for safety reasons. Thank you so much. There are cameras in there for you to see what's going on, and if you submitted a public comment card, you're more than welcome to head this direction when it comes up to that.
Is there any more public comment cards?
They still, yeah. Okay. I will now call this meeting to order at 6:05. Good evening and welcome to our Pajaro Valley Unified School District Board meeting. Bienvenidos a la Junta de la Mesa Directiva para las Escuelas de Valle de Pajaro. We have translation in Spanish. If you need that support, please see Urenia López. Tenemos traducción en español. Si necesitas de este servicio, por favor, pasa con Urenia López, está aquí. This meeting will be live streamed and recorded. If somebody would like to speak to an item on the agenda, they must complete a speaker card there in the back here and hand it to Eva Renteria, who's at the end here, prior to the start of that agenda item. I also see a lot of new faces here tonight, so I want to take a moment to establish some ground rules. There may be differences of opinions, sometimes strong differences. Please give those speaking the same respect that you would like to receive when you are speaking. This will allow everyone to be heard and the board to conduct its necessary business. Okay, so now I will move us on to item 3.2, and I will ask Trustee Turley to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Trustee Turley. I will now move us on to item 3.3. Dr. Heather Contreras, our Superintendent of Schools, will make a few comments.
Good evening, and thank you for coming this evening. We have our nutrition services personnel. Is Jeannie here? Jeannie, can you come up? And if we can get Silvestre to play our pitch. Oh, no. And I would love to have our nutrition services staff come up at this point as well. Don't be shy. Come on all the way up. So in light of some of the not so joyous things that we'll be discussing tonight, we did want to highlight some really amazing work that's happening in our district, and I wanted to personally recognize this group of people. So over break, I was on a run, and I ran into Carlos. Where's Carlos? I ran into Carlos, who is a photographer, an amazing photographer, and we had a great discussion about his photography. And then he proceeded to invite me and make me aware of what was happening in nutrition services over vacation. and invited me to have lunch on this past Thursday and see what Nutrition Services was up to. And I was completely amazed and impressed. And what I learned is this group of people gave up vacation time to spend learning, and you can see the pictures, about different ways and skills they could improve upon and innovate with to give the best food to our students. And they made some amazing meals. I got to sample them, so that was really fun. You could see the pictures. But what impressed me the most is your commitment to our students, to investing in yourselves, to make yourselves better employees, to provide the best for some of these young people that we even have right here. And so we wanted to honor you. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts for your dedication to the job that you do. It looks pretty high pressured back there in the kitchens. and it's amazing that on time off when you're supposed to be relaxing, you went into this high pressure environment and did all these great things. So we really just appreciate all of your effort, your hard work. Carlos, thank you for stopping me that day on the beach to tell me about this and for inviting me to be there. I think we had board members attend too because they were really excited. Olivia Flores went. Daniel Dodge went, but to the wrong location. But that counts. And his heart was in the right place. So that's what matters most. Just fantastic leadership as well, Jeannie, Carlos. Carlos, how this happened is he brought this because he invested in himself during summer, taking a class on his own to enhance his skills, and then said, oh my gosh, everyone should do this. So it is an honor to work with you. And we don't have 40 red apples, but we do have one that we thought you could showcase in a special place. Wow.
Thank you so much. And before we move on to, sorry, Dr. Contreras, did you have more to speak or were you? Okay. Before we move on to item 3.4, I'm just going to make one more announcement because I see some more people have come in that weren't here when I made the announcement the first time. Our room capacity is 80, and that's exactly how many chairs we have available plus our chairs. So if you do not have a chair, we do have an overflow room set up, and some more chairs have opened up. So if you're standing, please find a chair. We have the overflow room down at the front conference room, and we do have staff members ready to help you find your way there. Okay, so now we will move on to item 3.4, our governing board comments. I will now, this is the opportunity for each board member to make a few comments. Each trustee will have 3 minutes, and we will start with Trustee Medina.
This thing, right? Hello, test. Sweet. Hola, everybody. I hope you are doing well. And thank you all for being here today. I just want to say for those of you who emailed me, thank you so much for that. I'm doing my best to respond to y'all because I love writing. So I will keep doing that. Also, I want to just take some big picture acknowledgments that I know that are impacting a lot of us. Right now, I really want to acknowledge our friends, families, and those that are in LA right now who are really feeling the impact of those fires, especially the Altadena area where a lot of black and brown families live. So if you have anybody that's down there, please send them our strength and love, and we hope that they're doing okay. Also, I have been hearing reports that there have been ICE raids and CBP raids in Kern County, which is very alarming. So I'm going to keep kind of updating everybody on that because I know that's of very big interest to us. Also, I had a visit at Pajaro Middle School in December, and what I saw there wasn't great. If you saw my newsletter, you saw some of the photos, which I'll be talking about later. Also, I want to give a huge shout out to the drama class from PV High School who did the production of The Nightmare Before Christmas. Superstars, that's all I got to say. Get an actor's contract because y'all are stars, all right? I'm going to say that. So great job. Shout out to Mr. Robledo on that. Also, I want to commend student trustee Daniel Izquierda on his leadership and civic engagement. So thank you for that. And we're working on something a little special, and I'll let him save that announcement. And finally, just last two things. I'm also going to be submitting a policy to the board. Hopefully we get that on the agenda about local businesses and stopping purchases from corporations that harm small businesses. And hopefully we can make that policy within the district. Also, I'll be meeting with some admin next week. I have got your emails about the soccer field, the recreation, and also about what was the other thing? Oh, basketball as well. So I'll be talking to admin early on. So with that being said, thank you guys for being here, and I hope we have a fruitful discussion. Thanks. Are these are only a minute, right?
I'm sorry?
Are these only a minute?
3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Yeah,
oh, okay.
And you had 44 seconds to spare, so good job.
Wow. All right, thanks.
Okay, I will now move us on to Trustee Turley.
Thank you, Trustee Flores. We've changed the public speaking part of the agenda a little bit. I know there are so many of you, and with only 30 minutes allowed, it's still limiting the opportunity for everybody to speak, and I apologize for that. I am committed, and I hope that each one of my fellow trustees is committed to hearing from our students, our faculty, our parents, community members, either in emails or phone calls or meeting in person. I'm committed to doing that because I want to make sure your voices are heard and that I know what your concerns are and what you're dealing with. And I'd like to thank all of you for coming and caring enough about public education and about our students to take your time away from your lives to come here.
Thank you, Trustee Turley. And now, Trustee Carrasco.
All right. Hi, everybody. I just want to thank everybody for being here. I know that it takes time out of your day, to be here and to be civically engaged. I want to say a shout out to PV High, who invited me on their campus in December. I was able to tour PV High. I had only been to the library and maybe the cafeteria, so for me that was really nice. And to the teachers who opened their doors to me, all of the art teachers, thank you. I was able to go in there and to talk to a lot of art teachers. And I also want to say thank you to Bradley Elementary School. Even though that is not one of my schools, I was able to go and tour and talk to the school there as well. And then I'll be reaching out to my schools. I know that I had originally gone to Freedom, but I'm gonna pay another visit. And if, again, communication is really important to me. So if you need to email me, if you need to send me a message on Instagram, if that's easier for you, I'm doing my best to get to everybody. As of earlier, like 2 hours ago, I have responded to all of my emails concerning to everybody, right? So just if I can't get to you within 24 hours, just know that I'm also running a nonprofit, and I'm a mom, and I'm an artist, and running my own business. But communication is really important to me. So please reach out. If I don't have the answer, I'm one of those people that I'm going to find the answer for you, because that's the whole reason why I'm here. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Dodge?
Good evening, everybody. Packed house once again, and we're glad to see you here. I know we've had some disagreements in the past, but we're looking forward to the continuing to have this dialogue. And just also briefly, I'd just like to thank, I'm not sure if it's the food division or the presentation that we had right now. I believe Carlos, former Wildcat himself. But I also wanted to recognize those classified workers who make our food. People don't always see the people that serve us. They serve, they come in, work hard. They don't get that recognition because we take advantage. Oh, well, they're just food service workers. But these are the people that feed us. And I've been here for only 6 years, but the first people that I saw during COVID were the classified workers serving food, handing out food. So I just want to acknowledge that and say thank you, classified workers and food service workers. And just briefly, I'd like to thank the city of Watsonville and our superintendent, Dr. Heather Contreras. We got a flashing crosswalk by Radcliffe, and so I would just like to thank the city and PVSD staff. I've always sat here and talked about infrastructure, whether it's crossing the streets, buses, stop signs. It's important, especially here in the city of Watsonville, because it's difficult to cross the street here in Watsonville, especially downtown. And so I just wanted to say thank you, and this, Tamara Vides, the city manager and city staff, and thank you for helping us getting that flashing crosswalk at Radcliffe. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dodge. Student Trustee Esqueda?
Thank you, President Flores. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for taking the time to come out today. I'm going to keep my comments pretty short for just this item, but just considering students just returned from school. But from a majority of my meetings, we concluded that a majority of the schools are planning their future rallies, which is super exciting. And back to what Trustee Medina was saying, we're currently working on legislation to lower the voting age in Watsonville for students at 16 years old, I believe, 16 for students to be able to vote in our local elections. So we're hoping that the board will get on board with that, and then we'll be able to present that to the Watsonville City Council and hopefully get approval on that, and we'll be working towards enacting that. So it's super exciting, encouraging fellow students to have a say in local elections. And I also want to say that I plan on attending the Watsonville Youth Leadership Mixer, which I was invited to. So super exciting things, and once again, thank you for taking the time to come out. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Esqueda. Trustee Dr. Navarro?
So happy New Year, and I hope that everybody had a happy holiday. I wanted to congratulate Olivia for being the new president of the school board. So congratulations, and welcome to all the new board members. I look forward to working with you. Congratulations to you and your endeavors with trying to lower the voting age. I look forward to seeing what happens. But that's exciting. I think having all the students come to these meetings and advocating for themselves, I mean, this is your environment. This is where you spend the majority of your time. So it's great to see all the faces here. I just wanted to echo what Trustee Flores said about these meetings. I've only been on the board for a couple of months, but one of the things that I noticed after serving on several boards is that these meetings are a little bit out of control. And I think that as the adults in the room, that we need to set a good example for our students about how to have respectful dialogue and differences of opinion without resorting to name calling, and to have some sort of decorum and respect for each other. So I hope that going forward that we can start a new year and be able to, have important discussions. I know that we had talked about opening up the discussion on the CRE and ethnic studies. So I know the community is very This is a really huge issue to the community, but I want to assure everybody in the audience that there's actually a lot of important issues, and it's not the singular issue. I know there's a lot of people here that want to talk about the mental health and social emotional counselors, and so I would just like to ask, please, respectfully, to the entire room, that we remember that these are our meetings, that we have really important decisions to make, and while I 100% am so excited to see so many people here, and I believe that student and community input is so very important, that we have to make sure that we are able to get our work done and not be here until 3 o'clock in the morning. So with that being said, I know that we have a lot of hard decisions to make tonight, and it's never easy. And I know that we all feel pretty strongly that we're trying to do what's best for the district and make sure that, you know, we don't move into qualified status, and that we're able to maintain control of our school board and not get taken over by the state, where all of a sudden these decisions are in somebody else's hands and the input is, you have less input. And then I also wanted to let people know that I've been trying to respond to everybody's emails. I've been meeting with people individually. Thank you so much for reaching out to me. I've met with one of the mental health counselors last week, perhaps the week before. And so I'm trying to get to know all the issues. I've met with people in regards to ethnic studies. And so please communicate, and I will try to get back to you as soon as I can. I also will be doing office hours for once or twice a month, and I'll send out a Zoom information about that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And before I begin my comments, I'm going to say again, sorry, because I know people have arrived since I've made the comment. Our room capacity is 80, and that's how many chairs we've put in. So if you do not have a chair, we need you to proceed to the overflow room, which is down the hall and around the corner near the entrance. And we do have staff members available to help you find your way there. We cannot have anybody standing. We do have 2 chairs available up front. If any of you standing would like to move up front. And then we also can't have people lining the hallway, because that is a safety hazard as well. And the fire marshal will shut down our meeting if we can't abide by the rules. Okay, so that being said, thank you so much, you guys. For the past few weeks, I have enjoyed the Christmas break with my family, and I hope you all enjoyed your holidays as well. We had our first agenda setting committee with our new members, where we all agreed that we hate to have to limit public comments. We all agree on that. But we also do agree that, you know, we do still have to conduct our board of business, and we have to do it in a timely manner. So there was a suggestion made to us that we will try, and really it's going to be up to the public. We're not going to force it. We just thought, you know, it was made to us, so we're going to let you know. So the suggestion was made that we could allow all comments to be heard. Sorry, I'm going to stick to what I wrote. we would allow, that would allow us to hear all the comments without setting a 30-minute time limit. We could leave public comment where it is on the agenda, but we would still have to limit it to 30 minutes. And if we see more than, 15 or so comment cards, we would reduce it to 1 minute, just so that we could hear the most amount of people. Or an option is we could move it to the end of the meeting and allow everyone who would like to speak to have time for their comments. Now, in order to do this, what we would do is we would, at the beginning of the meeting, have a QR code up, and when you arrive, you scan it and you vote. We don't want to open the voting up to just anyone. It's only for people who are here who want to participate in public comment. And so if you don't like that idea, vote no, keep it where it is, and we'll proceed as we have been. I'm sorry, right now I'm speaking, sorry, Ms. Garrett. So that's just, it was suggested to us, so we're putting it out there. And if we notice after a few meetings that it's not looking like anyone wants to do that, then we'll take that away. But it's just something we're gonna try. We'll start that next meeting. Okay, so now with that, we will move on to item 3.5, our Red Apple Awards. Our Sorry? Oh, we did that, okay. Just that one, okay. I did enjoy going to food and nutrition, that was fun. Okay, well then I will move on to item 4.1. Can I have a motion with a small change? On the agenda, we used to allow for our PBFT, CSCA, CWA, we used to allow 5 minutes. And I did notice it was changed to 2, so we can proceed with that if that's what the board would like, or if someone would like to make a motion to amend the agenda to give them their 5 minutes back, or possibly 3, or whatever you'd like, then we can change that.
I think I'd make a motion.
I move to adopt the agenda with the one change of making it 5 minutes for our union partners.
Okay.
And just a point of order really quickly, if we want to pull something from the consent agenda, do we do that now or when we get to that section?
When we get to consent.
Got it, thank you.
I second the motion.
Okay, I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposing? Any abstaining? Okay, vote passes 6-0-1. We don't count them? Okay, 6-0-1. Okay, now I will move us on to item 5.1. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of the December 11th, 24 board meeting?
I make a motion.
Thank you. Can I have a second? Okay, thank you. I will now call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposing? And any abstaining? Okay, the vote passes 6-0-1. Sorry, 6-0-1. Okay, I will now move us on to 5.2. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of the December 18th, 24 board meeting?
So moved?
Thank you. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I will now call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposing? Any abstaining? Thank you. It carries 6-0-1. Okay, so now I will move us on to item 6.1. Are there any items to report out of closed session?
I move to approve the certificated personnel report as presented by the district administration on January 15th, 2025 with 12 and 18 additional action items.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion?
You made the motion. I will second.
Okay.
Thank you. And can I call for a vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposing? Any abstaining? Thank you. That carries 6-0-1.
Next is motion 2.2. I move to approve the classified personnel report as presented by district administration on January 15th, 2025 with 13 and 9 additional action items.
Thank you. I second. And now I will take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposing? Any abstaining? Thank you. Okay, so now we will move on to public comment. This is the opportunity for members of the public to address issues that are not on our agenda this evening. Please know that through the Brown Act, though the Brown Act prohibits the board from engaging in discussion of non-agendized items, we are listening. We recently had a Brown Act training session where I was reminded of the purpose of these board meetings. These board meetings are meetings of the board held in public to conduct the district's business. A board meeting is not the same as a town hall meeting. My role as president is to keep the board meeting on schedule and within our time period. It is not in the best interest of the school district for us to be making very important decisions super late into the night. At our last board meeting, I allowed us to go over the time allotted for public comment, and I even allowed a late comment. This caused us to go over our time, and unfortunately, some of our trustees had to leave and miss out on the last hour of the meeting time. We will do our best to try and hear every person who wants to be heard. If we have to reduce the time to 1 minute to allow for more speakers, we will do that. I want to remind everyone that you do have our emails and our phone numbers to reach out to us with your concerns. And although you might not get a reply with the answer to those concerns, I assure you we all bring those concerns to the superintendent during our one-on-ones. Lastly, I ask that we respect each other's time. When a speaker goes over their time, not only are they being disrespectful of everyone's time, but for every second that you go over your time, a second is potentially taken away from somebody else. Okay, so for tonight, how many do we have? Okay, that's okay. Yeah. Okay, so for tonight, we're going to have 1 minute for each public speaker.
We have 20.
Okay, you can go ahead and call those up.
Bobby Pels. Okay. Omar Dieguez. Bill Beecher. Dr. Lourdes Barraza. Maximiliano Barraza.
Bobby Pell, Watsonville High. I'm here to speak on the CRE contract, and I'll have my opportunity to do that later tonight. The first thing I want to address is another piece of unfinished business. When I initially spoke about CRE, I pointed out the injustice of slandering its founder, Dr. Alison Tintiango-Cubales, with unproven accusations of anti-Semitism, and I called that board to issue an official apology, but it never did. That's not right. And now the two people responsible for that slander are no longer here. While I do recognize that as a step toward justice, it is not restorative. We have not yet made this right. So I'm calling on this board tonight to have the courage to issue an official apology to Dr. Tintiango-Cubales. Even though none of you made those original comments, you all now have the responsibility to restore justice. How can we look at our kids in the eyes and tell them that they need to do the right thing if we won't do the same? Right this wrong. Apologize to Dr. Tintiango-Cubales. Thank you.
Omar Dieguez.
I'm going to try to talk as fast as I can. I got a lot of issues to talk about. But first of all, I'd like to welcome everybody here. Thank you for being here. And I want to first talk about the soccer fields that we need to address with the youth that don't have a soccer field to practice on. Over 60 students that go to Pajaro Valley High School don't have a soccer field to practice on. So I would like for us to look into that, please. The other thing I would like to talk about, I would like to welcome Doug Kaplan here, who is here to talk about the CRE contract, and probably going to talk about it again. So let me remind you guys that Mr. Doug Kaplan was here back in the 90s to segregate our students, to send our students back to Watsonville when they were school bused to Aptos High School. The other thing we need to talk about is the immigration problem. What are we going to do if immigration shows up in our town? How are we going to protect our students? How are we going to make sure that they're safe and they don't have to live in fear? And the other thing, the budget cuts. Why are we paying? I will touch base on that again.
Sorry, just quick point of order. This item is for non-agendized items. So ethnic studies is on the agenda. The sustainable budget team is on the agenda, and also we do have an item regarding immigration on the agenda. So please, this time is for non-agendized items.
Good evening to the new board, superintendent, and staff. We are faced with the worst financial condition in 35 years. We are deficit spending. We took one-time stimulus money from the state and hired people. Attendance is dropping 4% a year. We'll be down 40% by the end of this decade. The state's fire insurance plan is underfunded to handle the LA fires by billions and billions of dollars. They're going to have to take it from somewhere else. The state has been deficit spending for the past 2 years. Many of our schools are less than 60% utilized. Other than that, everything's peachy. Together, we need to make hard choices, and we are capable of it. Do not be like the 1990-91 board who didn't make the choices, and the state had to come in and take over this district. Don't let that happen. With declining enrollment and underutilized schools, we need to combine classrooms, reduce staffing, move charter schools into the underutilized schools, decide which schools to close before you allocate Measure M funds. Thank you.
Yep. I'm just going to read mine quickly because I can't stay for too long. But good evening, board. I'm glad to see new faces here after a long time, and I'm very hopeful for the future. However, I know it's still possible for the CRE contract to be discarded with the current board. So for my first statement of this year, I want to remind the board what liberated ethnic studies teaches and why the CRE contract matters. Liberated ethnic studies teaches students like myself to critically analyze the power structures present in our society. This information allows the public to create meaningful change, which can be scary for people in positions of power, as this enables everyday people to hold them accountable. I'm asking this board to please be brave and see through the lies that you are being told by certain people in the community. Research liberated ethnic studies for yourself and make the right decision for our students. Thank you.
So I'd like to start first by saying that the idea you all proposed of leaving public comments to the end is a horrendous idea, especially for the students. One of the reasons the student is not going to read his comment later is because he needs to go home, go to sleep so he can be ready for school tomorrow. One of the issues that we have is attendance. We don't want students to not show up to school because they're tired. So you putting this at the end is a horrendous idea. So I hope that gets deleted right away. The students do need to come and be able to speak and practice or exercise their rights. And by putting it at the end, we cannot have students going there. The other thing we're going to be talking about later on today is mental health. That also contributes to their mental health. So again, another reason why not to do that. So I hope that gets deleted. But my primary thing is I do want to also let the board know that we should write a letter of apology. There's been a court case that has already been where a judge clearly stated that, people who have issue with liberated ethnic studies have not actually proven anything about it. They have not said that it's what they claim it is. And in fact, he said, just because you're uncomfortable with it, doesn't mean we shouldn't teach it. I will talk more about that later.
Excel Barraza, May Guerrero, Roddy Kirkman, Elias Gonzalez, and Chris Webb.
Thank you. If you guys can line up so that we can get through as many speakers as we can, that'd be great.
Hello, my name is Ishar Barraza, and I live in Area 5. This is a new year and a new school board, but I'm here with the same message. Bring back CRE. I'm taking ethnic studies in school, and I plan to continue, but I want my teachers and the school leadership to be supported by experts in the field of ethnic studies, not by some watered-down 700-page mess made by people in Sacramento. We need ethnic studies for the Pajaro Valley by people who understand the Pajaro Valley community. Bring back CRE.
May Guerrero,
They might be walking from anyone else. Is
Roddy Kirkman, Elias. Chris? Okay,
Here comes Roddy. So what?
Really quickly, while they're coming up, do you think that we could get other cue cards so students could fill them out and we could prioritize those first?
I think it's
Yeah? Okay, let's get a cool color and then we'll slot those in first and then we could do the adults after that.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Cool, thank you.
Okay. Good evening, trustees. My name is Roddy Kirkman. I am the former chief negotiator for the PVFT. But I am going to speak to an agendized item because I am currently in the classroom and I need to go home. I am here to speak in regards to the proposals made by the SBT, the school budget team. And I want to share the first core value that lists on the team's presentation, that it is to prioritize students. However, when I look through all of those proposals, most of them are directly impacting students. If you look just at proposal B, 1.5 million reduction in mental health clinicians and 2.4 million in SEC reductions, social emotional counselors. While this also does not provide the board any actual information on how those students will be impacted. There is no FTE listed. There is no explanation of how that is going to affect sites. 1.75 from the DO and 4.5 million to positions directly impacting students does not meet that core value.
Elias?
I have to walk like 2 miles to get here, so you're gonna have to give me that minute.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Thank you. So, buenas noches. Good evening, board, board supervisors and staff. Right. First of all, I want to give a shout out to Gabriel, Carol, and Jessica for making it here. Right. Thank you for taking time. Thank you for the commitment. And now it's time to get to work, right? And there's a lot of work. So thank you for that, and thank you for stepping away from your family, because we know what that means. Secondly, student trustee Daniela Esqueda. I have not been in this space for a few months, but let me tell you, you keep holding us up. You keep holding that palabra. We talked about, lastly, I'll say this, but you said, we talked about right now to be respectful to the board, doing all this, doing all that. I'm all for that. I'm all for that, Dr. Navarro, right? I heard you say that, but I think what's also very important is that we have palabra here, right?
100%.
Having palabra, and actually we're going to say something, doing it and following through, and also making sure that what we're saying is in alignment with all of us, right? What we're doing behind doors is also happening in front of us here with the community. But with that being said, again, I welcome you all. I look forward to working with you all, and I mean, let's get to work, because there's a lot of work to get done. With that being said, I'll just say, bring back CRE.
Chris Webb.
Good evening. I know there was some like controversy between the district and PVFT regarding the sustainable budget team and the recommendations. Because of a few requests that haven't been forthcoming yet, I'm inclined to lean towards PVFT. So the ones that I'm talking about are the legal expenses related to RPN days and that whole case, and then also just like data on model continuation renaissance versus like policies that work to encourage people to go. Like if we're going to compare best practices to current, like how can we learn? Also, I think like before we cut mental health clinicians and the like, I think we should cut all the stipends and have like Dr. Contreras and like everybody else like have to do mileage the same way Atosa does. And also the stipend for SRO should be out. Actually, we should just cut the SRO entirely, in my opinion, but we should have site-by-site convos about what an effective use of the mental health clinicians look like. Sometimes like having good practices, you can mitigate some of your situations. Thank you.
May Guerrero. I'm going to move on to the next one. Sorry if I get this wrong. Barbie Marchessault. Shen? Ellen Shen? Glenn Shen? Shay? Monica Nolan?
Sorry, last name on this one is S-H-E-A, I believe. And that's Marilyn Garrett.
Marilyn Garrett. Monica Nolan, I already said. And then Amy Fitzgerald and Ian Licata.
Cool. Congrats all around. All I have time for on that. I knew tonight was going to be packed. I knew this was going on. Y'all had to also. Why are we in this room if you have a capacity of 80? I don't understand, honestly. I've been at meetings for a long time where we've been packed out, and that has not been said. If it is something new for some reason, fair enough, but it's hard for it. There's still trust to be built back with the board, and it's hard for it not to feel like more suppression of voices, even if it's not the intention. I recognize it may not be the intention, but that's the impact. And so I do question why we're in this room and not at a bigger space, knowing what tonight was going to be like. I do want to encourage us to lift the minute or 2 minute. I understand the need to get work done. I understand things go late. I've spent years in these meetings where we did not have that. And it all started in the past year and a half when people came and started showing up upset about some stuff going on. I agree, some things have been out of control. I do not condone all of the actions that have been taken from behind this. At the same time, I think that we also have to take responsibility as a board for what has been created, get to a pace of peace, and then when it's peaceful, if you want to put that in place for the future, maybe, but now is not the time to do it.
My name is Eileen Shea. Yeah, it's a nice Irish name. Anyway, I'm just here to take a minute, literally. I just wanted to talk about our social emotional counselors and our mental health interns. And I wanted to let you know, I don't know if you know this, but our social emotional counselors right now, up so far this year, they've already seen 50 students. They meet in small groups, they give us goals, we know what these kids are doing, we're helping them navigate and be able to access the curriculum. That's their job. our counselors that come from our outside agencies like PVPSA, they see 7 kids in a whole year. And I don't understand that. Like, I just feel like we really need to be thinking what we're doing here, because our social emotional counselors, our mental health clinicians, they see a ton of kids, and then to 7 kids a year, and they give us no information. They don't want to give us names. They don't talk to us about these children. How are we supposed to work together when we don't even know what we're doing with the kids? Thank you.
Hi, I work at the middle school level, and I wanted to say that I already have many students who experience mental health challenges, and without counseling support for some of those students, I think it would be a lot harder for me to teach, because it does impact the classroom, and I have 35 students and several groups of 35 students. So the other thing I wanted to mention is my classroom hasn't had heat or air conditioning the whole year, even though there's been a work order put in.
Can we get your name? I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
What school? What school? Do you guys know? What school? What school? Aptos Junior? Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm Ian Licata. I'm an English teacher at Diamond Tech and also VP of Charter for PVFT. I also teach ethnic studies, and I was lucky enough to do the CRA training, and it was excellent, and you should bring it back. So that's one thing. But I'm here really, I'm very concerned to hear there might be cuts for counselors and mental health clinicians. We're dealing with a mental health crisis. I think you are hopefully aware of that. It's getting worse. People are afraid that their families might be separated here with the new immigration policies. So it's never a good time, but especially right now, to reduce school counselors, mental health clinicians, or intervention teachers. Teachers who provide release and academic coordinators will put additional burdens on classroom teachers and reduce support for students. These cuts will disproportionately harm the most vulnerable students we have, creating an equity issue we cannot ignore. So please look thoroughly through the budget, find ways to solve this problem without cutting people who work with the kids every day. Thank you.
Marilyn Garrett, stop mandatory vaccines. It's a human right to decide what goes into one's body. The approximately 13% of children who are in special education are vaccine-injured children. This is from learntherisk.org. In 1986, pharmaceutical companies producing vaccines were given full federal protection from lawsuits resulting from vaccine injury or death via the Childhood Vaccine Act passed by Congress. If vaccines are so safe, why do they need a law to protect from liability? After this law, vaccines became highly profitable. There are almost 300 vaccines in development, and mandatory vaccine laws for children and adults are being pushed in most states. Stop mandatory vaccines.
Hello, I'm Monica Nowlin. I had a whole wonderful speech, but we've been reduced, which the math, just so you know, 30 minutes, and there's only 20 speakers. At 1 minute, that's 20 minutes. So hopefully somebody will get some time to extend on their comments, because they deserve it. And so I am going to talk to an agenda item, because that's also the first time I've ever heard this, that you cannot speak to an agenda item on public comments. Kind of funny to me. We have a lot of Renaissance High staff here tonight. They're not all in this room, but more specifically, we have our mental health clinician here, Matt Merrill. He is an amazing friend and an amazing coworker. And I could say that probably to every mental health clinician that I see in the back row over here, and also the social emotional counselors. And we have our students here too that are echoing that. And I know it's a really hard decision to cut jobs. And it's not you alone, and it's not this group of people alone, and it's not you alone. It's a horrible place to be. I wouldn't want to be any of you, to be honest. And so I hope when you do consider these, you consider the faces and the hearts behind it when you think about it, and where you can cut that doesn't impact our students like it will.
May Guerrero, did she leave? Hilda Gazanfari and River Ornelas.
Good evening. My name is Hilda Gazanfari, and I'm a senior at Pajaro Valley High School. I'm here today to talk about the budget cut regarding our mental health department, and I apologize for speaking in the public comment section. But as a senior in high school, it's not easy to sit here in this room for 4 hours when I have school tomorrow, let alone that I have to make it to my practice for Watsonville County Band by 7:30. I'm an intern at Empower Watsonville, and it breaks my heart to see that all our efforts in supporting the growth of the mental health programs at the schools will go to waste, simply because of your decision. I have seen close friends of mine struggle with mental health, and I cannot stress enough how big of an impact our social emotional counselors made on their lives. It's only a matter of seconds for someone to make the wrong decision, a decision that would affect their whole future. And without proper guidance, in the time of darkness, it's impossible for people to survive. I really hope you reconsider your position on this decision. And lastly, I wanted to just welcome our new board members, and I'm really happy that you're here on our side. Thank you so much.
My name is River Ornelas. I am a senior at Pajaro Valley High School, and I am here to talk about CRE as well as the budget cuts. I was a person that was going through schizophrenic episodes, and the only person that was there for me was my social emotional counselor at my high school. Without it, I probably wouldn't be here. And we need the counselors, and I am so glad that we have people like Ms. Carrasco and Mr. Medina, because I was out there advocating for you guys to be on the board, because I know you guys care about us, and you go to our schools and you go and listen to us instead of just ignoring what we have to say. Additionally, CRE needs to be reinstituted, because in ethnic studies, we need teachers who teach it without bias. We are finally having Latinx and Black stories and Asian stories represented. And it is so necessary for students that are in a minority community to see themselves. I have seen people who would never show up to school, and they would show up for ethnic studies. Thank you.
May Guerrero.
Okay, thank you so much. That will conclude our public comment time. And just want to let the public know
How many, just point of order really quick, how many cards do we have left?
How many do you have left?
Yeah.
These are all other items.
Are those other items?
Yes. Yes, we
Through
did.
them? Okay, thank you.
All for that agenda item. She might have put it under, did you put it under 12.1 or 12.2? Okay. We got through all of them, I'm sorry. But we're going to move on now. But I did want to say that we were aware that we'd have a large crowd, and we wanted to have it at Chamber, but it wasn't available. We are going to work on having meetings there when it's available to us. Now, we will move on to item 8. This is a time that we hear our employee organizations. Each will have 5 minutes. We will start with item 8.1, PVFT. Do we have someone from PVFT here?
All right, good evening. This thing is like sliding on me, so I guess I'll try to hold it. Brandon Denise, negotiations chair for the PVFT. I'm here tonight because our president is actually on her way back from Sacramento, where she attended a meeting with CFT leadership. I want to point out that this environment is so unwelcoming. Like, there are people back there who can't get water because there's no cups. It's late, but you guys can't spare any coffee. Like, what can we do to liven this place up, make it a little more fun, because we're going to be here for a while. So I'd like to take a moment to thank and just welcome everybody. Happy New Year, that kind of stuff. So I just want to say that We have a lot of work to do, and it's our hope as a PVFT that the community can come together and begin to heal from the divisiveness that has gripped our community and plagued these meetings for far too long. I recognize that sometimes people get up here and they say things that aren't so nice, but man, was that last board toxic. So we have a lot of healing to do. One immediate step this board can take to help the community move forward is an outright lifting of the time limit on public comments. So I was proud and happy to hear that Carol brought that up, because a QR code is one of the dumbest ideas I've ever heard. So we're going to be excluding people whose smartphone died that day or don't even have a smartphone. What's that going to look like? We're all in the back huddling over a QR code? Like, if we're only meeting every 3 weeks, every voice deserves to be heard. Bottom line. So step up and make that call. We are encouraged, this thing is like bouncing on me, man. We are encouraged to see that the board will be determining a date for a special board meeting on ethnic studies, but let us be specific and clear with our purpose for this meeting. The previous board allowed false and slanderous statements from special interest groups to take precedent over the will of our community. Our administrators deserve to be trained by CRE so they can better support our teachers, students, and community. Before I speak to the elephant in the room, which is the action item on the Sustainable Budget Team's recommendation, I want to point out that under California Government Code Section 54957.5, the public has the right to access the agenda and accompanying materials for a special board meeting. The public still does not have access to the Sustainable Budget Team Review slideshow that was presented during the 12/19/24 special board meeting. It might be somewhere else on the website, but when you go to board meetings and you go to that agenda item, the presentation should be there, and I've actually requested that. I recognize that there were reasons and constraints for why that board meeting was held at the Pajaro Dunes, but the optics of this decision are only further worsened when access to the full agenda and the presentations are still not available online on the board meeting agenda where it can be easily accessed. I also request, I already said that. The PVFT will always stand in support of our students and our community. The recommendations that will be presented to this board during the Sustainable Budget Team presentation represent a direct attack on our students' education and social emotional well-being. This entire process seems to be nothing more than a charade to set the conditions for layoffs. Cutting school counselors and mental health clinicians will remove life-saving support for students dealing with social emotional challenges and mental health crisis. Our counselors at elementary schools are already split between two sites. So as Radhika Kirkman came up and mentioned that we don't know the FTE, we don't know the numbers, we don't know the sites, but we already have it so that a social emotional counselor has to split their time between two elementary schools. So if little Brandon is having a meltdown and I need somebody that day, but they're at the other site, sorry, you better hold that in check until tomorrow. That doesn't work with elementary school kids. We need more access to mental health support, not less. I actually stayed at that board presentation. I was like the last person there from the public. It was like me and the media, and we were holding down the fort. And I was there when the consultant dropped the line straight from School Services of California that goes something like, do not invest in things that eat. Well, what about investing in the humans who have saved lives of students? Can we invest in them? Because our mental health clinicians are so incredibly important, to lay them off could potentially result in a student not having access to the support they need during a time of crisis. The things that they address are hidden. They're ghosts. We can't see them as teachers. We know a student's acting out or we know that something's going on, but we need that mental health clinician, that counselor, to be able to build that connection so those students feel comfortable sharing what they're going through so we can get them the support we need. Cutting those positions would be foolish and reckless. Where is the same energy from the returning board members that y'all had with regards to how the SROs save students' lives? I believe a board member who's not here used the term blood on our hands. What's gonna happen if something happens to a student and they're in a crisis and they don't have a counselor, they don't have a mental health clinician? So this board, we're looking forward to working with you because you got a lot of work to do better.
Thank you. I will now move on to 8.2, CSEA. Do we have anyone from CSEA here tonight? Okay, how about 8.3, CWA? Mike? Okay.
Testing. All right. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Contreras. Let me get this right. My name is Mike Floor, and I am a steward, and I'm on the negotiating team for CWA Local 9423. That's the union that represents the substitutes in our district. And I came to a board meeting in September of 2023 to bring up a pay discrepancy related to one of my positions. And it's turned into finding out a lot of history about the CWA local in San Jose. We missed a negotiation round in 2021 due to us being put into receivership from the previous administration from back then. And so there are some gaps in the substitutes being represented, and there's really no union local working behind the scenes. So I started coming to meetings. I brought up LPAC tester pay rates. I got a pay reduction after 3 years, getting paid a certain amount. I didn't really understand why. I definitely do now. And we have negotiations underway at the moment, and we went to the closed session to kind of talk about that. But back in November, we had our own elections. So we have a repopulated local in San Jose, 9423. That's what was going on the 18th. When you guys were having your organizational meeting, we were going through the same thing. So I came to that meeting, and then I jammed up to San Jose to be part of our first member meeting. Then we had our Christmas party. But I wanted to introduce David Seda. He is the newly elected president of CWA Local 9423. It isn't just going to be me coming up here anymore. We actually have an active local union shop that we're just getting started, just like you guys are too. So that's a good thing. I got elected onto their executive board, so I'm an e-board member at large for that. And David is the new president, and I'm going to give him a little chance to talk to you all and introduce himself. So thank you for your time, and thank you for everything.
Hello, I'm David Seda. I'm out here supporting the substitute teachers. I'm president, like Mike said, I'm president of CWA Local 9423. We have just come out of receivership. We're kind of getting our feet back under us. Feel like I've waded into a lot here. You guys have a lot going on here. It's great to see the community involved. I mean, I'm not familiar with all the issues here, but it's great to see young people involved and stepping up and coming out and, saying what they believe. It's important, whatever side you're on. And I believe we can all talk to each other in respectful ways and keep those discussions going. So, though I don't know the ins and outs of what you guys are going through, I do understand budgetary concerns. We're going through that at our local. So I do hope when all this is going on, though, that you can remember that the substitute teachers have been left behind, and some of that was due to our fault of our receivership not reopening contract for negotiations. So we did drop the ball on that. But I'm hoping now that we're here that you guys can realize that and bring them up to where they're supposed to be and get them a more fair pay scale for what they do. Thank you.
Okay, and now we have item 8.4, PAVAM. Do we have anyone here from PAVAM? Okay. Seeing none, I will now move us on to item 9, consent agenda. Consent items are routine items coming before the board. Do we have any public speakers on item 9? No, we do not. Okay. So are there any items that the board would wish to defer?
Yes, I would like to defer item 9.3 and item 9.4.
Okay, do we have any other items from any other board members? Okay, Gabe, would you please make a motion? Oh, sorry, Danny?
Oh, I was going to second his motion.
Oh, I would like to make a motion to pull 9.3 and 9.4 from the consent agenda.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Wait, do I need to take a vote for that? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposing? And was abstaining. So we have it passes 601, or sorry, 600. Yes.
Was the motion meant to approve the consent agenda with pulling that?
Those two items, yes. Okay, so now we will move on to item 10.1, deferred consent agenda items. We will start with item 9.3. Do we have any comments from the board? Gabe?
Yeah, I am curious why we are contracting with a private Christian university that is associated with the Plymouth Brethren. So I'm questioning why we are contracting with this outside organization from Iowa. And they're going to be, from my understanding, placing folks within our schools to support teachers. Can you just give me more clarity on that?
Sure. Good evening, President Flores. I got to figure out Vice President Dr. Navarro, Superintendent. I'm Brian Saxton, Director of HR for Certificated. And yeah, Trustee Medina, so this is a pretty standard MOU. We have a number of universities that place student teachers with us. Massachusetts Global, San Diego State, UCSC, San Jose State, and we sign an MOU with all of them. We're not paying for any services. They have a student who is taking online courses with them who has asked to be a student teacher at McQuitty. And so we are not contracting with them. We don't have any fiscal responsibility towards them. This is just an agreement that we will have a teacher who will be the student's master teacher and fulfill their requirements via the university.
So my concern is, I was looking at their mission statement, and it sounds like a missionary mission statement where they're going to be putting people in vulnerable communities, and I'm guessing that's us, which these private Christian institutions tend to do. And also, are you aware that they're also related to the EMIS International College?
I'm not, because we're not. Every university has its own mission statement, every university has its own mission statement, right, and its own thing. So, like, again, we get a number of contracts or MOUs for student teachers. The student has chosen the university. She lives in this area. She wants to work at one of our schools as a student teacher, teaching our curriculum. She's not bringing in her own curriculum. She'll be working with Debbie Stefanko at McQuitty. And so it's a pretty standard contract.
And I understand that. My only thing is, this organization is connected to the Plymouth Brethren, which is an evangelical movement that was happening, right? And they have several allegations against them, including the AMIS International College, which had they did something they shouldn't have. And the reason why this certain college changed its name to AMIS University, which was just recent, was called AMIS Bible College. I don't feel comfortable going into a contract with a private institution. I get what the purpose is of that. Totally get that. But knowing their ties, what they stand for, I don't feel absolutely comfortable having us with this student. Now, if that individual person wants to come volunteer their time, by all means, I think that's great. But why aren't we looking into CSUMB, who has a great teachers program to get more teachers in the classroom? UC Santa Cruz has another great program to get students into the classroom, and San Jose as well. And I bet you, if you get more of those people into the classroom, right, those are going to be people that are going to convert into teachers because they're already doing the job and working with the community. So I would love for us to dive a little bit deeper when we're trying to look at stuff like this, because again, I do not feel comfortable with the Christian private university associating with them, along with their connections with the Plymouth Brethren and the Amos International College, which has gotten allegations, sued essentially against them. Okay?
So we do have student teachers from those various universities. Again, we get student teachers from a wide variety of universities throughout the country.
And how many of them are private Christian institutions?
I'd have to check, but I would assume that we have some religious institutions because they offer online programs. The student may have attended there for their undergraduate. So they need, in order to get a California credential, you have to have a program that is accredited by the CTC. And so there's a wide variety of places who have those. So
Again, this is all about perception for me, and I don't like us being even in 1 inch of this university. So those are going to be my comments.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any other comments from any other trustees? Okay, Dan,
I agree with my fellow trustee Gabriel Medina to take a little bit more insight with these religious universities. But this person, you're saying, is a local person who wants to teach at a local school?
Correct. They've reached out. I believe they know one of the teachers at McQuitty, and so they've reached out to that teacher to be a student teacher in their classroom. Right. So we currently have a number of student teachers. We have one at Aptos High. There's a couple at Watsonville, and so all of them have. Those two are from UCSC, but we have ones from other universities. Sometimes they know somebody. Sometimes like CSUMB, they'll reach out to us and say, hey, we have somebody who we need to place in your area. We'll find a place for them. A lot of them happen to, whether they've gone to school here or they have a relative, whatever it may be. And so if we do not have an MOU with their university, we do a standard MOU to make sure that, they're accredited. Sometimes they do pay our teachers a small stipend to be the student teacher. And then that allows the student teacher to get their credential so that then they can come back and teach in California somewhere, whether that's here or whether that's somewhere else in California. So without this, she will have to find another location to do her student teaching in another district.
I understand, but like my fellow trustee was saying, maybe it's something to look at, but I'm going to support this agenda item because I know this teacher wants to be here, and I don't want to turn away any teachers that want to come who live in this community. So with that, I'd like to make a motion that we pass this agenda item. Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? I second. So now we have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. All those against?
No.
Carol, I abstain. Okay. So 3, 2, 1. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm new to this. I need some clarification. It does not pass. Okay. So this fails for a lack of enough votes. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and now we will move on to item 9.4. I'm sorry. I'm the student teacher. You're the student teacher? I'm not sure. Should we allow?
I would like for them to advocate for themselves, yes.
Please, thank you.
Hi, so my name is Caitlin Matt. I understand your concern with the religious affiliation there. We have a connection here. We've been living here for a few weeks now, my husband and I was here just to fulfill a course requirement. I'm not here to, I don't know what the word is, like, proselytize? Yeah, I'm here, I was trained in a teacher prep program, purely education, academic purposes here. I just would love to serve the community and serve the children and work under Mrs. Stefanko, if that's okay. I'm not here to be proselytizing. And I don't know about that Emmaus International thing. We changed our name just because we got a master's program recently, so they thought it was more appropriate to have the word university instead of Bible college, but we are still claiming, the Christian aspect of it, but that's not, I don't think that's I'm not here to do anything bad.
And I understand that. If you just look at the history of mission work that's happened in this community from private Christian institutions or Christians in general, it wiped up a lot of our religion here. So that's why I, as a Native person, have big concerns with Christian private institutions coming into our schools. And I hope you understand that.
I respect that.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I would like to just apologize on behalf of me that, we have failed you, to be able to support our children. I would have wholeheartedly supported this, and who knows, if we have an abstaining member who would like to choose their mind later, we could possibly bring it back later.
Is it possible to bring that vote back and make it a roll call vote?
Can I say something real quick?
I'm sorry.
I also want to apologize to you. There are several members of our community who leave and choose to go to Christian universities. And, I assume that under Ed Code, we don't allow indoctrination in the classrooms. And I don't think we should be penalizing students who want to come, or student teachers who want to come back and help out in our classrooms, especially when we need all the support that we can get.
So we'll have to speak with legal counsel later to see if, but I'm pretty sure that the only way we could bring it back is if a dissenting member vote, changes their mind. So I'm very sorry. Okay, so now we will move on to item 9.4. And Trustee Medina, you also pulled this item.
So we are spending $120,000 for laundry service, and I'm just curious, how many pounds of laundry is that?
So good evening, Trustee Medina.
Okay.
My name is Jenny Im. I am the Chief Business Officer. So just to give you a little bit more context, so currently the district has been contracting with Mission Services, I believe, for the last 5 to 6 years. Mission Laundry Services serves multiple departments and programs within our district, including M&O. So they launder and repair uniforms, which are part of our collective bargaining unit for trades such as our plumbers, our custodial staff, our grounds team, as well as for our shop and some of our bus drivers and transportation, food and nutrition, as well as laundering towels for courses such as home ec, culinary, our childcare centers as well. So my understanding, looking back, it's upwards of 600 pieces of uniforms and garments, not including things like towels. They also do things like repairing tears, putting on patches, repairing buttons. So looking at just the impact to our operations if we were to do this in-house, my belief, looking at the cost analysis, is it would actually cost the district more, because we have to remember we would probably have to bring on probably more than a full-time employee, because this is at every single site in our facility, including our childcare. So they're picking up on a weekly basis, laundering, doing tailoring, repairing, delivering back to those sites. And it's not just in bulk, it's going to individual employees as well. So there's a lot of organization. And then we would have to have space for a commercial or industrial set of washers, dryers, also the maintenance of it.
Okay, and I understand all that. I think what I'm really trying to get at, it's $120,000. I said, Grandma, check this out. We're sending laundry to get done in Santa Barbara for $120,000. And she said, Mijo, bring it to me right now and I'll do it for free. I'll do it for $120,000.
So one thing I wanted to, I totally understand.
Right,
So
Abuela, she knows how to make her money.
Looking at that, if she wants to come apply. But so one thing I wanted to, so just in transportation, it's upwards of 90 employees.
90 employees? Okay.
Just in one department. So if we're looking at it, and it's not just the number of employees. So if we're multiplying that out by the number of departments it serves, and then the number of sites. So it's not just our school sites, it's our childcare centers.
And I get that. I get that. I think what I'm trying to get at is I'm really trying to keep our funding local as much as possible, because we need to stimulate the economy here. And I think $120,000, like, I mean, man, can we create like a student job where they're learning how to do laundry and we could pay them this amount to stimulate them? Because we do have students who are having to choose between their education and work right now. So I would love for us to be a little bit more inventive, right? So if we could teach them how to wash clothes, fold them, I'm pretty sure their moms will be happy, their abuelitas will be happy, will be happy. But just to get some sort of revenue within the community.
And my
So that's
understanding,
only
and that's a
reason
great-
why.
That's a great thought for sure. And that is something that is taken into consideration when developing different types of courses and pathways. I know in a lot of our CTE, for example, we have sites that have washer dryers on sites, and that is part of the coursework or the class time of doing things like the laundry services. So we're absolutely looking into ways of integrating that. In terms of at this time, do we have the capacity of doing this in-house? My recommendation would be not at this time.
Okay. Yeah, and I just wanted to flag this so we could start being a little bit more inventive of trying to keep more money within the community if we can. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Turley.
How often do we put contracts like that and like office supplies out for rebid?
It's usually on an annual basis.
Thank you.
These types of contracts are usually about a 12-month period.
Thank you.
Jenny, was there anyone local that put in a bid for this?
For this RFP, we only received the one bid from Mission. So if there are local companies, we would love to do business with them.
Thank you, Trustee Navarro, for bringing that up, because yes, when we are a government organization, as much as, we have rules we have to follow, being state funded, and so we do have to put things out to bid, and they do have to be union or prevailing wage, and we, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure we always have to go with the lowest bid. So there's, our hands are tied in some of those situations, but if there was a union shop, local, yes, and they were the lowest bid, then there we go. But, unfortunately, a lot of times it's a fight you have to take up with the state.
Gavin Newsom, heard you
Yes.
heard that.
Yes. So can I'm still looking for a motion.
I'd like to support agenda item 9.4.
I second.
Okay, thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposing? All those abstaining?
I'll abstain.
Okay. Sorry, Jessica, were you for it? Okay, thank you. So that passes 501. Okay. So that concludes consent agenda items. So we will now move on to item 11.1. This is a public hearing for Lynn Scott Charter School renewal petition. The report will be presented by Alicia Doolittle, Administrative Director and Principal.
See if I can make this stay. Okay. Hi. We're gonna see.
If you push it down and then twist the little knob,
It's the mic. Like I have a lot set up here. All right. Yeah. All right. Great. Good evening, President Flores, Vice President Dr. Navarro, members of the PVUSD Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Contreras. My name is Alicia Doolittle. I am the Administrative Director and Principal in Scott Charter School. It is my pleasure to represent the Lynn Scott community this evening as we bring our charter before you for renewal. Lynn Scott Charter opened its doors in August of 1994. Authorized by PVUSD, we are one of the earliest charter schools in the state. Number 41 of what is now close to 1,300. Lynn Scott's service to the community didn't just begin with our charter. It's important to recognize the long-standing commitment to families that the name Lynn Scott represents in our small community. Since 1928, Lynn Scott has had a rich history of meeting the needs of students and their families. In one form or another, Lynn Scott Schools has served approximately 20,000 students in the past 97 years. We are humbled and proud to be part of this legacy. 32 years ago, several families of the then Lynn Scott Elementary School began discussions around converting the school into a charter school under the brand new Charter Schools Act. The new legislation allowed 100 schools to provide a unique approach to public education by encouraging flexibility, innovation, and choice. Our founding families believed deeply in how much family involvement impacted student success. Basing their school model on the Watsonville Cooperative Preschool, they envisioned a school where highly trained teachers and families worked side by side to educate students. While our program has grown and changed in the past 30 years, our mission and dedication to strong family partnerships remain steadfast. I'd like to take this opportunity to read our mission statement. Linscott Charter School is a K-8 parent participation school, collaboratively governed by parents and staff. Dedicated teachers and supportive families provide individualized, active, hands-on learning that fosters each child's academic success, encouraging excellence. Students become self-motivated, critical thinkers, demonstrating creativity and confidence. Our focus on community in and out of the classroom allows students to gain social and environmental awareness. Although Linscott is a small school with just 259 students, spanning kindergarten through 8th grade, we welcome and support the needs of all children. The evidence of our vibrant and diverse community is seen in our demographics. As a small school, we have the privilege of participating in the day-to-day life of our families as they grow and change. We enjoy the benefit of building relationships with multiple children in a family. In the past 3 years, we have begun to see our first set of second-generation Linscott Charter School students. This is a testament to Linscott's strong community and devotion to supporting each child. Research consistently demonstrates that family participation in a child's education enhances academic achievement, improves attendance, increases motivation, fosters better behavior and emotional regulation, boosts self-esteem, and strengthens social-emotional development. At Linscott, we bring this research to life with over 50 family volunteers actively supporting classrooms each week. Our teachers and instructional staff are data-driven and appreciate the freedom and flexibility to use best practices and new and innovative approaches to meet the needs of each of their students. They design differentiated lessons, remediate skills, and push students to challenge themselves with a growth mindset, all while building meaningful relationships. We are proud of our academic achievement in both math and ELA, outperforming both the district and the state as a whole and in all of our subpopulations. Though we still have work to do, we have made great strides in closing our achievement gaps. This is notable specifically with our students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, which is our fastest growing population. Due to our ongoing achievement, we have been designated in the high performance category for renewal. We are the only charter school in Santa Cruz County to earn that distinction. Given this designation, we are asking that you renew Linscott's charter for a term of 7 years. 5 minutes is not nearly enough to share all of the things that make Linscott a wonderful place to learn and to work. I would like to extend to you an invitation to come by and get to know us better, perhaps at our K-8 Science Fair, which is coming up in a month. I'd like our community to have the last word about Linscott this evening. When asked on our annual survey last year about the one thing they love about Linscott, here's what they said. The largest words were used the most frequently. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
Alyssa Kahn and Allison Guerin. Hope I said that right.
My name is Alyssa Kahn. I am a member of the site management team for Linscott Charter School and a parent of 3 current and 1 future student. I'm here to express my strong support for the renewal of Linscott's charter. Over the years, this school has demonstrated a consistent commitment to providing a high-quality education to its students, fostering an environment of academic excellence, personal growth, and community involvement. The school's innovative approach to education, coupled with its dedicated staff and involved families, has proven to be a valuable resource to the community. The positive impact this charter school has had on students' success, social, emotional development, and future readiness is evident. It offers a diverse and inclusive environment where students are challenged, supported, and encouraged to reach their full potential. The school's record of improving students' outcomes and promoting a strong sense of personal responsibility and leadership among its students speaks volumes about its effectiveness. For those reasons, I wholeheartedly support the renewal of Linscott's charter and encourage the decision makers, the board, to continue to allow this exceptional institution to serve the community. There are a lot of difficult decisions being made tonight, but this is an easy win for all of us. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you for having us. My name is Allison Guerin, and I am also an SMT board member and the proud parent of 2 small children currently attending Linscott Charter School. When I first moved out to California, I actually spent my first 3 years here working at Linscott, so I have a unique perspective, and I wholeheartedly agree with the charter renewal. I have seen, both from the perspective as an employee and then now as a parent, just how instrumental this small charter school is for our community. When I first started working there was many years ago, and I've seen how much the charter has changed. We are working with students in our community, and it is an important option for our parents to have. So please consider renewing Linscott Charter for everything that they're doing for the students and the families here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any discussions from the board? Trustee Turley?
I do have 2 questions. Are all of the students at your school from the Pajaro Valley Unified District area?
They are not. We are, it's about 86% of our student population is from within the PVUSD boundary. And the rest are from surrounding other districts.
Thank you. And what are the keys to your success, and how can we share that with other schools?
I was hoping someone would ask this. That's really layered, and anything I say here is supposition, but the number one key to success, in my opinion, is having extremely strong partnerships between our families and our staff. Almost every single staff member on our campus knows the names of every single kid on our campus. We know their needs, we know their families, we know who is struggling with a sick grandmother at home. We know whose abuelita is having challenges with dementia. We know who walks and who needs rain boots because they're walking and they don't have any. We strive to meet the needs of all of our families. That is the first thing that I believe makes us successful. The second thing is our teachers. Each classroom is, they work together as a team, but they're individuals. They have the flexibility to innovate. They have a student in front of them who is struggling with something. Our teachers will go research what's new, what's best, what's out there to support this child, and they remediate and they move kids from where they were.
Thank you. Trustee Medina?
Yeah, hello. So just FYI, I want to go check out the school. Did a meeting. Did they get that AC thing figured out?
We're good.
Okay, cool. It was funny. I saw my homie Vince teaching 4th grade. I was like, what? Homie Vince, he went to San Jose, wanted to get into education. And I think that's kind of what struck it for me, is that you're including, folks from my area in Las Lomas who really don't get a lot of these opportunities. So the fact that there's job creation there is great. Now, on page 22, it says that professional development is mentioned broadly, but lacks a specific focus on strategies for teaching EL, especially in math and science. Given the increasing proportion of EL students, how are you equipping teachers with the tools and training necessary to deliver differentiated cultural response instruction, and also just to communicate with parents who may not speak Spanish, but an indigenous language?
Yeah, excellent. In terms of indigenous languages, that's definitely an area of growth for us.
Okay.
Currently, all members of our community are either Spanish speakers or native English speakers. We actively hire and attract, or trying to attract more Spanish-speaking members of our staff. That is part of one of our LCAP goals. We have done so. We have multiple members of our staff who are Spanish-speaking and who will come translate if the teacher or member of staff who's dealing with the situation doesn't have the language skills. In terms of professional development, great, timely question. We actually partnered with the County Office of Education last year and this year to provide professional development with math as a focus, specifically aimed at targeting our students who are second language learners, because that is our largest area of growth, of needed growth, is supporting those students who speak a language other than English in mathematics. And so we have been working with a COE with professional development focused at that.
Sweet. Okay. And then just my final question is, I know at a lot of charter schools, there tends to be family participation that's needed. Studies indicate that 4% of parents attend educational workshops in recent years. How are you addressing barriers such as language or scheduling conflicts that disproportionately impact Chicano, Latina, or Indigenous families, and have communication platforms or expanded bilingual workshops to increase engagement?
So our last LCAP, or our LCAP survey last year, our family survey, we really spoke to the results, really spoke to the need for more community events. We were actually offering a lot of parent education opportunities, but we were finding that there was a lack of interest in the agendas or the topics that we were presenting. Even when we did offer childcare and food, also translation was offered. We were finding that maybe the time of day wasn't right. Because we're a small community, I can just go ask people, right? Like, hey, I noticed that you didn't come to this. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, people work, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And so, really trying to find a time and a day and a venue. We tried offering parent education in the evenings, via Zoom, in person, lots of different variations, but we worked really hard to try and get around that. But what our community told us, what they wanted most was more community events. Okay. So this year we have a community event every other month, and they've been widely attended. Our very first one was our 30th birthday bash, and we had over 400 people there. It was
Sweet.
Excellent. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah.
How do you make decisions on which students you take?
Oh, that's great. I'm glad you asked that. We don't make decisions on which students we take. We are a public school. So just like every school in PVUSD, we allow every child in. However, Ed Code requires charter schools to hold a random public lottery if we have more interest than seats available. So what we do is we make sure that the word is out in the community that our application window is open. We want to make sure that we are inviting in and welcoming to all members of our community, not just the people who seek us out. We do go to preschools. We do advertise to make amongst those communities to make sure that we are getting a lot of a diverse student body, a diverse, interested body of students. And then, so the application window is open from November till the end of March. We hold our random public lottery in early April. We do have a list of priorities that the lottery is drawn in. I just want to turn to my notes so I have the accurate information here. Our siblings get first priority because there's nothing worse than having multiple children and having to go from school to school to school for drop-off and pickup. So our first lottery preference are siblings of currently enrolled students. Our second priority would be children of any full-time Linscott staff member. Again, if you have a child attending a school that you work at, you're more invested and you stay and you work super hard, and that's what we found. Our next is any student residing in Pajaro Valley Unified School District. And then our last preference would be any student outside of PVUSD. And what we find is that siblings take up a very small percentage of our lottery. Most of our students that apply who enter our school are coming from within the PVUSD boundary.
What percentage of your applicants did you take?
I don't actually have that information. What off the top of my head, our largest number of seats available is in kindergarten, because we have one class per grade level that travels up and matriculates up. And we have happy families and happy kids, we end up not losing a lot of students over the years. And so we have, I'm really not sure about that. We maintain a wait list for anyone that is not is not placed due to lottery, and that is a perpetual wait list. So it rolls from one year to the next, and we move down it all throughout the year.
The reason I ask is clearly your academic numbers look fantastic.
Thank you.
It reminds me a lot of when I had my kids at Montessori when they were younger, and one of the things that I stated when I applied for the board is that I believe parental involvement is so important in making sure that our students are successful, and our teachers are supported, and our schools are able to complete their mission. So what do you do, and I won't belabor this anymore because I know we have a lot to do, but what do you do, other than requiring it, to get parents involved?
We don't require it. We do not require it. That was something that happened a long time ago in our history. We have been around for 30 years, and since then, lots of things have changed. It has not been a requirement to participate. We ask, we encourage, we beg, we plead, we smoke signal, everything we can in order to get parents in. We build those deep connections, and it starts with our front office staff making those first connections, and then it moves on to our teachers making calls home and seeing people out waving at cars. That's how.
Well, keep up the great work, and
Thank
Dr.
you.
Contreras, maybe we can move that over to the rest of the schools.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the board? Okay, seeing none. So Linscott is very dear to my heart for a couple reasons. I grew up just around the corner on Bacchia Street, and so Linscott was my playground. And also, I had, I think, 8 of my cousins are all alumni. And so I know it's a great school, and I do, keep an eye on it, and other charter schools, just see what can we glean from that, because we need to, improve our numbers as well. So I thank you for your presentation tonight. And did you have another? Oh.
I'm ready to make a motion.
No, this is just a public hearing, so we don't need a vote. Yes. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay. I'm now going to move us on to our action items, but I do want to just ask that we keep the disrespectful comments to yourselves. We hear them when you guys are saying them. Again, we're just asking for simple respect, please. So with that said, we will now move on to item 2.1, the selection of a date to hold a special board meeting on ethnic studies. Dr. Heather Contreras, our superintendent of schools, will report on this.
Thank you. By popular demand, most of the board, if not all, I believe, wanted to engage in putting ethnic studies onto the agenda for a study session to have a deep dive into where PVUSD has been with ethnic studies and make some considerations for where we're going. And so proposing to hold a special study session on ethnic studies, we need to agree on a date to add for that. I had a couple of suggestions, but if we want to look at something else, someone can propose that as well. To try to honor everyone's time, our different schedules and dates that have already been advertised as well to the public. We're maybe proposing March 5th or March 19th, but moving our closed session up to 3 o'clock, starting the study session at 4 o'clock and holding the study session from 4 until 6, and then having the regular board meeting at 6 o'clock.
At this special meeting, are we going to?
And we could do it. We can add a meeting as well. I was trying to honor mainly your schedule.
Okay, sorry. Before we have board discussion, are you done with your presentation? Yeah. Okay. So, do we have any public speakers to this item?
Oh, sorry. Wait, one correction. 26th. The 26th is the board meeting that we had already identified, not the 19th. We moved.
So we'll move it to the 26th.
So either the 5th or the 26th.
Okay.
Yeah. March.
So the next, for item 12.1, we have Bobby Pels, Omar Dieguez, Christine Hong, Dr. Lourdes Barraza, and Maria Garcia.
Before you start, Bobby, are we still going by the 1 minute rule for these ones as well?
Yes.
It's a big stack for these.
Yes.
It's a big stack for these?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I'd like to make a motion to increase it to 2 minutes so people who have a prepared speech could actually say what they need to say.
No, this isn't a time for motions or voting right now. This is the way the agenda is going tonight.
So if I wanted to extend the meeting so we could hear them for 2 minutes, I could do that.
26.
We have
no, actually 31.
We have 31, and so I will promise you that we can. There's 31. If everyone lines up and goes quickly and doesn't go over the time, we can hear everybody. I would allow us to go over a few minutes just so that we could hear everybody, but we're not going to change it to 2 minutes.
I would want to, well, I mean, it's not there, but I want to extend it to 2 minutes per person. And I mean, we are elected by the people. This is our job. We're only here every 3 weeks. So I think we got to listen.
Dr. Contreras, is this something we would take a vote, or is it just something that, as board president, I just say yes? Okay, so.
It would be a vote.
Okay.
Yeah, she changed it to 1 minute and we didn't vote on that. So.
Wasn't that part of the approval of the agenda for this evening? Then we stick to the program?
No, so in our board policy, when we have a large amount of comments, we are allowed to change it to 1 minute. That's in our board policies.
But it's also in the board policy that somebody could overrule that with a motion, correct?
Okay, make a motion.
I would like to make a motion to have the speaker speak for 2 minutes on this agenda item.
Do I have a second? Okay, all those in favor? 4. All those opposed? Aye. Abstaining. Okay.
Thank you.
I already wrote it for 1 minute.
If you don't need to speak for 1 minute, that would be great. I mean, for 2 minutes, that'd be great.
I'm prepared for 1 minute. But thank you. Bob Peld, Watsonville High. Since after 16 months of countless comments, letters, emails, petitions, editorials, articles, radio shows, news reports, and a clean sweep of the board election, CRE is back on the agenda, and I'll be speaking to it. While I'm grateful to see it on the agenda, I'm disappointed that it's only to schedule a special board meeting and not to approve the contract. We have already spent the last 16 months proving time and time again that it was wrong to cancel this contract and CRE must be brought back. But if you need to hear these things again and have a special board meeting, we'll do it again. I've already been to every single board meeting for the last 16 months. What's one more? But I want to make something very, very clear. This is no longer about deciding if CRE should come back. The community has already decided that. We are going to bring back CRE. Because if you have not figured it out already, we're not going anywhere. Support ethnic studies, bring back CRE. Thank you.
Can I withhold my comment to the end of all the comments? Is that possible, or do I need to take my comment right now?
Just if you could speak now, please.
Okay. Well, I'm here to support the ethnic studies CRE contract, and I'm here always to support all the students that come here. Their voice is the most strongest voice in this whole movement, and it's important that if they are here to fight for something that they believe, that we support them in that. And it's important that we take into considerations what they need and want in this community. They are the voice and they are the future, and if they feel like they need to be supported in ethnic studies, let's support them, please. Thank you.
PowerPoint. I'm waiting for my PowerPoint. Okay. Thank you. My name is Christine Hong. And I'd like to speak about ethnic studies and also the fact that the people have repeatedly come to this boardroom advocating for ethnic studies. I'd like to also state that I was chosen, I was appointed by the University of California to serve as the co-chair of the UC Area A3G/H Ethnic Studies Implementation Work Group. And you can see here that the UC Office of the President, they have an A through G articulation team. They actually went through to see what are the key findings. They did a survey back in 2025. If you go down to the last bullet point, it says that the most important, the most reported types of support that were needed were professional development. Okay, professional development was the most important. And you could see here too that look at the bottom two. What the survey found is that lack of ethnic studies expertise and lack of teaching availability were the most crucial issues, even outpacing the question of funding. I want to go here too. If you go to AB 101, the law that mandates the teaching of ethnic studies in K through 12 education, you see that there is a restriction that a course that does not have and deliver majority ethnic studies content does not count. This is also a budgetary issue. If you're not proposing to hire an entire new fleet of ethnic studies educators, you are dealing with teachers who are hired to be English language arts teachers. And just finally, I'll speak about this later. It's the Fields, was that my time?
That's your time, thank you.
Okay, this is the Fields framework. Please look at that, it's in your package.
Hello, today I'm here to welcome the new Board of Trustees. So far, I stand correct that I can see that you guys are going to make a big difference. I was voting for you guys, I was rooting for you guys, and I made sure to tell everybody that I knew to make sure to vote for you guys, and I guess it worked. So, I am here to support ethnic studies, and I'm happy how it's going so far. We got our own little segment, so I'm happy that at least we got that, and I'm just looking forward to, of course, I'm coming back. I've been coming for over half a year, so it's nice to come back. I didn't come once because there was some stuff going on, but I like that we're gonna make a change, and I'm happy that all of you are here to hear me out and to hear about the problems that are here. So, thank you.
I am a PVUSD graduate. I attended first grade to 12th grade, and I'm a Watsonville High School graduate. I also taught at Watsonville High School in Renaissance for 10 years. During that time, Mr. Doug Kaplan was a trustee, and he worked really hard to have Aptos secede from PVUSD when the brown kids from Watsonville started to get bused there. And now he's here again to deny the brown kids access to real liberated ethnic studies. For over a year, the community has consistently showed up for ethnic studies in the CRE contract. Those who are against CRE have yet to provide any evidence that supports their lies and their slander against Dr. Tintiango Cubales. I do not care how other districts run their ethnic studies classes. I care about PVUSD, since this is where my kids go, because now I am a parent of PVUSD students. I don't care if Scotts Valley or Santa Cruz are doing something different. Great for them. If it works for them, awesome. It does not work for us. I want real liberated study for my kids. I don't care what they're doing. So don't bring those comparisons. Earlier today, we had a student, River, who informed the board that there are kids who specifically go to school just for that. Being that we have an attendance problem, why would we not have actual liberated ethnic studies if that's what's actually contributing to kids going to school? And it actually aligns with the research. I don't know how many of you have looked at the research. I know the previous board didn't bother to look at the research, but the research aligns with that. It says that kids that take liberated ethnic studies, not watered down ethnic studies, but liberated ethnic studies, improve academically. They're more likely to go to college. They come to school and they come back and serve their community. So I don't understand why the CRE contract has been an issue when, again, none of the lies that have been spread by Mr. Gil Stein, Rosalind Shorstein, and Mr. Doug Kaplan have ever been proven. We've consistently asked them, where is your evidence? They've yet to show us anything. It's all opinions. It's just what they feel. But the most important thing is they're not experts in the field. Why are we listening to people who are not experts in the field? I want my kids to be taught by people who have been trained by experts in the field.
Hi, I'm Nat Lowe, Area 7. I want to thank the new board for putting this special meeting on the agenda. This is something that the students in the community have asked for months. So I appreciate that ethnic studies and the CRE contract are finally going to be discussed openly. And we ask that this discussion is based on what is best for the students and is backed with facts and evidence. I think that when people with no students in the district attack an existing successful 2-year partnership that was already vetted, already approved twice by the board, and that the students and teachers benefited from, the burden of proof should be on those who make the accusations. We have brought you evidence and materials. We've run a town hall to discuss the issue. We've gone above and beyond to bring you information and evidence. And we've done this in the service of the best interests of our students and our community. All we are asking is that you listen to the ethnic studies experts, that you listen to the students and you listen to the teachers and make your decisions based on their best interests. Thank you.
Eli Davies, in Area 7, here to advocate for CRE. Been coming for over a year. I'm an ethnic studies major. This is important to me. I think it goes all the way back to when the previous board did not renew the ethnic studies consultant contract. The person giving the presentations, had these questions and said, well, yes, but we need someone with an ethnic studies degree. Like, this was the person who was presenting to the board, and the questions they were getting eventually came to, you're asking, well, can UCSC do it? Can we get it for free? And it comes down to, you're going to need an expert in ethnic studies to teach ethnic studies. And we've been bringing all these resources. There have been, all the local professors have come here to try and talk to this board and bring on this extra session and allow them to speak. There are very accredited experts in ethnic studies here that have been trying, and I think it's important to note that there's no apology to Dr. Alison Tintiango Cubales, and yet this, part of this board immediately was ready to give an apology to a person tonight, and I just. You want to talk about the way that, this part of the board meeting acts. The board also needs to look at the way they act. The leadership that was there created the toxic environment. So it's up to you all to heal it.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Matsushita. I am a staff member at Food What.
a local organization that focuses on community health and food justice. And I strongly support the reinstatement of the CRE contract and robust and supported ethnic studies for our community. Each year, I am lucky enough to work with dozens of incredible young people from high schools in PVUSD. Last year, our organization took youth from Watsonville to a youth leadership summit with youth from all over the country. I got to witness the power and importance of ethnic studies in action when our youth proudly and confidently shared about the history and background of their community to youth from all over the country. They shared about leaders from their community, events, and things like the cannery strike, things that they had learned about in their ethnic studies curriculum here. This is just one example of the ripple effect of the importance of ethnic studies in Watsonville that goes beyond even here. Please listen to what our students are asking for. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Mark Mendoza, and for a year, I've been coming to board meetings to speak about the renewal of CRE, and I'm sure our new board trustees have seen our progress and how the community has made an impact on this issue. I'm here once again to keep talking about the issue. I understand that the topic of ethnic studies and CRE has been added to the agenda, and there are plans to have a special board meeting on the topic. I am overjoyed that there are plans to have a discussion, and I hope the board doesn't disappoint their community again. Our community has fought a lot to get where we are. The community, we can only keep looking forward. Please don't let us down. Us students and the community have dealt with a board that only let us down and wanted to be in power and didn't care about their students. I'm proud that this year our community got together and brought in people who are supporting us and not letting us down. And I hope as a community we keep rising and growing. Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Doug Kaplan. I suppose I'm the skunk in the garden party. The co-founders of CRE have had an opportunity to practice what they preach. In 2015, they started a charter school in Oakland. 5 years later, Oakland trustees closed the school, deeming it, in their words, not academically sound. 83% of the school's students were not proficient in reading. 92% of the school's students, after 5 years, were not proficient in math. The issue is not whether or not to offer ethnic studies. That decision has been made, a decision all of us enthusiastically support. But the decision is, do you use an approach like CREs or liberated ethnic studies in a standalone ethnic studies course available to students? Or do you adopt the CRE, liberated ethnic studies course or approach to the teaching of other academic courses throughout the curriculum? So I beg you, please keep CRE's academic track record in mind as you struggle with that and other decisions and prepare for the meeting coming up in a few months. Thank you very much.
One question, point of order really quick.
No, this is...
Yeah,
Gabe, we're in public session, public comment right now, so you can wait.
And I'm happy to return to answer any questions if that's your desire. Thank you.
Mark M. Okay, I'll move on. Sandino Gomez, Eric Silas, Marilyn Garrett, and Takashi Mizuno. Mizuno?
Hello, school board. Welcome new members. Welcome old members. Happy New Year. I am a teacher who benefited from the CRE training. 100%. I'm a better teacher today because of the CRE training. I think the oranges that Doug brought up have nothing to do with the apples that we're talking about here, which is that we need people to train our teachers. We're not asking CRE to teach our students. We're asking them to train our students and our administrators so that they can better support the program and more accurately and honestly deliver ethnic studies content to our students. That's what we're asking for. The opportunity to get some of the foremost experts in the country back on our team, helping us to create a better program. That's what we want. And the fact that this has been politicized and used to attack these scholars in slanderous and libelous ways with the weaponization of Jewish identity, okay? It is not anti-Semitic to talk about Israel and the occupation and Palestinians. And the fact that this has become this big of an issue and that it has taken this long for the board to address it is honestly a disgrace. And I refer more to the old board than new. I don't want to start on a bad foot here. But Kim DeSerpa disgraced this board when she brought up those allegations. Unfounded, unproven. I don't know what Doug gave you, but I'm willing to bet it is not anything to do with the curriculum that we reviewed, because we asked Temple Bethel to look at it. We asked leaders of the Jewish community. We asked Murray Scheckman, our former superintendent, to look at the curriculum and to analyze it. He found nothing. He was in support of our students. He was in support of our teachers. Please do the right thing. And I like that you're doing an agenda or a special board meeting. That's great, but put it on the agenda to renew the contract. The problem was they refused to put it back on the agenda. We have a new board, a new agenda committee. I really hope you can find the courage and the decency to A, apologize to Dr. Allison, and B, to bring back CRE enthusiastically and apologize for what we've done. Please do the right thing.
Trustee Flores, I just have a quick comment. Okay. If the public could just address the board and not address anybody else in the crowd, thank you very much.
Okay, to address the board, he should be able to call a point of order. I feel like that is like somebody said back there, they need a parliamentarian up here. But anyways, I'm here to speak today in support of renewing the CRE contract. I'm an elementary school teacher here, and when my kids move on, I would love for them to have a curriculum that is relevant to their lives and experiences. Our students deserve an education that reflects their histories, cultures, and communities they come from. And to squash that just because of some false allegations is like ridiculous. I'm really inspired by like all of my comrades up here that have like done amazing organizing. The words of Sandino are like very inspiring. I'm just I'm sorry, I'm like welling up with emotion because I haven't felt this way in a long time, and to see so many people fired up is amazing. Teachers need consistent support and professional development to effectively teach this curriculum, and guidance from the community responsive education is crucial to ensuring that educators are equipped and engaged to engage with the diverse backgrounds in our community. So I hope you all move forward with it and renew that contract. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Takashi again. And I was on the PBSD Ethnic Studies Community Collaborative Committee for several years. And I received a letter of Professor Allison address to the board in October of 2023. And after I received the letter, and I started to take on this issue. And I have spoken on this issue since the fall of 2023. And tonight, I had a chance to meet with Professor Allison in the town hall meeting last year. And I was very much impressed with her presentation. And I had a chance to have a chat with her. And at that time, I told her that I have researched American Indian farm worker families who immigrated to Pajaro Valley since 1840s. And she said she loved to hear it. So I have been blessed to have worked with local Indians and indigenous people since I moved here 11 years ago from New Jersey. And I can work with Professor Allison and her team if they would like to do, because I'm one of the ones who have had documents and personal relations, friendship with local Indians. So I'm happy to offer to work with her and her team. Yeah, thank you.
I would like to give my 2 minutes to Christine Hong. May I do that? What?
She spoke already, so you
I
can
mean,
go ahead
an
and
additional 2 minutes.
We've never allowed that before, as far as I know.
All right. Community responsive education is critical. And we live in a settler, colonialist, capitalist exploitation society here. And indigenous people and people of color are exploited in many ways. I want to give you just a couple of examples. I taught in this district for 20 years, bilingual classes, second grade mostly. So one thing I remember, I had a little girl in my classroom who was practically blind. She had a special teacher. The parents worked in the field, pesticides, and I looked up about methyl bromide, which is applied or was then next to the schools, and it says damages lungs, eyes, kidneys, skin, known to cause reproductive harm. This is just one of the damaging effects of the kind of system we live in. The other was that the parents, of course, wanted their children to have better lives and not have to work in the fields. Some people had trouble with their feet because when they were harvesting strawberries, the rows were very narrow, so their feet wouldn't fit, and they had to bend over all the time. That's just a couple of points of exploitation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? No, actually, 40 was for me. Okay. Okay. So now we will move on to any discussion from the board. Trustee Medina? Sorry.
I just wanted to say thank you to our agenda setting committee for putting this on the agenda. I know we've had a lot of advocacy and that's also inspired me. So I just wanted to thank everyone who, comes out repeatedly to these meetings, every night, giving up their nights, their dinners, spending quality time with their family. And I just wanted to echo that and thank the agenda setting committee once again for listening to the community.
Trustee Medina?
Yeah, thank you all for showing up. I am somebody who studied Chicano studies when I went to UCLA, and it was surprising to me that I had to spend thousands of dollars per unit just to learn about myself. Well, people like that man that came up blocked my education because we don't want Latinos, Mexicanos, indigenous people knowing that we are being oppressed currently, not only by the Americans, but also by the Spanish when they first arrived on these shores. And let me give a fun fact. The U.S. was the one who showed the state, the blue and white state over there, what to do in order to commit a genocide, to restrict people from their hometowns. Let us not forget that natives lived here first. If you want to come in here and evoke manifest destiny, all right, let me tell you something. That's not going to work in this day and age anymore. These history books are wrong. They need to be corrected. These people that have been here coming for a year and you don't want to extend their time, that is amazing to me that we're going to continue to drag this on, which we are not. So I have a question about this special session. Are we able to invite people in a panel? That way we could have an expert come in and not people who are going to be spewing non-factual information.
we can arrange to have experts come in and speak with us and during that time. Yes.
Yeah, I think it would be great if each trustee could invite somebody to come in and hold down the fort so we could ask questions about ethnic studies and its curriculum, similar to what they do in the United States government, since we are a governing board, right? Cool. With that being said, I hear you guys. I've heard you guys, right? And let me say something. The cool thing about running an election is you actually get to meet and talk to people and learn about what they want and learn about their needs, their struggles, and what they're going through. And I can't say the same to somebody who's been appointed by 3 people. So with that being said, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other discussion from the board? Trustee Carrasco?
I want to thank board members who put this on the agenda. This is really important. I am a product of ethnic studies. The reason why I wanted to become a teacher is because of ethnic studies, and I'll speak more about that. But I want you to also know that this statement of having kids specifically wanting to go to school because of this class is true, because as a teacher who taught it, there are kids who literally only came to my class. So that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. Any other comments? Trustee Turley?
I'm glad there was agreement with the agenda setting committee to have this planning session. I look forward to learning what community responsive education is and is not. I hope that through this process, we develop a roadmap for how we deal with all controversies that may come up to us so that we're making decisions based on information from experts, our own study, and not just making quick decisions on something that we only heard something about for a few minutes. Moving forward, kind of a related subject, at a future time, I'd like to learn more about how when we have any new curriculum, how it's approved and how we roll it out and have our teachers trained to fully understand the curriculum so that they can better serve our students.
Okay. Trustee Navarro?
Hi, thank you. One of the things I've noticed just in my short time on the board is clearly how passionate the community feels about this, which is why Trustee Flores and I, that was one of the first things that we wanted to put back on the agenda. I'm not sure exactly what happened previously, but I will apologize to Dr. Allison Tintiago Cubalas. I don't know exactly what happened and transpired because that was before our time, but if she was disrespected in any way, then I will be the one to apologize. Thank you. I think the one thing that we all agree on is that ethnic studies is really important. I think that there are so many stories in Pajaro Valley of communities that have been marginalized and discriminated against, and those stories need to be shared and taught, and I believe everybody's stories are important. So I look forward to learning more about this particular curriculum and the CRE. I have been meeting with individuals and, actually got the textbook, and I think Carol and I are delving into it to try to understand this more fully. And I just want to assure you that I think most of us are trying to learn as much as we can about this before we make a decision.
I'd also like to thank the agenda committee for bringing this back. And with that being said, we chose dates where we have a lot of packed items and other upcoming items. So I would like to ask the board president, the vice president, if I can make a suggestion of March 27th, if we could dedicate an evening.
I agree with you. I think packing it on to already agenda meetings, and I appreciate you trying to respect my schedule, but I have 5-hour board meetings once a month, and I think a separate meeting would be better for all of us. Can I make a motion?
I just have a couple comments to make before we,
Before?
Yeah.
Okay. So hopefully we could take a look at another date where we can have a deep discussion, and hopefully when we talk about ethnic studies, as Trustee Medina said and Sandino, Watsonville and the Monterey Bay has a lot of history, a lot of people, a lot of indigenous roots and cultures. You know, for example, we have the Native Americans who live this land, the Ohlone people. And a lot of people don't know, if we look at, you know, for example, Lakeview middle school, right? When we look at Lakeview Middle School, we have a monument that mentions that was Indian land. And I think that's something that should be also included in ethnic studies. The Chinese American people who lived here in Watsonville, who built the railroads, who lived off Maple Street, Bacchus, Union, that was a Chinese village. I think that also should be included in ethnic studies. The Filipinos who worked the fields, you know, who were attacked because they entered the wrong establishments and were dancing with American women, and they were murdered off Murphy's Crossing Road. That should be also included in ethnic studies. The Japanese Americans, like Mas Hashimoto, who were rounded up and taken to internment camps at the Salinas Fairgrounds. When you look at where they have the rodeo, when you look back towards the stables, there's a monument that says the Japanese were interned here before they were sent out to the Central Valley. The Mexican Americans who harvested this land in the 1950s before they were deported under Operation Wetback, and that's something else we need to talk about. In the 1980s and the 1990s, the cannery strikes, where I believe some of our relatives worked, and that's also something that should be mentioned. And so I wanted to dedicate a special day so everybody can have the opportunity. Everybody, Watsonville's about everybody, and I hopefully invite everybody who sent letters and who talked to please show up to that meeting and tell us the history that needs to be told, because some of us know that. Some of us know that, and you know, let it be said. You know, this is a meeting for everybody to talk and dedicate their stories, and so this is a day, and hopefully we can find a date where all of us could share those stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dodge. I'm glad that you mentioned Mr. Hashimoto, because I had the privilege of being in kindergarten with Ms. Hashimoto and Mr. Hashimoto at Watsonville High for U.S. history. And I loved what both of them brought to their classrooms. And I just want to take this time to thank Mr. Mizuno for the invitation to the event that's going to be at Aptos High School on the 28th. My great-grandmother is actually a Ohlone Indian. All of her generation, when they are buried, the tribe still comes out and performs there. So that I definitely am going to be there. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. So now we can have the discussion as far as a date and time. And so Trustee Dodge brought up doing it on a Thursday. How does everyone feel about that?
My preference would be to keep it on a Wednesday, because that's kind of our routine, maybe the Wednesday before the 19th or the 12th.
So a separate Wednesday from our board meeting, but still on a Wednesday, okay?
If I would actually rather have this on a Sunday where we could have more participants involved and students. I know a lot more people are off on a Sunday. Is that possible for us to do?
I would be okay with Saturday, but not a Sunday.
As the one person who has to work every other weekend and only gets their kids twice, that might be a little challenging, but maybe on a Friday evening.
I could do Friday evening. Do whatever you want. Yeah.
So how does everyone feel about a Friday evening?
I could do a Friday.
Okay, so let's suggest some so we can look at our calendars.
21st or 28th?
I'm a broke millennial. I'm free all the time, so just tell me when to be there.
So March, so why don't we all look at March 21st or March 28th? Okay, 21st is off, the 28th. Does March 28th work? Okay, and how about a time? Dr. Contreras, what time should we, 6 o'clock? Like we typically start. It's a Friday, and will there be a closed session?
Since it's a special study session, I don't see a need for a closed session, and we'll have other meetings to do board business with that. So I think it would just be straight study session. Could be a lengthier because the study session will include presentations. Yeah, I'm looking at Claudia because she's going to be responsible for that. Claudia, how much of presentation time are you envisioning?
Oh, goody. Yay, I get to have input on this. I would like to be able to have a good solid hour. I mean, perfect world scenario, maybe a little even more than that, especially if we're bringing experts in. So if we could go an hour, hour and a half, and then that would be able to give us time to have public comments about it, because we still have to do public comment. So we would be able to have comment and then a nice sizable time to do discussion.
So I'm wondering if, since it's a Friday, if we do 5 o'clock start time, just so we don't, I don't know how many people want to stay super late on Friday.
If I could get a quick survey of people, would Friday at 5 work? Raise your hand if that's cool. I don't know.
To drop, yeah, 5:30?
I think that's a good.
5:30 is good. My grandma said she wants to come. She's free after 5:30, so.
Oh, okay, I need a motion.
After novelas, right?
I'll make a motion. 5:30 on March 28th.
Okay.
Special board meeting.
And can I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposing? Any abstaining? Okay, motion carries 6-0-1.
Thank you.
Okay, and now I will move us on to item 12.2, the Sustainable Budget Team. This will be presented by Dr. Heather Contreras, Superintendent of Schools, and the Sustainable Budget Team.
Thank you. So our Sustainable Budget Team is assembling themselves. I can see some people coming up. So as they get ready for the presentation, I just want to brief the board in and do a reminder of the process behind this. There's a couple things I want to note also for you to be aware of and think about. This process, I believe, is one of the most transparent processes a district has engaged in, with the most opportunity for community input that I'm aware of in looking at budget reductions. And all of California is in this position. PVUSD is not alone in having to look at this. We received millions, $100 million in one-time monies that were allocated in a variety of ways. But we did choose as a district to allocate one-time spending to positions. That money has sunsetted, and so we need to look at how do we address that funding when we have positions that we added with dollars that we no longer have. So we put together this team. All of the meetings were recorded, live streamed, and then any documents were posted. My team put together what we thought was really the pertinent information, and we chose to look at just what did we do as a district with one-time dollars, COVID money, or otherwise known as ESSER funds. You'll hear those interchangeably today in the presentation. What did we do? How did we allocate that spending? And then what might we do now? The team was asked many, many questions and requested much information from us. So if you look through those different meetings, you'll see different things, like at one point we had a request to see our electric bills. So we shared everything that was requested of us, and we also shared a lot of documents that we did. I know earlier PVFT talked about positions and not sharing those. We did not talk positions. We talked overall funding sources. Positions and the approval of positions that might be impacted by this would come at the February 17th board meeting. Additionally, so tonight the action that we're seeking from the board is to give approval for my team to move forward in preparation for next steps that would have to happen. Additionally, I know the mental health clinicians are impacted in one of the recommendations from the Sustainable Budget Team. I do want to note that that does not include mental health clinicians that are paired with our SROs. And that's because the SRO pairing with the mental health clinicians is a program that we have said goes together to our public. So that is not one of the positions that would be left. Additionally, I want to note that what the Sustainable Budget Team recommended was to return to pre-pandemic funding levels. So things that were in place in 2019 remain intact. And so in none of the proposals, I think except for maybe, in none of the proposals is there just a total removal of like mental health services, or a total removal of social emotional counselors, or a total removal of intervention programs, or partnerships that we do have. So that I do want to point that out, because we are remaining programs intact. So the Sustainable Budget Team worked through many hours to make the recommendation to the board, knowing that what they are putting before you is a recommendation, and it is ultimately the board's decision. So with that, I think they are ready to present.
We need to bump Bad Bunny's new album while the silence is happening or something, because.
I think that's appropriate.
Right, thank you.
I do actually have one more comment that I'd like to make, and that's to the Sustainable Budget Team. So this team of 24 people applied to be part of the Sustainable Budget Team. We had more applicants to the team than we had spots, because we were looking at what's a team that could be really functional and have deep discussions over the course of these actions. I want to thank this team personally from the bottom of my heart. You showed up every single time. You were thoughtful, you asked questions, you went back out into the community and brought things back in. And I know that this is a very hard and difficult presentation to make, but we do value community and community input. And when we're looking at budget reductions, it is important to consider those things. So thank you very much.
Hello, everyone here and at home. My name is Nora Llerena. I'm a mother of 6, all students here within our school district. I'm a certified family educator, and I'm the founding director of Raíces y Cariño, a family resource center. I was fortunate, if that's the right word, to serve on this budget committee. We're actually an incredibly beautiful, diverse group. Those who were able to speak tonight may not all necessarily represent the diversity, but it was fantastic. I really appreciate the work that went into that. We were tasked with the impossible, really, to know that we aren't experts in anything that we were presented with. Many of us are regular old parents. All members, like Dr. Contreras said, were chosen by lottery. They include parents, educators, labor union representatives, administration, and community-based organizations like that I represent. We spent more than 16 hours learning the intricacies of our district's budget. This committee has no voting power. So everybody listening, we do not have any voting power whatsoever. And again, it's ultimately up to you all. And I really want to reiterate that, because the sense I'm getting from public comment, from stakeholders, is that this budget committee is kind of being viewed as a scapegoat for making this really crummy decision that has to be made. I don't know, are you guys doing slides that we have? Oh, I have a fancy button. Ayo. I don't think we necessarily need to read these over, but this is the school district's vision and mission. These are the members of the committee. We pulled together some norms to lean on. Our work was guided by these core principles that students are our top priority, equity of voice for all of us on the committee, and including equity of voice for those that we represent from the community at large. Listen to understand, not listening to just respond. Be brave enough to ask the questions. Create a safe space for open dialogue and honor the diversity of our community, and then also to assume positive intent. Our recommendations align with the district's strategic goals. These were presented in a board meeting in November of last year, with the first goal being academic excellence, professional learning, climate, culture, and community, fiscal responsibility, and human resources. And then our purpose. So the Budget Committee's purpose was to make collective recommendations to the board on how we use our resources to best serve students and maintain fiscal solvency in the face of declining enrollment over the next decade, right? So that was the other piece, is this wasn't just deciding, making a recommendation and understanding what's going to happen next year, but over the next decade. And then also understanding what was happening long before COVID. And that is part of these intricacies that were, tremendously confusing, but I thought the committee did a really great job of bringing in experts to help us understand at a deeper level. The committee faces a difficult task, identifying potential cost-saving measures to address a projected budget deficit. Let me be clear. No one on the committee wants these cuts. Not a single person on this committee, not Ms. Contreras here, not anyone in the community, not any student. No one wants these cuts. For those at home, those behind me, I urge you to engage with the school board on these critical budget decisions. I also hope the district considers establishing ongoing budget committees to foster continued community involvement in the decision-making process. I also feel like we, as a committee, did not have all the information, and I don't feel like that's necessarily the fault of any particular person, but feeling, as I said, like a scapegoat for these really crummy decisions that have to be made. I also feel like, and I share that as a collective, that we didn't have all the information. There were questions that we asked that didn't get answers to. That there is a misunderstanding of the intricacies of just the mental health professionals that support our students as well. So in that, as I propose and request ongoing budget committees that bring in our community, that we do in fact give all the ins and outs of everything involved, even if it's a little too complicated, even if we go beyond 16 hours and we pull 20 hours. Those who signed up to win this lottery, to be part of the committee, were invested in our students, in our children, and in our community. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, President Flores, Vice President Dr. Navarro, and Dr. Contreras, members, and cabinet. My name is Katie Chris-Kunis, and I am the proud principal of Lakeview Middle School. My pronouns are she, her, and I am also a parent in our community, excuse me.
Dr. Contreras provided our team with a 7-step problem-solving model as a process for conducting our work. Our team worked collaboratively to identify the problem and early work together. And for many of our meetings, as we analyzed data and reimagined possible and plausible solutions, knowing that this challenge is something that we will be working through in the next few years. On December 13th, our team completed step 5, which we are recommending to the board this evening. Our team co-created a problem statement to clarify the problem we were tasked with addressing. The problem statement was our guide for this important work. PVUSD is facing a significant challenge due to declining enrollment and the loss of one-time pandemic funding. To address this issue, we must reprioritize and reimagine our services to scale effectively and maximize available resources. Our goal is to maintain high-quality educational offerings while ensuring equitable access for all students. To achieve this, we must implement solutions with transparency, ultimately positioning our district for success in a sustainable manner. To ensure that we are able to address possible and plausible solutions aligned with our district, and our team reviewed our district goals. I think it's important to review these goals here this evening, and I do understand you can read them, but I do think that what helps me to ensure that I'm achieving the goals at my site is to constantly revisit those with all of the stakeholders in our community so that we can make sure we stay focused at what we're trying to achieve. Goal 1, engage and sustain the trust, involvement, and responsibility of all parents and community to promote collaborative programs which result in high levels of success for all students. Goal 2, attract, hire, develop, and retain an excellent professional staff throughout the district. Goal 3, provide academic challenges for all students, support and maintain programs that are successful, and help build new opportunities so we keep all students engaged in their learning. Goal 4, maintain a balanced budget while effectively maximizing all resources to fulfill educational priorities. Goal 5, ensure that all schools provide a safe, healthy, and positive school environment for students and staff. Goal 6, provide a consistent and strategic program to achieve the goal of English acquisition. Pardon me. Our district goals are aligned to the Local Control Accountability Plan, commonly referred to as the LCAP for our community members. The LCAP goals were collaboratively developed with stakeholders in our community last year, and they describe the goals which align to our actions and expenditures to support positive student outcomes. So goal 1 is focused on college and career readiness and academic success. Goal 2, positive school culture, including family engagement. Goal 3, supporting foster youth. Goal 4, supporting students who receive special services, such as students with disabilities. Goal 5, supporting multilingual learners. And the site-specific goals 6 through 8, which is an equity multiplier funds, focus on our new school, community day school, Renaissance continuation school, and virtual academy. Additionally, the team was presented with the district's core values for allocating resources. Our first value as a district is to be student-centered. We maintained that through these challenging discussions. We want to make sure that the decisions that we're bringing here, or the recommendation that we're bringing you here today, focuses on putting students first. We must prioritize students' best interests in all decision-making and consider the impact of sunsetting funds on student well-being, student learning, student outcomes, and parent engagement in support of increased student outcomes. Our second core value is to ensure equity and access. As we make decisions with realigning our program, we commit to maintain equitable access to educational opportunities and supports for all students. This includes a focus on student groups who have historically underperformed. Our third value is to preserve the programs and services that directly support district goals and LCAP goals. while our fourth value is to consider programs that are currently in place that need additional years to show progress towards improving student outcomes. When considering programs that require more time to exhibit progress, we will ensure evidence-based, data-driven decisions are made regarding program effectiveness. And with that said, I want to thank you all this evening for representing our community, not only our schools, but also as a parent in this community, my own children's needs. So thank you. And with that, I'd like to introduce Mike Floor.
Good evening again, board, and I'm Dr. Contreras. Here we are. Remember, use one of these, you just use the right. There we go. So the very first thing we did in the first of the 8 meetings was to prioritize what the budget is spent on. These are the 7 areas that the budget is used for, and we spent the entire meeting sitting down and prioritizing. There were 5 groups of small groups. We all had our own ideas, and the consensus based on all those groups turned into this list of priorities. The first being teaching and learning. That's the teachers and the core educational programs as defined by the Ed Code. That's the first priority. That's kind of to be untouched. The second was visual and performing arts, music, art, drama, choir. Don't want to take that away from the kids. Again, that happened 20 years ago, so that's not going to happen again. The third is enrichment opportunities, field trips, outdoor activities, athletics. Those programs can't be cut either. So those 3 things, we deliberated for 2 hours, and those 3 were pretty much unanimous with all the groups. Then we get into the controversy. Mental health was the 4th priority. There's an array of services there. Career and college connection, college visits, college and career centers. We spend money on family resources, medical, socio-emotional, informational, and food security. And then educational options, the basically Virtual Academy and Pacific Coast Charter. Those schools need to be, they exist. Because of COVID, we opened up a second one. And so that is the ranking of the priority that the entire committee deemed priority. This is the core classes, the core subject areas that our district uses this model. It's a nice Venn diagram. Math and science and English language arts have their own individual components, but then they cross-pollinate. And in the middle there, you can see that they support analysis of a range of grade level complex texts with evidence, because you have to read in all of those. So it's kind of how they're all folded together. That's the district model. And then this is the 23-24 school year. How we rank with some neighboring districts as far as meeting the base expectations for the learning that happens that year. These are similar districts demographically to ours in California. And as you can see the numbers there, we're not the worst, but we're definitely not the best. There's a lot of need for improvement there. If you look at, for English language arts, we scored lower than we did the year before, and in mathematics, just a small improvement. So there's a lot of room for improvement there from what we did in the 23-24 school year. And then these are the meetings that we had. You can look at those. The one I'm talking about was on September 18th, where we basically broke down and created those priorities. We had a 2-hour presentation on how to read the budget at our second meeting. An outside consultant came in and spent the entire time breaking down the budget to us. None of us are experts, so it was a big time learning experience for all of us, and a lot of eyes were open like, oh, okay. Learned some terms. There's a lot more than I think most of us mastered, but we got a working understanding of how the budget works. Then the following week, we broke up in groups, and we dialed in more to the tough decisions that were oncoming. So we're looking at 6 hours of meetings before we even talked about what we were going to do, any cuts, where we had to make adjustments. On the day before Halloween, we continued what we were doing the week before. The fifth meeting on the 6th of November, we talked about site staffing and ratios so we could understand what that meant, because some of the cuts that we kind of need to make are right sizing the ratios at certain schools, which is going to seem like we're filling classes more and having less people do it. So it's going to be more work for the people that are already doing it. And then when we came back 2 weeks later, we talked about how to attract teachers to our area and keep them. So we didn't really talk about what we were going to do cuts until the 7th meeting on December 10th. And of the 7 things, where do you cut what we needed to cut? I mean, none of it was pleasant. So we talked about bringing things back to pre-COVID, because the COVID money enabled us to hire new things, but that's not a sustainable amount moving forward. So we didn't know what to do. We didn't like it. That was the least fun meeting. And if you watch that, we went over. So all the meetings, credit to Dr. Contreras, we ended at 8 o'clock. So this one, we went till almost 8:25 because it was very uncomfortable. And we were given a homework assignment right before Thanksgiving on November 20th to try to come up with innovative ideas to save some money. And we posted those all over the board. So we did a lot to try to figure out creative ways. But the reality of it is the recommendations that we came up with that we're going to present to you that we're doing right now is the lesser of all the evils according to the 24 of us that collaborated on this. And then the last board meeting, we put it all together. And I think those are my 5 pages. So thank you for listening. I appreciate it. I'm going to present Sue Gralty to continue. Thank you.
Did I go the wrong way? No. Okay. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Contreras. My name is Sue Gralty, and I've been an employee in PVUSD since 2010. I started as a teacher at New School and then became the coordinator of VAPA and GATE for 6 years. And then now I have the honor of being the principal at New School Community Day School, the best school in the whole district. I've also had the opportunity to work in several different states in several different areas around the country. So California is new to me. The budgeting in California is very new to me. And if I could change anything, I'd go way high. But that's above my pay grade. But I do want to say that I believe that all these varied positions over the years have given me a good idea of how different districts run and what you need. The process of being part of the sustainable budget team was really interesting because going from from a teacher to a district office, I was also a lunchroom monitor at one point in my career. That was my starting gig. It really gave me another view of things that I didn't know about the district. So I was really, really grateful for that. I thought the meetings were extremely well run. I think that all of our voices were honored. It's a tough thing to do anytime you have to cut. I also, my family owns a music store back in Chicago area, so I understand what it's like when you have to cut employees. It's never fun, and it's just a horrible thing. So during our sustainable budget team, we explored several options. We had a lot of out-of-the-box thinking, and we did float some really amazing ideas, which are still memorialized. So you guys everybody can look back at them. You can look at all the meetings. I mean, it's really, really hard. Excuse me. Thank you. Teacher voice, sorry. Information was brought to us at every meeting and follow-up questions for me personally were always answered either before the meeting or at the next meeting. The slides I'm presenting to you were not easy to come through. I will be quite transparent. I was not there on the 10th or the 15th. I was with my mother broke her hip dancing at 89, and so I was back with her. So that's my goal, 89 swing dancing, teaching. But there has been a lot of information brought to us at the Sustainable Budget team, both informal and formal, and very hard to hear, and nobody ever wants to have to make a judgment on somebody else's livelihood. So without further ado, here are the slides that I was asked to present, and it is very hard to do so, and I come humbly to you. So, right sizing, slide A. So, right sizing would take us back to pre-pandemic budget. So, reducing the district office, which has already been done, academic coordinator, right sizing. So, when we were presented to that, am I supposed to talk this much about it at all? Okay. Sorry. I also was asked to speak this afternoon. So the academic coordinator position, right sizing, elementary release ratios, right sizing, 1.3 million. I can go on forever about academic or elementary release. Intervention reductions of 2.4. So obviously we found after the pandemic our students were very far behind. Things were brought in using one-time monies, and that was not a transparent process with a lot of people. Reductions funded, and then B is all one-time monies. So the A part of it is due to the declining enrollment, right? So we don't have as many students, we don't have as much money, you don't need as many teachers, etc. Okay, then we have C. Oh gosh, I'm sorry, you guys. I did A and I didn't do B. Oh, and you guys couldn't read what I was thinking? Sorry. Here's B, the mental health clinicians, which we all know that we needed, and yeah. Anyway, so there's B. Like I said, none of these were easy. C, we have, again, the mental health reduction, elementary teacher, release teacher right sizing, academic coordinator position right sizing, district office reductions, and intervention. So it's kind of a little bit of everything. Option D, social emotional counselor reduction, mental health clinician reduction, elementary release time, district office reduction, and academic coordinator right sizing. Option E was district office reductions, which have already taken place, elementary release right sizing, intervention reductions, mental health reductions, and that would be the total cost of the PVUSD one-time mental health funding. And option E would go in for the next round. So like I said, none of these options are great. I wish that I could become the governor and change everything in California, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. So it is without further, I'm going to introduce you to Richard, who I had the opportunity to work side by side with through most of the time.
Thank you. Good evening, sorry, can you hear me? Good evening, members of the board, and most importantly, ladies and gentlemen behind me and those joining us online. My name is Richie Gray, and I guess you're all wondering why is there an English guy stood here. Well, it's I have a daughter who started TK this year. We recently moved from San Diego, where I retired from 25 years in the military.
Sorry.
I made a lot of difficult decisions during my career, but none really amounted to the pressure that we felt when we were looking at the concerns of the community and the options that are sort of on the table. Now, I'll stress within this that decisions made were based on the facts that we had available at the time. And although you may look at it and say, 16 hours, probably not doing due diligence, but I can assure you that all those members of the board felt that it was an honor to serve on the board, and are now some of us stood here, me particularly at the end, talking through the awful options with a heavy heart, because it's not something any of us wanted to do. And I think echoing a lot of the team members, it's, we were given a task, and that, to remind you all, was to look towards a saving of $5 million over the next year, with a warning that there'll be more the following year due to the reduction in enrolled students, etc. Sorry. Okay, so like most plans, we all went away having looked at options A through E, and we thought we don't really like those. Let's play around with them if we can, and look at hybrid options as such. So we came back together on December 10th just before Christmas. We reviewed those options, and a lot of the team members had engaged in the community in their jobs that they do, whether it be at school, where their students are, etc. And we were already starting to see the interest in this Sustainable Budget Committee sort of being talked about, and the sort of what we were being asked to do. So after these meaningful discussions, we looked at some sort of other type of options, and those revisions as such. And I'm not going to read them out line by line. I will give you a few seconds to look at them. Some you already see that are standard across all options, but then those at the top are where you will see the sort of the variations as we look at what's possible or not possible to achieve. So moving on really to the final recommendations. Again, we came back then a week later, almost a week later, with more ideas, having engaged with the community more, having been spoke to in the playground or wherever it might be. And, there's obviously a lot of concern about this. And when I turned up here tonight early and felt the passion in the room, I thought, flipping out, Richie, you're going last. What's going to happen? So, when we look at all the options that address the services and the support that the community needs, and, it needs them all, but given the way that things were funded and the needs to save money, there was no choice but to look at difficult options. So when we looked at these three options, based on the sort of restrictions that we have these three recommendations as our final recommendations. And, I know there's a great concern about the mental health sort of potential cuts that we're talking about. And one thing that the team was certainly clear of is that all means possible should be investigated into what is available in mental health. More was added to the schools during the period of the pandemic and post-pandemic because it was a recognised need. But as I say, the way it was funded, unfortunately, that can't continue. But we know that perhaps some children may have health insurance, some don't. So, let's make sure that those that do, that we're getting that money back, because there's not yet a process in place that, as we understood it, that was facilitating that. And that's where a lot of this money could be recouped. Now, as I say, I'm not going to line by line this, but one of the key areas that we all agreed on was regarding the PVPSA contract. And it was agreed across the team that we should look to reduce that as much as possible with shifting the money to the district hired mental health clinicians. Obviously, the caveat in that is we didn't see the contract, we don't know the contract, and so there were bound to be contractual implications in that. But ultimately, that was the piece where we thought we could do most with, if allowed to do so. And, that would mean that we keep as many mental health clinicians we can in schools, hired by the districts, maintain the level or pre-pandemic level of the social and emotional counsellors, and try to, already accepting the cuts that they're doing in the district office, and I appreciate this, we're playing with numbers, and there's detail missing this. There's no sort of, what does 1.5 million equate to in terms of number of positions? And unfortunately, team, that's going to be down to you to really pad out. But that is where we sort of landed. Difficult, but it was great to form such a good team. And for me, I've learned so much about the American education system in the last 6 months. I think there are things that could be done. I don't understand if the target is 180 days, that as a minimum. Well done, we've made the minimum. In terms of number of school days, and I looked at this because I'm like, I never used to have 2 months off school when I was growing up. We had 6 weeks. So I think you used to refer to it as all year school, all round week. So it's a case of, could we look at shifting the calendar so that, and we've discussed this as a team, the students are in school when the air conditioning doesn't need to be used. So rather than coming back in June and working through August, where the hottest months, they'll go on holiday in July till the end of August and start in the fall in September. So the heating and cooling costs come down, which would take time to see, and there's the contractual issues with teachers, et cetera, et cetera. But that's the sort of ideas we were asked to throw at a wall and see what sticks. The time limit, obviously, of what you're faced with imminently is that's where we land. For those that, had the opportunity, it's likely to happen again this year. I commend it to you because it certainly put me in touch with the community, and it's a great thing to learn about. And then you will also understand the difficult decisions that people make. I did hear in early comments of arriving early that, it was a sort of a bit of a showboat, a bit of a scapegoat. I can assure you, I'm willing to talk with anybody offline that I'd take definite umbrage for any member of the team that is the case, because it's not. We're here presenting something that's extremely difficult, and I do not envy your role. So with that, I hand over to the comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to our public comments. Trustee Navarro will call you up in 5.
First up, we have Bobby Pels, Omar Diegues, Christine Hong, Dr. Lourdes Peraza, and Betancourt. Corbin? I'm sure there's like 30.
Sorry, is it 1 minute? One.
Oh, you? Okay. 2 it is.
2? Okay.
2.
Bobby Pels, Watsonville High. I'm here to speak on the proposed cuts in mental health. Reminded me of a debate we had earlier in the year about SROs, and I remember that there was an argument that was made that eliminating the SROs would put our students' lives at risk. And that was why the board insisted we have to keep SROs, because God forbid we cut SROs and then something happens and a kid dies. And, that made me think of this, and it made me think of, well, isn't this the same thing? I mean, can't you make the same argument? And because, the CDC lists the second leading cause of death among young people is suicide. And I think that, cutting our funding to mental health will absolutely put our students' lives at risk. Even more so than cutting SROs. I mean, if you were to ask me, I would say if you need to cut funding from our budget, cut the SROs and redirect that funding to mental health support. I mean, we have lots and lots of research that says the return on investment in mental health is much greater than any return you would get from having SROs on campus. And I think it sends the wrong message that we would rather invest in control than invest in support. Personally, I think that cutting mental health services is not just concerning and difficult, it's also dangerous. And we really would put students' lives at risk. And I understand, trying to right size and go back to pre-pandemic levels, but the problem is that the anxiety and the stress and the trauma that kids feel are not going back to pre-pandemic levels. And so we can't reduce funding for something that's becoming even more of a problem than it was in the past. In fact, we really should be increasing the funding for mental health support. But, at the very least, let's keep it where it is. Thank you.
Omar Diegues, Barrios Unidos. Why are we paying police to do a job that they were sworn in by the Constitution to serve and protect? Why are they double dipping? Why are we paying them for something they already swore to do, to protect the community? If we were to cut the SROs, that funding could go to the elementary schools where I know the mental health counselors are needed. I work with juveniles. And what I'm coming to see, and I'm working with them in juvenile halls, I'm working with them in the streets, in the community, and what I'm coming to find out is that they have a lot of trauma behind what's going on in their lives. I work, for example, with these two brothers right now that are dealing with not having a mother that's in prison. Their dad is dead, and they have a lot of anger in them, and they need healing. So we need to keep our mental health to deal with these kind of cases, to help them heal. That's what we need to do, is we need to heal our community. We need to have healing for our youth. It's important that we provide that. And we need to make sure, these contracts with these SROs are only in the high schools. Who's protecting our elementary students? They don't get that protection. The high schools do. Why don't they get it? Let's cut those SROs. Let's redirect that money to bring more mental health into all our schools to help the schools and the students heal. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Corbin Joang Betancourt. I am a senior student at Aptos High School. And as somebody who has had depression and nearly tried suicide, I find it insulting, disrespectful, and infuriating that you would even suggest taking away mental health services from my school and those who need it. The mental health professionals at my school helped me a lot. In fact, if not for them, I would be dead. I would have committed suicide if not for their services. So I demand you take mental health off the budget cut, for their services will be in even higher demand, especially from the LGBTQ+ community in the coming years as Trump takes office. Over 40% of trans adults and 30% of trans youth commit suicide, and these numbers, or have tried committing suicide, and these numbers only climb higher if they are denied gender-affirming care. I mention these statistics as a Republican government will try banning gender-affirming care nationwide and drive suicide rates up. Thus, it is imperative that the mental health department stays funded. If you want to defund something, try the six-figure salaries of those in the district office instead.
I want to thank the committee who did this hard work because it sounds like a lot of work, so I want to thank them, and I know that it's difficult. But I think it's really important to remember that for a child to succeed in school, they need to be well mentally. And I noticed that the SROs were not on that list. I know some of the board members, especially on the previous board, were really supporters of that. But when you look at, it's like we had asked for what is the evidence that they're working. We still haven't gotten that evidence. It's an opinion. It's a false sense of security that people get. We have no evidence that it actually secures anything. But we do know that one SRO gets paid $145 an hour, whereas a licensed clinician gets paid $44 an hour. So we can have three clinicians for one SRO. So I would vote for that to get eliminated. And some of you have heard my title, doctor. I'm a clinical psychologist, by the way. This is why this is important to me. I actually work in crises, and I have seen an increase in kids with suicide. depression and anxiety are so high. And anxiety can drive people to suicide, by the way. Those are the two most common things that I've seen. So I've been working in mental health for almost 20 years. After I became a teacher, went back to school, got my doctorate in psychology. In that time, I have worked with tons and tons of kids and families. And the thing that I see consistently is anxiety and depression. That just does not go away. So as those things increase, I think we need to really think about other ways to cut. I was also thinking about a lot of the schools got money for community schools. Maybe, they do have, a lot of schools are working on having a social emotional center. Maybe having some social workers and having families come to that, that money can go to some of that as well. And let's see. On a side note, actually, I would encourage everybody to write to the state. Let me finish this really quick. I would encourage everybody to write to the governor, to the person who does a fund, and remind them, as Mr. Pelt said, that while COVID is gone, the things that COVID caused are not gone, and we still need that funding. And as my last note, I know President Flores and Trustee Dodge mentioned that you didn't like people mentioning names, but I think that when people cause certain situations, they need to be called out. And that's the reason why I name people, because 3 people have consistently created this as a problem, and that's why I felt they needed to be called out.
Takashi Mizuno, Maria Garcia, Mark M., Takashi Mizuno, Christina Souza, and Emily Calmetti.
Okay. Hi, me again. I wanted to know why we have to take away money from the mental health service section. It helps students, like many other people said, and ages from 10 to 18 years old commit suicide, as Mr. Pell said, and it's the second most common reason why people are dying. They're committing suicide and they're ending their lives. And I think it's a big problem in our lives, because it's not fair for students to just feel like they need to end their lives just because they're feeling this way and they're just not feeling like they're being enough. And I also heard that in Watsonville High School in PV and Watsonville High School got 2 new golf carts. I don't know where they got that money from, but it sounds like we got money. So it's kind of confusing. We have 4 golf carts. We had 2 already, and they're brand new. We got them like a year ago, and now we have 2 more. It's a little confusing. I don't know if they got some at Aptos or something, but that's what really confuses me. So if we have new golf carts, where's all this money coming from? If you guys could answer that question, if you guys have any sort of ideas, or if they got it from their own money or something. It has their logo on it, so I'm guessing it's from the school. And I don't think it's fair for you to take away our health department just because of that. Like, take it from something else instead of that, because we have 4 golf carts. They use it to go around the school. They don't actually use it for like helping people. Like when somebody's getting into a fight, they run. They don't like go in a golf cart and like go over there. They go running, and they're like, they separate them. They don't go in a golf whoosh, and then they, like, I just think it's not really fair for you guys to take it away. Thank you.
I have recently been informed by teachers and counselors that there has been a new budget that is being discussed. This budget is concerning because it will risk schools losing their wellness center that house many students who struggle with mental health. As a student who has struggled with mental health for most of their lives, this is difficult for me to hear. Put yourself in my shoes. Imagine you go to school after feeling horrible at home because you have been dealing with your mental health. You can't reach out for help to your family because you come from a family who doesn't believe in such a thing as mental health. Your only home can't help you, so you remember you have a social emotional counselor at home. You need the help, so you ask for help, only to find out, due to the recent budget that was approved by district, the help you need is gone. Without the the help you thought you had, you feel helpless. Imagine students who struggle like me or denied the only help because the district decided to cut the only resources you needed. Are we trying to raise the suicide rate? If you are, then get out of the board because your mission statement is to support students in learning. How can students learn when their mental health is worsening because they don't have a safe place to go? Please don't approve this budget. As a student who struggles, a student who knows the struggle and is currently trying to get help and grow. Thank you.
Hello, board. Thank you for hearing us today. And thank you, everyone, for being here and supporting and coming out and staying long. This is so important. I don't even know what I'm going to say anymore because I threw my speech away after I got those numbers. My name is Christina Souza. I'm social emotional counselor. This is my 10th year in that position at PVUSD. I was so proud to come to a school district that actually had the foresight to create these positions of social emotional counselors and realize we were at the forefront. This was before anyone knew what SEL was. I was just coming from getting my master's, and my master's thesis was on sustainable SEL K-12. The research is overpowering on the impacts that a sustainable K-12 SEL program, a comprehensive program, has on academics, on college going, on test scores. It goes on and on. If a student is not well, they cannot learn. If they don't feel safe, they cannot learn. If they don't have a person, a community, somebody at the school that they know will be there for them, they can't learn. And that's not really the worst thing that can happen, them not learning, right? We all understand that. It is not the worst thing that can happen. Serious things happen. Students do take action on wanting to end their lives. They share that with us. We've made space for them. There's been space made by the social emotional counselors and the mental health clinicians, especially the gen ed mental health clinicians. There's being space made at this current time for these students who are seriously concerned about their mental health and don't know who to go to or who is safe. Right now, we have those positions and they are in place. Please don't take them away. I know these are hard budget decisions, but our students cannot learn if they are not well. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Emily Calmet. I'm a social emotional counselor at 2 elementary sites. I was also previously a teacher. I've been in the district for 15 years, and I'm also a parent of a student in the district. I'm here tonight because I'm highly concerned about the recommendations by the Sustainable Budget Committee. First off, obviously, with the amount of support here, the number one priority is students. We provide access so they can access their learning and curriculum. If they are dysregulated, suicidal thoughts, trauma, grief, we provide the supports so that they can be in school, so that they can attend, and so that they can access their learning. They cannot do that if they do not have these types of services. One reason I'm very concerned about the Sustainable Budget Committee recommendation is in one of the meetings on December 16th, they said that the Children's Youth Behavioral Initiative, the fee schedule, they weren't ready to do that. PVUSD is one of the first of 47 local education agencies that in January 2004 became and got access to these fees to be able to charge for all of the services that social emotional counselors and mental health clinicians provide. It was also noted that the fee schedule would not recoup the same money, or we would not get the same amount of dollars. And on the fee schedule, it is exactly comparable to what Medi-Cal billing is in the health industry. So I'm very confused about that information that was provided on the December 16th meeting. Additionally, number 4 was mental health in their priorities. There were 3 underneath that, and yet mental health is in cuts to all of the options. That's a huge concern. PBPSA, lastly, PBPSA has a $2 million contract. I service about 30 to 50 students a week. I have one intern at each site. They see 5 students a week, the same 5 students for the entire school year. I'm very concerned about these cuts. I feel that we provide necessary services to our students, and I want to encourage the board to reject the Sustainable Budget Committee recommendations. Thank you.
Konbanwa. Can you understand what I said? Konbanwa. It's in Japanese. Good evening. I tested you. Anyway, first of all, I'd like to say thank you very much to Miss Olivia Flores. You said you are Orone. That's amazing. Yeah, thank you very much. And I became, through my research, I was amazed that there have been so many people in Pajaro Valley who have American Indian DNA, not only Orone, but Chumash, Eslen, Salinan, various Cherokee, so many people. It's amazing. Yeah. And you are also indigenous. And I'm also indigenous from Japan. Yeah. Japanese has about 10 or 12% of DNA indigenous people. That's what I learned recently. And culturally, I have become more and more indigenous these days. And one of the things which I've learned from American Indians is that when we make decisions, we need to think about 7 generations back and 7 generations forward. This is important. This is wisdom. So, and I also mentioned in one of board meetings that we need to think about generational trauma. There are so many people who have suffered from generational trauma. So we really need counselors. So please think about it. Thank you.
Is Mark M. still here? Mark? Next. Who's that? Bobby Marchesalt, Carrie Goodwin, Matt Merrill, Susanna Langstaff, and Nat Lowe.
Hello, board. I'll start by acknowledging it's a really tough position. And so, hello. Yes, it's a hard decision. We're in a horrible spot. You are in and we are in. And I want to thank all those who are on the team because that's a lot of time they put in. I appreciate all their work. I am a teacher of what I consider a core subject who happens to provide release. And I'm also a parent in our district. And I watched some of the full meetings, not all, unfortunately. There's a lot of time. Maybe I'll eventually get to it. I'm going to try. But I don't know how you do this without considering some of the FTE. And I hear what you're saying there, but that's a struggle for me. I have questions that I hope will be asked about right-sizing release teachers. $1.3 million there. We talked about the top priorities being teaching and learning, and then second was VAPA. And I don't know how you do that, first of all, without cutting VAPA teachers. And your release are music, art, PE, and science, which are all not only valuable because they provide release, but they're valuable, important subjects. And so I think to just call it release really doesn't give it the weight that it deserves. And what are we actually cutting if we do that? I understand ESSER is sunsetting. As it's been said many times, the effects of COVID are not. And just going back to 2019 isn't the best way because it's not 2019. Okay, we need more mental health support, has been talked about. I echo why were SROs not presented? How do we decide what was presented to the team? Why was that not a discussion? And in the same way, we're making hard decisions. We know that. I don't want to see any schools closed any more than anybody else. That being said, why was this not part of the conversation? Because there are questions about weighing that against getting rid of mental health clinicians, right? If we have to do that, but it gives our students what they need, I don't like that decision, but why was that not part of the conversation? I think those questions need to be asked. There's a tension within me because I do appreciate a lot of our admin in the towers. And at the same time, I know we have some great teachers who, if we just got out of their way, they'd kick some butt. And so I think 1.7 million there when we've got 2.5 in mental health is not enough. We got to look at more positions there, as hard as that is to say. Good luck. Thanks.
I do just want to clarify that the reason why the positions that were discussed and the programs that were discussed is because all we looked at were things that were added with one-time funding dollars. And so the SROs were not added with one-time funding ESSER dollars. That came out of general fund in the past. It actually came from a grant.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Goodwin. I am a social emotional counselor. Teachers and parents will tell you we are an integral component of a functioning school. We know our students are coming to us with a level of need never seen before, and as such, the budget team prioritized mental health as fourth most important out of 7, yet the choices provided them were swayed towards these very supports. We social emotional counselors are accessible in real time without barriers to serve students. Our district spends, my understanding is $2.4 million on having social emotional counselors. I provide direct services to 28% of my site's students. If we use that data as a basis, it means SE counselors are costing the district $489 per student served. My understanding is PVPSA's contract is $1.5 million, working with 2% of our students. This essentially means we are paying $4,285 per student served by PVPSA, 10 times more expensive. In addition, we spend hours on each student we attempt to refer, often resulting in a failed handoff. My most recent referral of a second grader took 2 months to complete, despite the fact that the intern had space, our MTSS team deemed the student appropriate for the support, and the parent was in agreement. The parent states she returned the agency phone calls 3 times and still could not get a hold of the proper person to complete the family intake. When I informed PVPSA of this, their reply was that they have been super busy and have not had time to check voice messages in days. Again, we SE counselors are accessible in real time without barriers to serve students at 1/10 of the cost per student served. Finally, I call out the decades-long practice of our superintendent serving on the PVPSA board while simultaneously giving fiscal recommendations to the PVUSD board. In the best interest of our students, I ask you to eliminate the PVPSA contract and continue your investment in social emotional counselors.
Good evening, PVUSD board. My name is Matt Merrill. I'm the mental health clinician at Renaissance High School. I was hired in 2019. I was the first non-ERMS mental health clinician. ERMS is a mental health clinician for our special ed students. Like Christina said, I've been so proud of our district for valuing and recognizing the importance of mental health. And it's hard to come up here and not sound over dramatic about what we do, but what we do is very serious. And I'm not going to come up here and tell you stories of how serious it is, but I promise you, it's a big deal. To the budget committee, I want to say personally thank you for all the time you put in, all the work you put in. I wish we could have been there for them to provide accurate information. We came to one of the public meetings and we were not allowed in the room. So we were there to provide you information, and I'm sorry that you couldn't get it. This is a big decision. Please think of the students when you make it. Thank you.
My name is Susanna Langstaff. I'm a special ed teacher at Aptos Junior High School. And I just want to emphasize that our social emotional counseling team, they're the heart of our school. With our wonderful admin, they have a collaborative relationship. They have relationships with students, like they're available whenever they're needed. And they also have relationships with staff. And so I learned so much from my communications with them, my problem solving with them. I'm a better special education teacher because of our wonderful social emotional team. And so please, I'm glad that the budgeting team is considering reduction in the contract with PVPSA, because I see that the relationship between our social emotional on-site counselors is just so important. And thank you again for your work and these hard deliberations that you're doing for students, for our community, and for us as districts and school. Thank you.
Hi, Nat Lowe, Area 7. I just want to affirm that mental health clinicians and counselors need to be prioritized, even amid the steep budget cuts that need to be made. Teaching and learning was listed as the first priority of the committee. And I want to say that education and learning is something that can only be done when students' other basic needs are met. So just like a hungry student will struggle to learn, students who are housing insecure will struggle to learn, students whose basic mental health and social emotional needs that are not supported will also struggle to learn. You've heard the students talk about how, their school counselors and clinicians are crucial for saving lives. And for students to learn, they have to be alive. We need to make mental and social emotional health a priority on the same level as other basic needs. So even as we have to figure out other budget cuts, I hope that you do your very best to keep as many of these critical supports as possible. And I heard that the Sustainable Budget Committee was only given the option of cutting items that had one-time funding. But the school finances were already going under before the pandemic finances came in to save them. So why was the committee not given the option of scrutinizing the budget practices from before that time in this process? I also want to, echo the calls for the cost effectiveness of SROs and wonder if we can also be building stronger community supports and relationships with community mentors to supplement some of those social emotional needs, organizations like Barrios Unidos and MILPA, who are already in our communities, already supporting our students. So let's figure out together as a community how to prioritize this.
Thank you. Laura Zaro, Kaylin Wright, Eli Davies, Selena Vida, Mary Helen Ortega Montero.
Can I ask if you guys could call Yaleli? She's the last student here.
Which? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
You don't have to stay here today.
Of course. Yes.
Thank you.
Which one? Charlie? Apologies. There's no indication of which ones are students.
No, it's okay. I just hope my phone doesn't die because it's at 10%. Well, I'm going to leave soon. So, hi, good evening. My name is Yareli Garcia. I'd like to speak about how you guys are trying to cut people's jobs. And what hurts me more, trying to cut mental clinicians' jobs. Everyone here can agree that there has been a lot of suicides in our community, not only in our community, but in the world. Most of the times is because they are not diagnosed in time. And that is with mental clinicians on campus. Just imagine how many suicides there could and will be without mental clinicians on campus. We all have our ups and our downs. Most downs are in school. For me, most downs are in school due to many reasons, but one of them being bullying. Why? Because you guys can't stop bullying. Bullying, according to you guys, our community is a safe space. But is it really? Bullying happens in every grade, but in my case, in every grade, literally every grade. For me. And I won't get into detail about my personal life, but I will say mental health clinicians have to be here for me, for our students, and for many other people in our future. You guys expose us to people we shouldn't have to be dealing with, such as child predators. I won't say names nor anything else, but I will say you. I will tell you guys the first persons that were there to help me with the people I had to be with and the predator I had to deal with were my mental health clinicians. All I'm saying now is that if it wasn't because my mental health clinicians in my school, I would not be standing here. If you guys are willing to expose us to that type of people, I expect you guys to be willing to give us the support that we need, which is by your mental health clinicians. Thank you. You recognize me.
Are there any other students here? Thank you so much for your words. Have a good night. Good luck at school. Okay. So, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay.
Go ahead. Laura?
Hi, thank you. I'm really visual. Is it possible to get the slide up with the number 28? Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, and I'm Laura Azzaro. I'm a elementary school educator at H.A. Height Elementary. I've taught 3rd and 4th grade, and now I'm a reading intervention teacher. But that's funded through something different prior to COVID. And I do want to, I've been on other boards before, but I've never had to make decisions like this before. And I want to thank the whole committee and the district, because I've been working in this district for 30 years. It's never been this transparent, ever. And I just really, really appreciate that that a committee was formed, and they've gone through so many hours. And I'm just reminding you as a board, first of all, just thank you for being here. I do appreciate it. And I did email all of you a letter about keeping the ACs, and I had questions about the release time right sizing. And I did get a response from Gabriel and Olivia, and Jessica, for some reason, your email just didn't go through. I don't know if you, I'm saying this just as information, not to throw you under the bus or anything, but it got kicked back, and it's a PVUSD email, and I'm not sure if it's obviously not correct, because I had 2 people check it. So just to let you know, because I know you want to be very accessible, and I don't have Instagram, but I just want you to know that this isn't a hard stop. This is a part of a continuum, and you're almost there. I mean, we're almost at the end of the road, and I appreciate the process immensely. But the ACs and I knew this was going to happen. Dang it. The academic coordinators have been around since school started, like back in the 1900s. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but they've been around forever, way before COVID, and they've absorbed, just read my letter, okay, just read it. It's detailed and it's not melodramatic, but it feels like a Hunger Game right now, but really try to get the social emotional counselors and the ACs and I don't know what right sizing release ratios means.
Okay, thank you.
We will. But if you didn't get my email, I'm at HA Hyde, Laura_Azzaro at pvusd.net.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kaylin Wright. I'm a mental health clinician over at Watsonville High School. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to the committee that was put together as well. I know that it's a really difficult decision. Also, thank you to the board members that took the time to meet with us, to communicate with us via email, to hold town halls. All of those things don't go unnoticed, and so we really appreciate it. I recall close to 10 years now, graduate school professor telling me that he believed that the future of mental health services was going to be in schools. And at the time, I had never worked in schools, despite my mom being a school administrator. But I didn't really know what he meant at the time. But after working for the district for the past 3 years, I know exactly what he meant, and that the closer we are to the potential people that we're going to serve, the higher likelihood that they're going to receive the services that they need. And anybody in this room that works in mental health or works in our district knows that a significant portion of the referrals that go out to community partners never get taken up. They get lost in transition. They don't get calls that go through to them. They get passed on to national agencies for telehealth. And this happens on a regular basis. And I don't mean this to throw any of our community partners under the bus. They are absolutely needed. The reality is the need is huge. It's huge, and it's more than can be met with our community partners and with the people that are working for our schools. In fact, my wife is currently a intern at one of those agencies. I respect immensely what they do. And of the 4 referrals that I put into outside agencies, not one of them received services, and this was in the fall, not one of them received services within a 2-month period of time. And students were regularly coming to me and asking me, like, what do I do? And I would communicate with them, like, reach out, call. And so that's a major concern for me, is that the reality is that if we cut these positions, there will be students that will not receive mental health services as a result. Thank you.
Eli?
Thanks. Eli, Area 7. Looking at the question of, oh, well, we need to get back to like 2019 money. If you Google cost of living 2019 versus 2024, cost of living has increased by 25%. Like the dollar of 2019 cannot live in the dollar of today. I understand that there are things you're working with, you know, actual California, Newsom, whatever. I mean, we are dealing with the grief of capitalism right here, and the needs that cannot be met. But I do want to advocate for mental health, reiterate what we heard about high suicide rates, suicidality amongst queer and trans kids, and of course, all the kids and all their mental health matters. And we're looking at a very specific political moment going into 2025, going into the presidency of Trump, going into policies that greatly increase the lack of quality of life of queer kids, of trans kids. And we can't, I mean, I just want to say, I looked up PVPSA, the board of directors, and I do see some familiar faces, but the president of that board, I saw, being very close with former trustee Soto, who on his last day said, stop the woke agenda. So we need to look at how there is a conservative push to remove socio-emotional learning, how it coincides with this moment, what organizations are taking up funding, which, what counselors are getting pushed out. And if this is just the one-time money from COVID, and it does feel like the sustainable budget, people are being thrown under the bus. I will see that.
Good evening. Thank you for everybody who's stuck around for this, but I'm just gonna go ahead and start with this. You can't achieve your dream if you don't show up to chase them. Some of these kids don't bother to show up to school because they're not in the right mental state to show up to school in the first place. And that's simply it. I work with 2 elementary schools and I have kids who refuse to come to school. I work with them, I've referred them over, and it's just not the same to the same capacity. I have been at my sites for 3 years, and in those 3 years I have built community there. PVPSA comes in with interns, different interns every single year. They, like my colleagues have mentioned, they only see 5 kids, and that can be the same 5 kids in a school year. That's ridiculous, because us as social emotional counselors and mental clinicians, we do so much more than just one-on-one. We do whole group, whole small group, whole classroom, whole school sometimes, right? But I'm coming to you today as one of your counselors, but I'm also here to remind you of your district mission statement, right? Which is that you are committed to cultivating a nurturing environment where every student thrives academically, socially, and emotionally, empowering them to flourish in a dynamic and evolving world. So how is that going to happen if our positions are reduced, or in the case of our mental health clinicians, they're practically going to be gone? Thank you.
Sorry, I needed a minute. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Mary Helen Ortega Montero, and I'm a social emotional counselor for the school district at the elementary level, and I concur with all of my colleagues at the high school level and at the elementary level, as well as other supporters to the social emotional counselor position, the mental health, district employed mental health employees. I'm one of the oldest in the group of social emotional counselors. I was one of the first hired 10 years ago at the elementary level. So I believe I've earned my stripes to say what I need to say to the board today, and with all due respect, I offer it to you to consider. It seems there has been some misunderstanding as to the work responsibilities and the extremely vital role of the social emotional counselor. I will attempt to clarify the details to fill them in. Several years pre-pandemic or pre-COVID, I have 10 years seniority as one of the first elementary level social emotional counselors in the district, 12 years in the district, and it has been a blessing in several ways to be employed by the school district. To clarify, a student cannot perform in any subject, core or extracurricular, if the student has a mental health or social emotional block. We all know that. Again, a student cannot perform in the extracurricular or academic classroom if they have a social emotional block. And I don't think that any of us can do that as well. I would like to kindly clarify the responsibilities of the social emotional counselor at the elementary level, 2.5 days at each site. When I first started, we had 1 day for 4 sites. We had to balance 4 schools in 1 week. Now it's been 2.5 days for 2 sites. So we still need 1 counselor at each site. There's enough demand there. Also, I'd like to say that unfortunately, many of our community partners do not provide bilingual services. Many of our social emotional counselors are bilingual. We reflect the student population. We address their concerns, not only with the students, but with the parents.
Thank you so much. I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
that's been 2 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Chris Webb, Eric Sleece, Tatiana Cerna, Monica Nolan, Nelly Vaquera, Brandon Yez, and Marilyn Garrett.
I want to thank the Sustainable Budget team for all their work. I thought the caring members of that team had brought great ideas, and I hope the committee continues to meet and follow up on those ideas. I feel like their part, the things they generated, didn't get enough attention, and also the things that they brought up could have mitigated the need to make some painful cuts that are, left kids crying in the hallway here. Also, in addition to like the whole money thing, I keep thinking back to like when Sheriff Hart promised that for SROs, it wouldn't be an issue, right? That he would pay. that they would pay for at least the APTOS one. So I feel like we should get like a reimbursement check on that, a cut on the SROs entirely. Also, another thing is like in terms of out of the box thinking, have we considered, you know, one thing I felt over time is like that the value of like good principles. And then I'm a big believer at like being in the classroom like helps that. So, you know, there's times when principals are out or assistant principals are out. Is it possible that maybe we have like somebody who has a position that's like 0.2 teaching, and then the rest is like you know, administrator of some kind, some type of AC type position? Have we thought of that? Also, I know in one of your comments, Dr. Contreras, you said we don't really have the expertise to oversee some of these programs and the counselors, and that one kind of hit me in that like Renaissance had some major restructuring because of one of the persons who was overseeing the counselors and who's not even there anymore. And so when you said that, I was like, man, we like have hurt, and it's and in a way the hurting caused like some inefficiencies where there was like more redundancy than there had to be. So I feel like we need to like really get at the ground level what really works at each site. Thank you.
Hi, like others here, I want to express my concern about the proposed cuts to school counselors, mental health clinicians, and release teachers, as well as the broader allocation of resources in our district. These positions are crucial for supporting our students' well-being and educational success, and I urge you to reconsider any reductions. School counselors and mental health clinicians provide vital social-emotional support, especially in a time when our students are facing significant mental health challenges. And I'm sure if you were to talk to anybody around you, they're probably generally not having a good time. Most of my colleagues are really struggling as well. Students have a hard time, especially my elementary school students have a hard time advocating for themselves. It's really on us to be able to like identify when they need some support. And I want to give a shout out to Ignacio Alvarez, who is the social emotional counselor at my school site. He's scrapping every day over 2 sites, just spread thin and doing his best and leading talk circles, really helping our students. And it would just be a disservice to all of them if like his position were to be cut. And I'm sure it's the same across other sites. Also important are those release teachers who support classroom educators by ensuring they have time needed for lesson planning and effective classroom management. These roles are not luxuries. They're necessary for sustaining high quality instruction and preventing teacher burnout. Also ask that you look closely at other areas in the district where funds may be misallocated or overly inflated. Specifically, I'd urge you to consider reducing high administrative costs, including the excessive stipends for directors and other high-level administrators who take a disproportionate share of the budget. Additionally, I'm deeply concerned about the continued funding for school resource officers. The cost of these officers is significant, yet there's little evidence to suggest they improve student safety or contribute meaningfully to educational environment. These funds could be better spent on initiatives that directly address student needs. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tatiana Serna. I am a resource parent, a foster parent in this county, and I work with neurodiverse children in this community. In this school district, social emotional counselors are one of the very few supports that are available to youth with trauma. It is extremely significant that this trauma is addressed because it impacts not only the students who have experienced the trauma, but also their peers in their classroom who can be disrupted or put in danger if these traumas are not addressed. Children who have experienced trauma include many foster youth and neurodiverse students. According to this presentation, the district LCAP goals include number 3, supporting foster youth, and number 4, supporting students with special needs. In my experience, the schools in this district will deny access to an IEP and increased accommodations on the grounds that trauma is causing these behavioral issues. As a result of that, the socio-emotional counselors are one of the only supports available to these children who receive trauma. I've also experienced that schools will insist that parents or caregivers pick up their children early, daily, or stay in the classroom daily because they're not equipped to handle these special needs or traumas that are experienced. And I mean, this is not a one-off. I have had 4 encounters with this kind of thing where students are sent home early or they're just not supported, and social-emotional counseling is one of the only things that they receive consistently. One of the very few supports available to neurodiverse and traumatized youth in this district is at risk of being eliminated. I personally had a 6-year-old, oh, okay, thank you for your time.
Okay. I thought I was last. I'm usually last. Interesting. So, what a breath of fresh air you new trustees are. The whole feeling of the meeting is so much more pleasant. It's just unbelievable. And the testimony of the social mental counselors, what gems, what professional, caring personnel that are really required. I can think of money that is not providing for a safe, healthy, and positive school environment, like all the Wi-Fi, microwave radiation, broadband, all the fences around the schools that make them look like prisons, the SRO money. You talk about evidence-based data. Look into the adverse effects of the microwave radiation, depression, learning disability, fatigue, headaches. This room's difficult to be in for me. And what are causing suicides? There are many factors. Here's an article. Japanese researchers say side effects of COVID vaccines linked to 201 types of diseases. Just to read a little. Professor Fukushima said there were so many brain-related adverse effects. His researchers probably hadn't found all of them yet. Mental disorders, psychiatric symptoms, depression, mania, anxiety came up in abundance, but it's endless, he said. Check out globalresearch.ca. Michelle Josephdowski. This article is by Lee Harding of January 2024. Thank you.
Okay, Brandon, Denise, negotiations chair for the PVFT. I want to start off with a couple literal hat tips. The first hat tip is to the board and specifically to Olivia Flores for the way this meeting is being conducted. I recognize that none of us want to be here super late, but I think by allowing the community to speak, you can just feel the tension toned down, and it makes a difference when the board president isn't banging the gavel left and right. So thank you for that. And I also want to tip my cap to the Sustainable Budget team members. I was the one who came up and said that it felt like a charade, and that's not any targeting to those specific members. It's speaking to the data that they were presented. Sometimes I come up here and I talk in talking points, and the nuance is often lost in that. Previous board member actually called me a prick because of that. So I just wanted to point out that I feel the data that was presented to the team could have been better. We have a contract with a group titled Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistant Team, FICMAT. So I would like the board to discuss amongst yourself and ask the question, were any recommendations from FICMAT involved in this process at all? I know this semester they're going to be looking into the SELPA, but if we have a contract with the Fiscal Crisis Management Team, we should really take their input into consideration. I also would urge the board board to postpone any decisions until the vacant board seat is filled so that we can have true representation from all of our trustee areas. This is too important to make a decision now. Our district has a healthy budget reserve. I recognize that we cannot continue deficit spending because somewhere down the road we will hit rock bottom, but we don't need to make a decision today. So I encourage you to not make a decision in haste and prioritize our students' mental health support. So much has been said about that I'm not going to harp on that, but our students are looking to us to make decisions to the benefit their future, and let's make the right choices. So thank you.
Oh, Monica Nowlin, sorry. Can you pull up slide 10? I was going to ask you in advance, but I'm all over the place. I was going to leave, which is why I made comments earlier, but I'm so involved tonight. And so I just want us to look at slide 10 as a group, right? We're talking about the goals, the previous young lady that was somewhere in here, beautiful hair. She was commenting on foster youth is on here. But I think we can all agree, right? Anyway, I was like, let's talk and dive into how every single one of these mental health would be impacted. We know this. And so I closed my eyes and took a deep breath and was like, where did I learn to even close my eyes and take a deep breath? From a mental health clinician that I worked with at Aptos High when I was an office manager, social emotional. It's actually Christina in the back. And Christina, I was the office manager at Aptos High for 5 years, and now I'm the academic counselor at New School, actually the 3 schools listed at the bottom there. And I work hand in hand with, when I worked at Aptos High, I didn't know anything about mental health because I came from a small town that didn't understand how to deal with a loud mixed race woman. And then I came to Aptos and Pajaro and Watsonville, and I was like, wow, I found my place. And I could only imagine our kids that get to have that and then it's removed. And I'm a 35-year-old woman sitting up here crying because I feel so much for them, and I know what it feels like to be marginalized and to not have the people there. Again, very small town, Turlock, California. Look it up. It's not a great place to be. And my friends are still there, though. I love them. Anywho, so I'm saying it because maybe we've all seen a therapist. Maybe some of us in this room, we've had the privilege to pay for that. Our kids, their families, they're not educated on this culturally. My dad would never have said, go see a therapist. So we need these people because they're for free. They're in the room. They want to do it, and they're amazing. So, thank you all.
Good evening, board. Sorry, I'm really tired. I'm burned out. I was in Sacramento and drove here. So, my name is Nelly Vaquera, President PBFT, and I was on the Sustainable Budget Committee and frustrated throughout all of it. And if you watched those committee meetings, you heard me. And I don't need to reiterate what all the professionals behind me who came up and spoke, to the role of being a social emotional counselor or a mental health clinician. One of the things that I spoke about at the Sustainable Budget Committee meetings is that this district is deciding to make austerity measures on the backs of our students, on the mental health of our students. And PBPSA doesn't serve all of our students. You could ask any teacher who has worked in our district for years and had to experience referring students to PBPSA, and there is a struggle story. Our social emotional counselors and mental health clinicians are here today, every day, for all of the students at the sites that they're serving. In 2019-2020, this district contributed to PBPSA just about $500,000. So we want to use the argument of, well, pre-pandemic. Cuando sí, cuando no, right? Because pre-pandemic for social emotional mental health clinicians employed in this district, pero let's give close to $3 million to PBPSA. So this year, PBPSA is set to receive about $2.5 million, so a $2 million increase. So this is inclusive there used to be monies that was given to PVPSA, and from that money, they had to pay out other resources. Now the district gives them the money and additional monies to pay those other resources. You as trustees, we have an additional 3% reserve in our ending reserve balance. That's it's an addition. You as trustees can make a motion to take some of that money and set it aside for social, emotional, and mental health clinicians for like another year or two while we look at what's happening to our budget here in California. Part of my conversation today was talking about the budget. And yes, we have, I want to acknowledge all of not only our brothers and sisters in the CFT that are impacted in Los Angeles by these traumatizing fires, but all the families impacted, and schools. There are schools that are closed. So yes, there's going to be some impact, but there's still a promise to fund public education as best they can. And this decision, what is presented, we, the PVFT, we don't stand for that. This is horrible. And there is another way. You are being taxed with giving this district based on, we gave everybody time to talk about it, this committee, and we had wonderful conversations, and they're tough. But then here's the menu of choices we're going to make you choose from.
Thank you, Nelly.
Yeah, but you have other means. But this is what you're being asked as a blueprint for layoffs. Thanks.
Okay, I believe that is our last public comment. So now we
Thank
will
you.
move on to our board discussion. I know we all want to speak, so I'm just going to start with Trustee Daniel Esqueda and then move down the board, skipping myself because I'll go at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, President Flores. And I just wanted to thank the Sustainable Budget team for all their work that they did. But with that being said, I will have a list of questions for them. So who's ever welcome to come up here and, if they have any answers to the questions, because they will be directed.
Yeah.
Okay. Some of them were just to the team. But I was disappointed that mental health was ranked fourth. And I think that completely contradicts the team norms about assuming positive intent. And I just wanted to ask, what is the intention of, how would there be a positive intent about cutting these services? So I don't know if there is anyone in the mental... to come to the meeting. Okay.
I'll answer for everyone. So the norms that were created by the Sustainable Budget team were norms for behavior within the meeting, so that when someone was speaking, we wanted to make sure that we were always listening to anyone's thoughts or the way their approaches but that they were coming at it with a positive intent. So that's what that was.
Okay. And then another thing, going back to the October 16th presentation, there was a list of, I don't know if it's possible to pull that up, but there was a list of ESSER funding programs that, such as El Sistema, Food What, the Latino Youth Film Institute, Life Lab, Parent Engagement Wellness Center, and Virtual Academy. And all those were ESSER fundings, but none of them are included in the recommendations. So I was just curious about that, if any of them.
That is a good question. Part of what we were doing during each of those Sustainable Budget team meetings was to educate the Sustainable Budget Committee and anyone who was tuning into the meetings on here's what we chose, the services, the contracts, just everything that we chose to do with our one-time funding. Even including, we had many projects at schools and things like that. So in that particular meeting, we were looking at our different consultant contracts that we had through one-time funding. And all of those are contracts that are sunsetting naturally because they were like a one-year contract that was not being renewed, or a 3-year contract that has 1 year left. And so those were ones that were not a topic really for discussion in terms of, is this something we want to continue or not continue? Because they're naturally sunsetting themselves. But it's just to educate people on here were the things we engaged in. Additionally, some of those do continue to be contracts in our district. However, they move from being funded through ESSER dollars into other funding sources, mainly through our extended learning programs, because it fits the mission of the extended learning programs. And a lot of those supports are like not academics. So they're things that we want to engage students in, but outside of the school day.
Thank you for that. And another thing I know was said in the beginning of the presentation was we're not experts. And I know this was the first run of the sustainable budget team, but I think moving forward, it would be helpful if we would have more experts, just at the table, whether that's, more mental health clinicians at the table, or basically just, expanding and giving more seats to the people and stakeholders who are affected by these. It's obviously extremely unfortunate, that we're dealing with this, but I think collectively as a board, we're going to work together to do what's best for students. But I just don't think cutting the mental health services that as a district we've strived for in the last recent years, it would negatively impact all of us. And I can speak for the students that I've met with, and they're deeply alarmed by all these. And I know at school, a lot of teachers are concerned. We have teachers here from Aptos High also representing, and teachers from, just all over the district. And I just hope that, I have trust in the board to make the right decision. But I think that's all for now. Thank you.
So I have to say that I spent about 2 hours with Dr. Contreras talking about this, because it's actually something I feel pretty strongly about because of what I do for a living. The needs of our pediatric mental health are not met by the community by any of the outside services. I'm on the physician board for CCAH, and one of the biggest struggles that they have is finding mental health for pediatric patients. I've had suicidal pediatric patients in my department for over a week because there were no inpatient beds. There is a stigma in the Latinx community, it's a generalization, but for receiving mental health. I think that meeting kids where they are, which they spend most of their day at school, is actually probably the best place to do this. And I understand that we're in the education business and not in the mental health business, but I agree with a lot of the support in the room that states that you can't really learn if you're not addressing the mental health. We have a lot of traumatized students, not just from COVID, but just intergenerational trauma, as somebody brought up. Parents who are in other, still in other countries, living with family or friends, parents that are incarcerated, living in cars. I hear terrible stories every day. I wish growing up that something like this would have been available to me. It's not 2019 anymore. And I understand that, trying to find ways to cut budgets is really tough. And these are some really, really hard decisions. Unfortunately, we as people, when we're making a budget for our house, have to decide, sometimes do we pay the electricity bill, or, are we late on the rent? And so we are going to have to make hard decisions. And I want to just thank the Sustainable Budget Committee for all the hard work that you did. I'm a little disappointed to hear that you felt like you didn't have all the information that you needed. I would ask if maybe we can try to give this another stab, because unfortunately all three options have cutting mental health, which doesn't really give me much of a choice in this. One of the things that I had mentioned to Dr. Contreras is, because I'm on the CCH board, what I was trying to get a better handle on how we bill for these services. I've met with one of the mental health clinicians and found that basically the person that oversees is not a mental health clinician, because we're not in the mental health business, we're in the education business, and it's just kind of how the school district works. And I think, some creative solutions about maybe partnering with CCH to try to find something on that. I just feel like we need a little bit more time to explore other options rather than making a decision on cutting mental health, because I agree with most of the speakers in the room that it's probably one of the #1 most important issues for our students post-pandemic. And just with the world, with social media, with, politics, with, with the unknown in our community. I don't know one question I have for you, Dr. Contreras, is what is our contractual obligation with PVPSA and when does it sunset?
Jenny, do you have that? Can you pull that up so we make sure we give that accurate?
Yes, so for PVPSA, our current contract goes through the end of this school year until June 30th, 2025.
And what is our total budget for PVPSA?
For the 24-25 budget, it's just under $2 million.
Okay. So, I would like to see, everything that I've heard from emails to stories in this room is that community partner in particular does not seem to be meeting the needs of our students. And I would personally like to see more cuts there over cutting the people that are seeing our students every day. And then I would also like to maybe see some work on improving the reimbursement, making sure that what I learned from the mental health clinician was they don't really have much training on timely documentation and how to code and how to bill, and that's actually my expertise. And so, bringing somebody in that can maybe help our mental health clinicians and social emotional counselors actually get reimbursed for their services. And, everything in life's negotiation. CCH currently is unable to meet the obligation for pediatric mental health. And if you already have the systems in place, I think there's a negotiation there to be had to improve the funding so that perhaps we don't have to make as drastic cuts going forward. Thank you.
Trustee Dodge?
I also, too, would like to thank the budget team. You guys were put in a difficult situation. Mrs. Llerena, I know you didn't do this lightly because you are from this community, and I know the love you have for this community. I always tell people, like, who is this Mrs. Llerena? Who is this Mrs. Llerena? And I tell people during the floods, when the people were sent to the fairgrounds, for some reason, Monterey County turned away a lot of stuff. And they turned away food, water, clothes. I know because I was there and I saw it. And Trustee Olivia Flores was there, and we made the decision to just give everything to the people. And for some reason, when Monterey County said we can't have this, people sent all the extra materials to your private business, and I just wanted to acknowledge you and thank you for being on the budget team. Also, too, hearing a lot of, we're not sure about this item, we're not sure about this type of information. At this time, I don't think I could support any of these options. We hear about PVPSA, but we're not seeing that on any of these options. So I would like to see if we could get that option. They say there's $2 million. We need an option where, they provide services, but we got to at least try to keep these people here in our schools every day.
I do want to note that the board is free to make their own recommendations as well.
So I just, hearing that not everybody got the information, I think we need to go back one more time, and whether to looking at the contract, looking at other positions in management. I know I've sent you recommendations. One of the main reasons why I sit here is because I've always pointed and saying we can't cut our people. We can't cut our neighbors. And so I'm gonna stick with that. So hopefully there's other ideas. Hopefully there's other positions trustees can make recommendations. And hopefully at another time, all these questions, all these comments that you heard today, you could give us answers to. And also too, if we can't make a decision, is there default cuts? Is there a list of, if none of us can make a decision or majority, what's going to be like a trigger? Like right away, these are going to be cut.
So what happens is we do need to reduce our budget. It is not recommended to deficit spend. You can only do that for so long. Districts are recommended to keep a very healthy reserve so that if the state, in times like this, defer payment to us, that we have money to be able to pay our bills. So that's why those recommendations are in place, and it's not recommended to spend from your reserve. If we can't make a decision, we will be deficit spending. We will most likely, and Jenny can chime in, have what we would call a qualified budget, meaning we were unable to make the decisions to have a sound budget. Once you're qualified, now you still have even more cuts to make because we didn't make the decisions. If we still are unable to address our budget correctly, the state comes in and they will make the decisions for us.
So
There will not be a discussion and community input at that point. It will be no longer a community decision. So that's probably, if we're not doing anything today, or, this year or whatever, that would most likely be like a 2-year process. So qualified, going into this next budget cycle, hopefully able to make adjustments in the next year, which would be much steeper than what would happen now. And then, so that's what happens if we can't make a decision.
I was just talking.
There's no I mean, I guess the next thing that could happen is instead of all the community input, we could come with a resolution and say, okay, here's a new recommendation, but at that point it would have to be a resolution so that we're making the timelines that we would have to, and then if that, I would think that with lacking, a lot of input, that I don't know.
I was just talking specifically this meeting, because I feel like we only have half the information, and I would like all these people's question and comments to be considered, and then also too, give us a presentation. What happens if we can't make a decision and we do default? What are the consequences of us as a board? Like, hey, if you guys can't make a decision, if you could give us a presentation, because I'm not sure how these other trustees feel.
So we had that presentation on December 19th.
But as all these people are saying, look at all the other alternatives. Let's just give them all the other alternatives, and we have to make a decision.
So like I said, there were other alternatives too. That this was the recommendation. Okay. There are some other alternatives that were added with ESSER dollars that weren't part of the recommendation. So there are other alternatives.
So thank you. I'll let colleagues speak.
All right. I would just want to say thank you to the budget team because I understand. We signed up for this, right, as well. And I didn't realize either how big the debt the district had, right? And coming on and seeing these numbers. So don't feel bad. Don't feel, this is what we signed up for. And I just want to say thank you for putting time aside to being part of that conversation. And I also want to thank Superintendent Heather Contreras for doing this, because essentially you are providing the community a space to the table to see the numbers instead of us not being transparent. And this way you get a little taste of the numbers that we see and realize that these are hard decisions, right? And I have some questions. Could we have more time to explore the possibility to create either a program or a place for social emotional counselors and programs like expanded learning, right? Would that be a choice? Because these programs are self-funded. Or can we create a program just for them, right? Because technically it's not academics, but without those academics, we can't get to it either, right? My other question is, can we sit down with Santa Cruz County Sheriff and Watsonville PD and have the conversation of them taking over the salaries and benefits of the SROs. I'm trying to meet y'all halfway, you know, and this is something that when I ran my campaign and I knocked on doors, there was a lot of people who felt very strong. And I said, you know what, let me meet you halfway, right? What if we asked them to pay for their salaries and their benefits, right? I looked up, and other school districts do the same thing, where there's the police departments that pay for those salaries, and that can give us some wiggle room, right? My other question is, can we look at funding that was not one-time funding to balance the budget? There are different issues that we are facing today that we were not facing then. I'm also thinking of all of the students we have in our district who are going to be really scared to go to school because they're scared that ICE is going to come for their families. And that is a big, you know, group of our kiddos. And how are we going to get the funding if they're not in school, if they don't feel safe, right? And then the other question is, if we remove social emotional counselors, who's going to do their work? Are counselors ready for that? Is administrators ready to take that on? That's more work for them, right? And I can't vote on these choices because I ran a campaign on empowering students, and I don't see these choices doing that. And I'm someone that if I give you my palabra, I'm going to follow through. So I would like more time, and I would like us to explore outside, like stuff that we didn't fund with COVID money to balance it. And I know it's going to be hard, but if we have to have special meetings, I got my calendar, and this is what we signed up for.
Thank you. Trustee Turley?
Trustee Navarro, I agree so much with the comments that you made. I really appreciate your perspective as a healthcare professional. And I would be in alignment with making a change if I felt like there was a viable alternative in our community, but there does not seem to be at this time. But I'm also very well aware that we need to be fiscally responsible. To the Sustainable Budget Committee, this is a crappy job. Thank you so much for doing it and putting in those hours and coming up with the recommendations. And I sincerely hope you don't feel disrespected if we come up with an alternative. None of these choices are great choices. We need, during the next 6 months, we really need to be digging deep into our budget. We need to focus on streamlining. We need to focus on our declining attendance, our declining enrollment. Superintendent Contreras has some ideas about increasing that, but the trends are still going down. We still have many schools that are only 60% occupied, and we need to focus on those areas. We have some schools that are in horrible condition, and do we want to spend some of the $318 million from the bond fixing schools that are falling apart, or do we want to focus that money on viable schools and fixing them up so the air conditioning and the heaters work, right? When President Flores is ready for a motion, I have an alternative that I'd like to propose when it's that time. It's freaking painful.
Carol, you might want to just propose what you're thinking now, because it might be further discussion,
Okay.
or it might lend to someone else's comments.
Okay. And this is painful too. There are no easy solutions. But I think the first three and maybe the first four items are kind of agreed upon and not as horrible as the others. The first one, the district office cuts of $750,000. the right sizing of academic coordinators for 600, the right sizing of elementary release ratios of 1,300,000, and the coordinator of counseling of 150,000. That gets us to 2,800,000. That's a little bit more than half the task. The last part is really painful. One of the options one of the elements of one of these options was reducing intervention reductions. And I know that's a horrible thing to do, but $1,200,000, and then reducing the PVPSA contract by $1 million, that gets you to 5. It's, yes.
Can I get the numbers again?
Yes. Elementary release ratio is 1,300,000.
And then the intervention?
Coordinator of counseling, 150. Intervention reduction, 1,200,000. PVPSA, 1,000,000. And I know there may be a contract issue with that, but yes?
Yeah, well, I was just going to ask if we do return to pre-COVID numbers, because 2019 to 2020 PVSA was 400,000.
Right.
And cutting that 1 million would put us at 999,000. So it is, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's good and healthy, but there is a current contract, and I don't know if that can be renegotiated. I'm hoping it can.
I'm sorry if I could provide some information. So one of the really challenging things as we were looking at the different options was looking at what is getting funded out of our unrestricted general fund and what is getting funded out of one-time or grant-funded funding sources. So the PVPSA contract, it was getting paid from one-time pandemic dollars. As of this year, as of 24-25, that's been moved into another restricted funding source. So even if we eliminate the PVPSA contract or increase the reduction to that, that is not going to really get us to the goal of right sizing. It's mainly our unrestricted side of the budget that is seeing the structural deficit spending that will lead us into a qualified budget potentially next year.
So I think what I hear you saying is, even though there was a time when either COVID money or unrestricted money was used for PVPSA, that's not necessarily the case anymore. There's some other funding that's come in that's going to handle some of that contract. And it can only exclusively be used for that contract and not for other alternatives for mental health?
It could potentially be used for other alternatives. It's not specifically for the PVPSA contract. However, the funding source is moved into, it's called the Learning Recovery Block Grant. It runs through, I believe it's 27-28 school year, and it is tied to evidence-based practices. So there are some restrictions around that. So we could look at, what are some possibilities, but right now, one of the challenges that our district is facing. Just to give everyone a little bit of history, I started about 1.5 years ago in the director of fiscal position. My heart definitely goes out to everyone on the board and with our sustainable budget team. One of the things I've seen, and it's not unique to our district, this is something because we're all humans, every single district, every single board struggles with this. Since I've started, I have seen efforts by the district to try to right size when there have been grants that have ended or program areas that needed to be right sized. So in the 1.5 years, just off the top of my head, I can remember a workability grant that was severely reduced. There was a position that could no longer be funded. It was moved into the general fund. At the beginning of, I believe it was the 23-24 school year, the district tried to right size release teachers at that time because they saw that it had not been right sized in many, many years. Based on community input, it was not right sized at that time. So one of the struggles, and my heart definitely goes out, is there has been a pattern, because we're human and it's hard to make these kinds of decisions, where no decision has been made to right size when we had the opportunity, and that all gets absorbed by the general fund. So our district during COVID has received over $1 million in one-time pandemic funding to bring on these supports. Those dollars, mostly it's called the federal ESSER dollars, they are gone as of September of this past year. So many of those services were absorbed by our unrestricted general fund or any other restricted grants that we were able to get. One thing we have to remember is because of declining enrollment, we're projected to lose just in our LCFF funding, that's our bread and butter, $10 million next year. And it's not just a one-year loss. The next year after that, that's 10 million plus an additional, I believe it's 2 or 3 million in that year. So as we are thinking about what we're right-sizing, those are things to factor into. So I am so sorry to the community that we have to make this decision, but my fear is that we are going to continue down the cycle of not making decisions. And I believe I read an article with a Live Oak School District board member, and don't quote me exactly, but he was quoted as saying that that was his biggest regret as a board member, that they did not make decisions when they had the chance. So I just wanted to put that comment out there.
So one of the options, or one of the line items in a couple of the options, was reducing the PVPSA by 500,000. If we did that, does that interfere with the grant money that's come in that's been using for PVPSA?
So it would. So if you're asking if it would impact the amount of grant dollars we would receive, no. What would likely happen is as we reduce PVPSA, and that was already a plan that had been in place. So when we entered into the contract for 24-25, we had reduced it from the year prior, and the plan was to continually step it down. So that was already in place and factored into the Learning Recovery Block Grant multi-year plan.
Okay, so if we reduced district office, academic coordinator resizing, elementary release ratio resizing, coordinator of counseling, intervention reduction by 1.2, and PVPSA by 500, that gets us to 4,500,000. Do you see any issues with those reductions? Those were all things that were included in several of the options, A, B, C, D, E, and...
And the academic coordinator position, I apologize if you're seeing that on one of the slides. So that was part of the $1 million in district office staffing reductions that we've already made, and that will be in addition to the $750 on all of the options. So maybe, so I know right now, let me see what slide it was. I apologize. So it was the slide that had the 3 recommendations on it. It was the last one before the public comments. Oh, sorry, slide 28. Sorry, slide 28. Oh, that one. Mm-hmm. Sorry, if you could go back to the one before. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mm-hmm. And I wonder, so I also wanted to maybe provide some information that would be helpful. So we did, I heard some questions from some of the comments about the fee schedule, so I wanted to provide a little bit more information. So currently, for many years, our district, like many other school districts, we participate in a program called the Local Educational Agency Billing Option Program, acronym LEA Bob. I apologize for the acronyms. So this program enables school districts and local colleges to bill for certain types of services where the student is part of Medi-Cal. So through that, the district does, on average, receive about $500,000 in revenue, and those funds have been used to support special education positions, such as a psychologist position, a nurse position, and a instructional aid position. The program that we were hearing about, the fee schedule program, that is a new program that the state of California has implemented. PVUSD, we are one of the very first districts within the state that has been invited to be part of the Cohort 1 pilot program. So that started in January 2024. We also received some special grant money to help implement this brand new program. So starting in January 2024, we did have district administration start looking into building the capacity. What that means is working with our current billing provider, Paradigm, to start building out not only the system, the software system to handle this, but building out policies, working with our staff, and training. My understanding is we have had billing started being entered into the system, but it's really to start building up the training and the capacity and to start being able to get an estimate and a projection of what the revenues could look like. So at this point, this program is still in the implementation phase, and we have not actually received funding for this new fee schedule. It's still in the pilot program, and we are actually ahead of all of the other districts within our county. So I'm very thankful to Chrissy McLean, who had been spearheading that development for a long time before she promoted into a different position. So that is still actually in development. At this time, it is very difficult to get an accurate projection of what we will be able to bring in. Based on some initial analysis, we're thinking when we're at full capacity, and that is still years down the road, it's likely to be about maybe $750,000 for our district, and that is through being able to build through insurance carriers. So that is still about probably maybe 3 years out the road to get to that full capacity.
Okay, I need to pause one moment. I'm sorry, partially because I'm new to this position, but also I'm so enthralled in this discussion. I need a motion to extend our meeting because we are beyond our time.
Oh, boy. I'll make the motion. For what time do we think?
3 a.m.? Cool. Awesome. I'm in.
So
1 a.m.
Let's start with 1 a.m.
Okay, I have a first. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
I gotta
Okay.
call my grandma real quick.
Proceed. Trustee Turley.
Yeah, it was on option B in the sustainable budget package number 8, where it had the $150,000 for the coordinator of counseling.
And we realized during the SBT meeting that was not removed. It should have been removed because it had already been part of the district office reduction.
So that's already included in the 750, not on top
in
of
the 1 million of reductions we've already taken. So that's not part of the coming 750,000. So I apologize for that. Yes.
So we may need to go back to that slide because I think when that slide was being presented about the $1 million reduction from district office, it didn't really get explained. So last year, district office through unfilled position, like someone vacated a position, they just closed the position. We've continued that practice through this year. So last year, $1 million was reduced from district office staff. This year, $750,000 additional dollars will be reduced, but that coordinator of counseling position, we've already factored in, and not towards the $750,000. That was incorporated into the 1 million.
If we drop PVPSA's reduction to 500 and eliminate the 150, that means we're at about 4 million, 350, yeah. Well, I just learned that if I was going to take my health insurance that the district offers, that would save $42,000, but I'm not going to. So that helps a little. Anybody else? Hey, could we not have meals at any of our meetings? All those little things can add up. I know I'm sounding silly right now, but.
I agree with you.
The hard part is it's the one-time expenses are the things I think what Jenny's trying to explain is one-time things that have an end date, a contract end date, aren't really going to help us too much. Not to the extent of, when I think $100 million to add into a budget is a lot of money to then exit a budget.
Not for films.
Okay, does that complete your comments for now, Trustee Charlie? Yes. Okay, yes, and we'll come back to that motion. And Trustee Medina.
Yeah, so when I was listening to everybody coming out here and speak, especially the students, I remember I experienced grief for the very first time my senior year in high school, and I did not know how to process grief. I isolated myself. I didn't want to speak to anybody because the person that gave me that space was no longer there. And when you come from a Mexicano household where we're not very open about our feelings because us men have to be very machismo, right? We can't show our emotions. That's hard growing up with. And if you don't have those support systems in place at home, how are you going to grieve? Who's going to teach you about that? Why aren't we doing that at a younger age so that way we're not caught in with these feelings? Senior year high school. That year, my great-grandpa, I was going to be his first grandson to go to UCLA, and he was excited. We were excited. He didn't make it, but he was still there, right? But it took for me to have to speak to somebody at school who wasn't trained therapist. They were just somebody that listened, and that's all I needed in that moment. And I think that's what we're missing in education right now. I hear so many adults talking about what they think students need when we should be talking directly to the students and getting their needs, not a consultant who's going to come in from out of state and tell us this is what's going on when we could clearly see it ourselves. So, with that being said, our students and families have faced crisis after crisis. COVID-19, the devastating Pajaro floods caused by Monterey County's negligence, and now wildfires in Los Angeles that have displaced so many of our friends and families. Add this, the trauma of mass deportations looming while the Trump administration comes in, and the current political landscape targeting people that look like me, people that look like our students. These realities show how crucial it is to protect social emotional support services for our students who are already carrying their weight, their parents' weight, their great-grandparents' weight, and they don't even know that. While I appreciate the work done, and I really do, by the Sustainable Budget Committee. By the way, if this was a film, the line producer would give me what you gave me. Hey, this is how much we need to shape down. Me as a producer, I don't stop the discussion there and say, hey, director, we got to cut this. I do my due diligence as a producer, and I go look for that money. And I think that's the piece that is missing in this. We need to look for the money. We need to get the money here. And I love these proposals, but you know what? I think big corporations in Watsonville need to step up, and I think Monterey County, especially Glen Church, needs to step up, because guess what? We got $20 million in FEMA funding for Pajaro. Half the people left, half of them still can't access their funding. The same man raised taxes on the community of Pajaro by 1%. People who are already struggling, bringing in $29 million so they could cover their $26 million deficit that the country has. Putting that on the backs of campesinos, workers from Pajaro, students. So I think we need our restitutions from Monterey County. I think this could be covered by corporations. Driscoll's brought in $3.5 billion. Granite Construction, $3 billion in 2023. Why is it that we're over here infighting when we need to be going to these corporations and saying, hey, Guess what, Driscolls? You poisoned a lot of our community back then. Where are our restitutions? Where are our reparations, right? Because dyslexia, autism, ADHD are factors of the poison that was injected into our grandparents. And we're living with that. And now we're having to make up those costs because these people didn't know that they were poisoning our community. And now we need social emotional support counselors to make up for that. So I say, where's the camera at, by the way? Is it right here? Hi, Driscolls. Hi, Granite Construction and Glen Church. If you love our students so much, why don't you cover these expenses and make sure that our students are getting the social emotional support that they need? That's what we need to do. We shouldn't be sitting here saying where we're going to cut, where we're going to pull from, because we shouldn't be doing that. Corporations making all this money off the backs of our community need to step up. And if you love our kids, Driscolls, and give us just $10,000, which I know is just pennies to your pocket, give us $5 million now to cover the cost so we don't have to cut the social emotional support our teachers need. And this is why that I'm going to be voting no on this, right? Because I want to see the corporations in our community step up. Now is the time. If you want to see students continue to go through what they're going through now, having high thoughts of suicide, there is no need for that when we have the people right here. And it's very unfair when we have these big corporations making all this damn money and not giving it to our schools. So that is all I have to say, and I hope these corporations step up and help our students if you really care for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Medina. Okay, so I wrote down quite a bit just because I have so many thoughts on this and I just want to keep them as clear as possible. So again, it breaks our hearts to have to stand before you today with this important and challenging topic, one that directly impacts our students, teachers, and community. After careful review of our financial situation, it's clear that we have to make budget adjustments to ensure the sustainability and the future of our school district. First, I want to acknowledge how difficult this is. Again, our schools are not just buildings. They're places, where our kids' dreams take root and where our educators dedicate themselves to shaping young minds and where our students, find their passions and potential. Every single program, every single resource, every single position represents a piece of this integral and vital ecosystem. However, as a steward of this district, it is our responsibility to make sure we are operating within our means while preserving the quality of education as much as possible. Sunsetting COVID dollars combined with declining enrollment have left us with little to no choice but to make these tough decisions. I want to give a very special thanks to all who participated in our Sustainable Budget Committee. You all made the choice to give up your time with your families to help this district with this very difficult task. You made yourselves available to the public for input, and you considered all the options. I watched almost every single board meeting live, and if not, I watched it the very next day. And now at this point, I've watched most of the final ones multiple times. And I feel you all, had to make a very difficult decision, but thank you for rising up and, coming forward with that. Nora mentioned earlier, she was correct that nobody wants to make any of these cuts. Not Dr. Contreras, not any of you, not any of us. But failure to do so could be detrimental to our district. When a school district is taken over by the state government assumes control of the district's governance and operations. Replacement of leadership, we are all gone. None of our input would matter, and none of our, and with that, none of our community members that reach out to us are going to be able to have a say. Policy and decision making, the state assumes control of all decisions. The duration the state control can last until the district demonstrates that it is, sustainable. It can range from a few years to decades. And then community input, the community impact. Local input is often reduced, and as the state takes over decision-making authorities, which can lead our community, the state, does not take into consideration our community voices, which can lead our community into frustration. So items like CRE, items like, I have a feeling if state came in, I've looked at other states, other districts where state has taken over. You look at what they chop off the top, it's all things like that, the extras. Their main focus is just reading, writing, arithmetic, So I'd hate to see our district fall into that, and all of our voices are now quieted. So, like Jenny was saying, doing nothing, that's where we're going to end up. Now, I heard, listening to a lot of your comments, I wrote down some of the questions that you guys had, and I'd like to try to answer most of them. So golf carts was mentioned. One thing that I think a lot of people don't understand with our budget is when certain funding comes in, it's allocated for specific things. So Dr. Contreras, can you let us know where the funds came for golf carts?
Yes, the golf cart funds were earmarked as safety funds through ESSER dollars, one-time dollars that were sunsetting. And so we heard a need from our school campus supervisors that they were struggling to get around the campus, and that if students got hurt and needed to be moved from one part of the campus to another, that was a concern. And so those dollars could be expended in that way, and they needed to be expended by September 30th. And so that was a decision that we made. Most school districts do use golf carts for their campus security as a safety measure. So that's where that came from, that it was one-time dollars.
Okay, thank you. Another comment that I heard was, fear of losing our wellness centers that we, put so much time and effort into. I would hope, and I'm almost positive we are not losing our wellness centers. They might be manned differently. I know Encompass is going to be manning some, and we might be moving some of our other staff members into our wellness centers. Those will stay where our students can go to seek help. Another thing I heard was about 2019 and where our numbers were there. So during this, all these deep dive budget looks, in 2019 we were headed to state receivership. If COVID hadn't happened, we probably would have been taken over. That's scary. That was really scary to think about for my children who are in our district. I don't want that. So COVID managed to give us a few extra years to really get a grasp of this. Now, the number of students that we had in 2019 was a lot higher than what we have now. So we should be able to, decrease some positions because of just simply declining enrollment. Another community member mentioned foster care. So I definitely would advocate that. And I know we do have special resources specifically for that demographic. So I would hope that that's not going to happen. Someone mentioned, why aren't we looking at closing schools now? There have been talks, and within the year or two, I'm sure we will be bringing that out to the community. That is something that it takes time. That is not something you could do overnight. That is a process. When I went to CSCA's conference in San Francisco, I attended a couple sessions on closing schools, and it takes a lot. You talk to the community, you talk to all the stakeholders. You don't just say we're closing the school. So we need to make budget decisions today that we can prepare us for next year. Why did we only look at one-time funding dollars was another thing that was mentioned. Well, trust me, we are going to be looking at the budget as a whole. That's what's coming next. And those numbers are going to be larger. and going to hurt a lot too. Another community member mentioned, the salaries for a mental health clinician versus, SROs, but they mentioned the salary. One thing that wasn't included when those numbers were ran are benefits. We have top-notch benefits. So those numbers are going to be slightly, if not significantly higher than what was quoted. So when we talk about right-sizing, classrooms specifically, I've heard that we have classrooms that are sitting with 17 students in them. So that in the next year are things you're going to be seeing where we're not going to go above what our classroom size mandates are. Those classroom sizes are not changing. I can't say that enough. We like those. If anything, I would love for those to go lower, but we got to do what we got to do. But yes, but 17, where we're sitting with multiple classrooms with 17 students in them, we're going to have to start making some moves there. Let's see. I'm sorry. Someone mentioned, Mr. Denise mentioned that in that presentation that we had at the Dunes, the presenter said that we do not invest in things that eat. That comment taken out of context, because what he was talking about was the golden rule of one-time funding. When you are receiving one-time funding, you traditionally do not want to spend that on what he said, I believe, was things that eat and breathe, because you have to lay them off eventually. And so I'm not sure why our district, when we took on these positions, didn't have an end date to them. So just like when we hired a community school specialist, it was very clear when we hired those positions, this is a 5-year contract, because that's what the funding is for. And so I'm not sure why these positions weren't handled in the same way. The mention that the sustainable budget team is a scapegoat, that hurts my heart. I'm sorry to the sustainable budget team. That was in no way what was wanting to be done by doing it this way. It was done this way to come to this decision with weeks of time and thought and discussions, leading up to it. Not just, here it is tonight, let's make a decision and be on our way. We've had weeks, public has had weeks to communicate with them. This was very transparent, and I thought it was beautiful. I thought it was a great way to handle this situation, and I hope next year and the year after that, when we're still having to do this, we can have a very similar model, maybe some tweaks to improve it. But next year we are going to be looking at more cuts and a larger number. We could do nothing tonight and we're going to go into qualified. We won't go into state receivership, but that just means next year we're all going to come back here and have $15 million cut or some outrageous number. I love, Trustee Turley, that you understand that we do need to make a decision. One item on your motion does worry me a little bit, and it's the intervention teachers. The reason the sustainable budget team did not put that on any of these options is because of how closely it is tied to that number one priority, which is our learning. And so, and if we, I'm just saying, let's say we vote on this tonight, it passes, next meeting, we're going to have a room full of intervention teachers and all those parents who, their students utilize that. I'd like to see numbers of how many students are helped by intervention teachers and how many students are helped, with social emotional counselors, mental health clinicians, just because I do believe this conversation was had in our sustainable budget team, which is why they came to this conclusion. Okay, so that was it for what I heard from the public comments, I do have a couple questions myself that I'm hoping Dr. Contreras or Ms. Jenny M. can address. So I know in the sustainable budget team, the numbers were shown as far as like how many mental health clinicians we had, how many social and emotional counselors we had, and how many students we had in 2019 versus now. And I want everyone to remember, by making these cuts, we are not chopping every single mental health clinician, social emotional counselor. We are reducing. I was told we will still have, we are not. Okay, can you clarify that for us?
We are leaving in place the special education, social emotional counselors, which can also service general education students. But
I'm sorry, the public has had their time to discuss. Now it's our time to discuss, and we cannot have people out speaking out like that. Thank you.
And also the mental health clinicians tied to the SROs, because that was proposed, that was sold to our community as a program. So that remains intact. The SRO contract didn't come before this team, because if you remember, it went to the board. One went to the board in July, and I think another didn't go until September, late September. So those had just been voted on, decided on by the board. They'll come again. It's an annual thing, so it'll come back again, and at that time, that can be discussed then. But we leave that partnering together.
And what about social emotional counselors?
Social emotional counselors would not be reduced in totality.
Okay. And then, can you tell me how many students do the mental health clinicians and social emotional counselors see on a daily basis?
We have a logging system, and some of the use, I provided that to you in a written thing, so I can share it. You could refer to that in writing. I don't have the numbers completely. I shared, every board member received that. Yeah. So we do have a logging system. So anything that was logged, those numbers were provided to you, and they reflected what has been seen from August through as of yesterday. Yes,
From what I was fairly surprised by the numbers. Was that what the board communique?
Over the weekend following the
Yeah.
board communique, I had
Yes.
several board members request different information items. And so that was sent, I think, 2 days ago.
Okay.
And it had several different things, but it was separate, and it was kind of lined out by here's the questions I received and here's the responses. And then there were 3 attachments.
Okay.
And so that included the information that we have that is recorded by our social emotional counselors and mental health clinicians of students served, as well as what was included there was the PVPSA number of students seen. But the number of students seen from PVPSA that was included were simply crisis students. We didn't include, if you looked at the contract that I also included in that, there was like Kids Corner and some things that are not tier 3. The direct numbers that I provided were all tier 3. Like these are the crisis, like things that it.
And I think that was troubling about that, because how do they define a crisis? That's what I was trying to look for in their definition of when a student is going through crisis.
Yeah.
And then also that 3-week wait period that a student has. So if a student's parents get deported, they're going to be told they have to wait 3 weeks in order to get service from PVPSA, correct? Because they're not in crisis at that moment?
I can't speak to that. I don't recall understanding it that way.
Okay, that's how I understood it, and it sounded really weird.
Yeah, no, I don't. I know there is a referral process, so I think one thing too to understand is PVUSD has done a really nice job of tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 supports with social emotional. And some of what you heard tonight is very accurate, that our district was very ahead of providing social emotional supports. Most districts were jumping onto that during the pandemic because the need was so great, but we did have that in place many years ago. Because of that, we have also been able to establish really wonderful tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 supports. So our tier 1 supports are tied into our positive behavior intervention systems. We have Sown to Grow, where the teachers are logging, like, how do you feel today? They're asking the
Yeah.
students that and doing checks, like, who do I need to check in with? That is reporting, like, not feeling great. They have mini lessons that they deliver about things like what you talked about, like, how do you deal with grief? And how our tier 2 supports are like some of those small group work, like, and restorative practices, so that when students have conflict, we do have a mechanism and have trained people in how do you help to resolve that conflict, and how can you even do that in the classroom from time to time if there's a big need like happening within your class that's distracting learning.
Yeah.
And then our tier 3, those are the more intensive cases. An immediate crisis would be something like suicidal ideation or reporting self-harm, or someone has reported being harmed in some type of abusive way. Those are just immediately rise to the top, and that would
Crisis,
be
okay.
yeah, that would be tier 3. But then there is a referral process. So in a multi-tier system of support, which is MTSS, most districts adopt that, and it's the idea that for some students, let's try this intervention and see if it works, then let's try another, and let's try another and see if we can do kind of, that tier 1 supports first. We then have a process for referral to PVPSA or any of our additional supports, or to our mental health clinicians too. And that referral process can sometimes take time as they work through that process, meeting with the team, meeting with the parents, meeting with the student to get a sense of what things are. But that's more for the tier 2 level students.
And I know that we also have funding within the arts, correct? There's a big grant that we received in terms of funding for the arts. What
28.
are we also looking at the cross section between the arts and mental health? And are there any type of grants that we could go after with that?
Interesting, because I was just speaking with El Sistema, and they're really doing some cutting edge work in looking at how can we integrate mental health supports with music and arts integration, because they've noticed that students who have reported not feeling good, or unhappy, have found therapy through music instruction. We haven't really started looking at that or logging any kind of intersection there. We do receive Proposition 28 dollars, which is great. It's state law. We know that we will always get those dollars, and that's helping to build robust arts in our schools. And then as well as the way our students receive their art instruction is some art. There's other pieces of how they receive release time. Teachers receive release time. Students go into art. Sometimes it's PE or science too, though. So
Got it. Okay. And then I guess my final thought, the more extreme one, I guess, is have we filed any lawsuits against the city of, against the county of Monterey County for the damages that were done at Pajaro Middle School? Or did that have to come out of our own pockets?
So for Pajaro Middle School and what occurred there with the floods, that was all funded through FEMA support. So I'm not aware that there were any specific lawsuits or anything like that.
Nothing. So
But we did get federal aid.
we did get federal aid. Oh, great. They ruined the school and we got a little bit of federal aid because of their neglect. But I guess what I'm trying to get at, we have a lawyer that we're paying. We have a school that has been completely damaged, parents that are needing mental support, students that are needing mental support right now. And I'm pretty sure the last thing that the county of Monterey is going to want to come at us for filing a lawsuit, because they're not going to want to come after students in a school district. So why don't we file a lawsuit asking for $15 million to cover the cost? Because guess what? We're deserving. And I know this is kind of funny, but as a Hollywood producer, I use the L word a lot, and people actually give us the money that we need when we say we're going to use it.
Okay, Trustee DiMedina, I love where you're going, but maybe this can be handled on a one-on-one, because right now we're running out of time. We need to focus on this item that we're on right now. And so I believe I asked you the questions that I need. And so if okay, I'm sorry. Trustee Navarro has a couple more questions, and then I'm going to come to you, Trustee Turley.
So one of my questions would be, I understand that cuts need to be made is there a way, I noticed there's a difference between the total between recommendation 1, 2, and 3. Can we get closer to, like, do we have to like get to 5? Can we get to like 4.5? Like, and then focus on revenue? Because, you know, I know that when you look at a budget, right, you got to look at expenses, but you also have to look at revenue. And one of the things that, you know, Jenny, maybe you can help me with this. I don't know why it would take 2 or 3 years to get full funding for reimbursement. Like, most of the students in our district are CCAH. And like I said, you know, I'm on that board. So like, I think that there's a way that we could fast track it. So do we have to get to the $5 million? Can we consider maybe decreasing the cuts to the mental health? You know, perhaps we do a small cut there. So like everybody's feeling a little bit of pain, but not as drastic as this looks, because I mean, we're kind of balancing the budget on the backs of our mental health. And, you know, so I think if we can focus on revenue and maybe not make all of these decisions tonight, I think most of us would feel a lot more comfortable with that.
You bring up, I think, really, really important point. So I wanted to address first the revenue piece, which is when we're making decisions for budget, and we're looking at things like what we consider, it's called structural spending or structural deficits. So that is spending that we can't get out of because it's year over year. So things like staffing. And for us at PV, from the last 3 years, looking at actual expenditures out of our unrestricted general fund, salaries and benefits here are about 91 to 92% of our total expenditure budget. That is higher than the statewide average, and that is linked directly to the amazing benefits package that we have. So could we adjust the amount? Yes, per the board discretion, but we also have to remember this is only phase 1 of reductions. The reason we phase this out over multiple years is because coming to the community and saying all of a sudden we have to now make $10 million in reductions in 1 year, that is a total shock to the system. So we need to phase this in so that we have time also to build capacity and to look at how is this impacting students, and we have time to respond as well. So if we are able to structure it in a way where this first phase, we looked at supports that were brought on by the one-time funding. The reason why this is heavy in the mental health programs is at the time, administrators worked with the community to prioritize how the community wanted to spend the COVID dollars. The top 3 were improvements to facilities to facilitate a safe learning environment. So those were improvements such as HVAC, improvements, roofing improvements to maintain, proper ventilation, proper breathing air for our students, things like that. Those were one-time funding. The other 2 were intervention supports and socio-emotional and mental health support. So looking at now what's been absorbed into the general fund now that those one-time dollars were over, most of what has been remaining were the additional mental health support. So I apologize deeply for all of our amazing mental health professionals here. I do not want you to feel like you've been targeted, but we were looking at what was absorbed specifically that is contributing to the ongoing deficit spending. So we could reduce, but that would mean then that's additional reductions and in phase 2, and then there might be a phase 3 depending on what happens with the state budget.
I'm just feeling like a lot of us need a little bit more time to generate ideas because, most of us haven't been on this board very long, and it's a lot to absorb all at once to make these cuts without, even though I've been diligently studying, I still don't feel like I have all the information or all the pieces. And I know that we need to make a decision tonight. So I guess my question is, can we agree on a lower number in that regard to cut and focus on increasing revenue? And because, I met with a mental health clinician who shall remain nameless because she's a friend. And, one of the things that she mentioned was that nobody's really checking to make sure that her notes are done and the billing is getting submitted and that things are being coded properly. And so if none of that's getting done, you're just leaving money on the table. So if, like this is something, I work as an ER doctor. If I don't finish my charts and submit my bill, I'm not going to get paid. So I think, if we had a little bit more time to focus on improving the revenue and getting more money back from the people, we basically are providing mental health services to the Medi-Cal patients of the Central Coast. CCH should have more like an investment in that.
Absolutely. And when we did our analysis of projected revenue from the fee schedule, we did actually build in the billing that has not been getting done due to exactly what you're talking about. So it does have that buffer. So when I talked about the $750,000, and actually in one of the sustainable budget team presentations, we had it from $750,000 to about $1 million, and that does have that buffer in it because we do recognize that we aren't at 100% capacity and that there is room for improvement. So when I talked about that 750 figure, it is if we are at full capacity and we do need to grow into it. In terms of having present day expenditures and maybe revenue in the future, that is not what I would recommend as a professional when it comes to budgets. Trustee Medina, I appreciate you looking at out of the box ways of bringing in revenue, and we are absolutely doing that, but we can't have ongoing spending at the moment for maybe in the future. So if those ideas come to fruition, and we are looking at all of the ideas that we source from not only the sustainable budget team, but Dr. Contreras almost on a daily basis is reaching out to other superintendents across the state, talking to other CBOs. We are sourcing ideas. There's a lot that's actually already in the works to start bringing in more students, but it is not recommended. And it is not best practice, and it is not actually something I could ethically do of putting in budget that likely may not materialize. That is the first way to get into fiscal distress.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to allow Trustee Carrasco to make one final comment, and then we're going to move on to Trustee Turley.
Okay. It was more of a question if today, instead of taking this as option 1, 2, and 3 recommendations, would we be able to break it down and today vote on certain things? And we're not done, right? That doesn't mean that we're only going to vote on $3-4 million today, but maybe we take the time to look at funding, not one-time funding. Would that be an option that we have? We break this down and we vote on each thing, and then whatever is left, we go back and we try to look at funding that is not one-time funding to balance it. Could that be an option?
I think anything's an option. The board can vote to do anything they would like to do. The hard part is that this is a step 1 that gives some direction for me and my team. After this first step, we have a lot of work to do. And we have timelines that have to be met. And so then we run the risk of maybe not making timelines. And if you don't make the timelines, then for that year, you're not making the reductions. And so then that puts us back. So.
And we can't have another special meeting of part 2 to make those timelines.
If the board would like to do that, we can do that.
I'm okay with doing that.
Okay, Trustee Turley, looking at your numbers for your possible motion, would you be willing to adjust a little bit? I know, like I already said, we don't want to cut anything, but maybe just a little bit. I mean, intervention teachers, I know we're going to be bombarded with emails after that because they're going to be caught off guard, for one. But I do agree. I do see where you came up with that, because if it shouldn't all just come out of our social emotional counselors or our mental health clinicians, but maybe there's some sort of little bit. So we're at least being fiscally solvent. We're making, a decision tonight, but one that's not going to have a huge impact on our students. I mean, any decision we make is going to have an impact, but.
Sure.
how do you feel about, we start with a motion just for the district office of 750, academic coordinators of 600, elementary release ratios of 1,300,000. Get that done.
Is there any possibility of increasing, is there any possibility of increasing the cuts to the district office? Not that I think that's ideal, but like, is that a possibility?
So,
I don't, like, sure.
So one of the first things that we did before even starting to look at any cuts that would impact the sites is we started at the district office. So we've already made $1 million in cuts. We're committed to a minimum of the 750 additional. One of the struggles with centralized services is we have many departments and programs within the building here within the district office that is actually funded in a completely different fund. So like, for example, food and nutrition services, they're in a completely different fund. Early childhood, for example, migrant seasonal Head Start, migrant education, those programs are almost fully self-sufficient and they have grants. So when we're looking at centralized services, absolutely, we identified those positions to start making those reductions because we wanted to start here first to kind of show that we want to also bear that burden and it's the right thing to do. We are absolutely every step of the way evaluating if there are more opportunities to start streamlining. But one of the interesting things when we were doing this study is, for example, our maintenance and operations department, looking at industry standards, and also one thing that's very unique to our district is how wide our geographical area is, how big our district is, how many schools and facilities we operate here because of that geographical area. So looking at those factors, we were actually seeing that we have certain departments that are centralized that are severely understaffed, maintenance and operations being one of them. So almost every board meeting, I hear comments about, it breaks my heart that we have teachers and students who don't have AC, PMS, thank you for your advocacy. We are absolutely working very, very diligently on addressing some of the things that have come up since the new build. Those things, it's not for lack of trying. It's that we have so many facilities. We're so understaffed. We have one director, one assistant director, and we're operating more schools than all of the other districts in the county combined. So our team is doing the work of maybe 9 directors of MNO and facilities. So those are factors to consider in terms of reductions. My opinion, looking at the analysis, after we make these reductions, we will be running lean for those centralized services because of the number of sites and the number of employees that we have.
Jenny, just to ask you another question, is in this budget, is there anything about money being saved by attrition or retirement, or because I'm not seeing that here?
Yes, at the first interim budget, those are planning factors that are already included in the multi-year projections. So I included natural attrition going into next year for our teaching staff. Usually that is a little bit easier to project because our teachers are tied to classrooms. The classified side, it's a little bit harder because it's not a ratio like that. Classified side, it's really for finance, for example. Our district, because of the size of our district, the number of grants we actually do go out for, and that is something that I'm really proud of. We have all of our directors, and we have Andrea Willie, who has brought in millions and millions and millions of dollars of going after grants. But each grant then, for example, has reporting requirements, tracking requirements, implementation, building out capacity, training. So a lot of times when we are doing that cost analysis, we have to then look at, okay, then sometimes we bring in a little grant and it almost requires a whole new position just to manage that grant. we, part of our sustainable budget team, we also looked at the number of employees we have in relation to our enrollment compared to other like-sized districts and the number of employees that they have. What we saw is we actually have a greater number of employees on average compared to other like-sized districts. So that also then puts additional energy, time, requirements, and on, let's say, like our HR staff, they have more employees. Our assistant soups have more sites, more principals, more teachers that they're supporting. So it's kind of this ripple effect. With classified, it is harder to have it tied to specific ratios. There's a lot of factors that we've been looking at, and we will continue to look at that. And that is a commitment that Dr. Contreras and I are making to the school community.
Thank you. Okay, so I like your idea of let's get through a bit of it. So your motion is to,
I move that we eliminate from the budget $750,000 for district office, $600,000 academic coordinators, $1,300,000 elementary release ratios.
okay. I have a first. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Should we do roll call? Or, oh, no, let's try this. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Okay, any abstaining? So we have 5, 1, 0. Okay, got through a part of it. Okay, so for this next part, I was crunching numbers here. You took care of $2,650,000. Thank you very much. That leaves us with $2,350,000. If we want to just a straight $5 million. A suggestion that I can make is intervention teachers, mental health clinicians, social emotional counselors, all three of those, a straight $500,000, and PVPSA $850,000.
Can you do $1 million for 8? Because that one has $1 million.
Well, the thing is, right now, we're not even spending $1 million of general funds. Correct, Jenny, on that?
That's correct. It's not out of the general fund.
But that grant that we're using for PVPSA, why can that not be used for salaries for mental health clinicians and social emotional counselors, not benefits?
So one of the things for the PVPSA contract is we do have it's stepping down year over year. So one of the things that we'll have to do is there are other things that could move in. If we moved in mental health clinicians or social emotional counselors, it could extend us being able to do that maybe by about a year. I would have to run the numbers, but I can't answer that at this moment, so I apologize.
Okay. And I know this is probably not a popular idea, but I'm just throwing things against the wall and seeing what sticks. I know that our mental health clinicians and social emotional counselors are not in the union with the other unions. The counselors. I'm just wondering if they paid some small portion of their health benefits, would that save anything?
So health benefits are tied to our collective bargaining agreement. So even if, and I don't want to speak out of turn legally, but my understanding is even if that was an offer, it is tied to the collective bargaining agreement, so we would not be able to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other ideas, or anyone want to make a motion?
Seek donations.
Sue the corporations. Good. I mean,
you're talking about a long-term strategy. I mean, that's not really realistic.
No,
right?
it
That's
is realistic.
No,
It
in
is
10 years
totally
maybe.
realistic.
Do you know how long lawsuits? I mean, that's not realistic.
Do you think that they're going to want to come into litigation with us at all?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Exactly, they're not. So it's a viable thing. They have done a lot of damage to our students, our families, and displaced them. Why aren't we leveraging the attorney that we have?
The loss is of those students and those families. It's not a loss to the district, so the district would have standing for that.
The impact, I don't agree with that because these students are being impacted by that. right? So the student that got sprayed over, or their mother got sprayed over, and now they have autism and ADHD, we're having to make up with those with our social emotional support counselors. That's why I'm saying there is money here on the table. Why are we being so nice to these folks that have poisoned and damaged our schools? I just don't understand that.
I appreciate your line of thinking. I do, truly. I love out of the box thinking, and we get a lot of things accomplished from that. So we'll pursue it. We can look into, okay, what might that look like? And definitely I'll follow up with you.
Let's do it.
All right.
Okay. Did you?
Oh, no.
Okay. Well, I mean, it might not pass, but I'm going to make a motion to proceed with a recommendation to, sorry. Okay. Yeah, to decrease intervention teachers by 500, mental health clinicians by 500,000. Sorry, I'll be more clear. 500,000, 500,000. No, they're separate lines. Social emotional counselors by 500,000 and PVPSA by 850. I mean, if you want to make it $1 million, I'll make it $1 million. But
I'd like to make it $1 million.
all right, 1 million. So now we're going over our 5 million. So hey, nope, no, I wouldn't suggest that right now. Yeah, exactly. It's not. I mean, we look like we're reducing more, but we're really not. So that was my motion. Yep. Mm-hmm. So do I have a second?
Can you state your motion more?
Sure. My motion is to reduce intervention teachers by 500,000, mental health clinicians by 500,000, social emotional counselors by 500,000, and PVPSA by 1 million.
I'll second your motion.
Okay. I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can we do roll call?
Yes, Trustee Turley.
Can we also, as a stipulation, if Jenny approves, if we are able to increase revenue, which I really feel like we can, potentially adding back those positions?
I mean,
and just being on the record about it?
if we have the funding.
No, I'm just saying, and being on the
Yeah,
record
I
about
mean-
it to be transparent.
Yes, if we have the funding, of course, we're going to want to provide our students with everything we could provide them with.
While you're doing that really quick, Heather, when will we be getting our soil test to measure how much contamination is within PB Middle School?
So we have, I believe that will be in the next board communication going out possibly tomorrow. But just to answer, so prior to the construction starting up, we contracted with a professional company to come do soil testing. It was November of 2022, I believe. Don't quote me on the exact month. So the test came back with either insignificant or non-detectable levels of pollutants, petrochemicals, heavy metals, things like that. The only heavy metal that came back with any sort of range was chromium, but it was not within any significant levels. It was still within healthy code levels, so it was deemed to not cause any health issues for students. And because we are a school district and we have to go through standards like the Department of State Architects, DSA, things like that, we are held to a higher standard for environmental testing. So all of the tests came back at PMS clean, and we did test at 4 different locations around the field and around the property. So you'll get a copy of the full report in the BC.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
I understand the state has changed the level of chromium that's considered acceptable, and it's a pretty significant change. So if you're looking at 2022 testing, it may not test well again.
Okay, so now we have a first and a second on the table. Are you ready to do a roll call? Are we okay with this? No. Well, no, I know, but. No. Okay, so Eva, please, will you do a roll call?
Trustee Dodd Jr., your vote? Trustee Medina, your vote? Trustee Carrasco, your vote? Trustee Turley, your vote? Vice President Navarro, your vote? President Flores, your vote?
Aye. Okay, so motion passes 4-0. And with very heavy hearts, we apologize to anyone that this impacts, and yes, especially our students. Okay. All right, now I'm actually gonna have Trustee Navarro do action item 12.3 so I could use the restroom.
Hi, good evening. Well, President Flores, that's okay. Board of Trustees and Dr. Contreras, I'm bringing forward as a second read on an action, our board policy on school-sponsored field trips. So I'm not anticipating this taking as long as our previous item. I brought this forward in our December board meeting where I went through and highlighted the areas that had been changed so that you guys would have some time to look at it. So I am asking for approval on this board policy and regulation.
I'll make a motion.
Our board president, so I'm gonna wait.
I will make a motion.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Sweet.
Yay.
Thank you much.
Next item on the agenda. Did she give me this page? I don't think she expected us to go that quickly. New job description and salary schedule, child development, site program, and raising a reader coordinators. Thank you for your patience and still being here at almost midnight.
That's all right. I have plenty of work to do. Thank you. So good evening, Vice President Navarro, Dr. Contreras, Board of Trustees and Cabinet, and thank you for your time. And almost hitting midnight, so hopefully 1 a.m. we're done. I am Lisa Sandoval. I'm the Director of the Early Childhood Education Child Development Department. And the Child Development Department and HR have been working diligently to clean up and make sure that all of our positions have the appropriate job descriptions as well are placed on the salary schedule appropriately. So with your approval, we would like to request your approval to update the job descriptions that were brought forth to you. We are requesting the removal of the coordinator for child development range 37 as well. That is not a position that is currently held, and we don't plan on hiring for that position. It is important to note that none of the changes presented have a financial impact on the district fund. The site coordinator job description was updated to reflect the role of the site coordinator, and there's no change in salary. The program coordinator job description only added the word program in front of it, and that's there's no change in salary as well. The raising a reader coordinator does have a reflection of change of salary, and it's been updated to reflect the current role and the duties for the position. And we are requesting a change from range 20 to range 27 on the salary schedule. This position is funded 100% through an MOU with First 5. This MOU is specific for raising a reader only. So when we get this, when we work with them every year and we negotiate, it's strictly for this program. Those of you who don't know what Raising a Reader is, it's a national early literacy bilingual book program. We started in the district with 20 centers, and we now serve 141 centers. We started with 20 family child care providers, and we now serve 154 family child care home providers. We started with 2 school library partnerships, served 12 library partnerships. We had 1 school district in the beginning, and we have expanded to 6 school districts. And in those school districts, we went from 0 TKs to 39 TKs, as well as from 0 kindergarten classes to 16 kindergarten classes. So as you can see, we've grown significantly. The same coordinator who's been with the program from the implementation of the program has been working to continue to bring in additional support services supports to these classes. So we're requesting that as appropriately as things have grown, that also her duties have increased, that she's placed on the correct range on the salary schedule. So with that, I please ask for your approval on these changes.
Thank you so much. Do we have any public speakers to this item 12.4?
Why did we use the word program? No, I'm just kidding. I'd like to make a motion.
It's an overarching.
Hold on, we were checking to see if we have any public comments. None. Okay, so now do we have any board member comments? No, I'm sorry, everyone's itching to come. Thank you so much for your presentation and bringing this to us tonight. So can I have a motion? Did you make?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Gabe makes a motion to approve. Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
6. Okay. Now we will move on to item 12.5. Report will be presented by Brian Saxton today. Thank you.
Good evening, President Flores, Dr. Contreras, and Board of Trustees. My name is Brian Saxton. I'm the Director of Certificated for HR, and I'm here to present the Williams report for quarter 2. On a quarterly basis, Williams complaints must be reported to the board and the county, and we need to include the number and types of complaints received. For the quarter, which spans from October 1st to December 31st of 2024, the district received 0 complaints related to the Williams Act. So that is our report, and we ask that you kindly approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
Chris Webb.
This past fall, when this report came up, the previous board vice president clarified that there was no upper limit on classroom temperatures. And perhaps it was lingering tension over the board president blatantly denying public comments that evening. But I felt that the board vice president was dismissive of the lack of, it seemed like he was dismissive of the AC situation at Watsonville High. And I'm hopeful that this new board not only takes that issue more seriously, but they do so by allocating Measure M money to address that. In the past, this board and district have at times taken a position of merely being in compliance with the law. I'm thinking about like water quality standards. And regardless of clear issues with the legal status quo, I would encourage this board to be a leader and be willing to exceed state laws. And like this is an area where the state laws may be insufficient, and that we should make it a point to like be better than the law when the law is behind. I also feel compelled to note that in that evening where there was suppressed speech, it did lead to more tensions, and this is something that came up tonight, that when we don't do that, it makes for things a lot better. Also, that last meeting, there were some comments made to a community member who was suppressed, and I just want to make a note of saying that all political violence and telling people to get out in an aggressive way, none of that has any place at these meetings or at any other governance meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion from the board?
I have just one question of curiosity. Who's likely to make a complaint?
Anybody can make a complaint. The forms are posted in each classroom at a school site. And of what, there is a notice that looks like this, notice to parents and guardians. So anybody can file a complaint.
So it could be a parent, it could be a student, it could
Parent,
be
student, teacher.
A teacher, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion.
Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Okay, thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposing? Any abstaining? Thank you. That passes 6-0.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we're in 12-6 now.
Okay, we will now move on to item 12.6. A report will be presented by Chrissy McLean, Director of Federal and State Programs.
Good evening. Thank you, President Flores, Superintendent Contreras, trustees, and community. I am happily coming forth to hoping that we can approve this resolution. The resolution is to approve 242512, reaffirming the commitment of PVUSD to provide all students equal access to education regardless of immigration status. This is a timely resolution, but I want to make it clear that the PVUSD has made resolutions like this in the past. We have existing board policy. This resolution is really to reestablish and make sure that the community, as well as the school sites, understand our school policies and our dedication to keeping students safe. That's our main job, keeping them safe, making them know that school is a safe place, and we're dedicated to keeping it that way. And making sure that folks are informed and knowing our protocols. So I'll read just a couple portions of the resolution. It is quite long. I see it's up here. I'm going to read the first whereas. The Board of Education for Pajaro Valley Unified School District is committed to the success of every student in each of our schools and to fostering a safe, inclusive, and welcoming environment for all students and staff regardless of immigration status, cultural background, or other characteristics. And whereas the California Department of Education has declared California public schools as welcoming, safe places for learning and teaching for all students, regardless of immigration status, reaffirming federal regulations and state law that prohibit educational agencies from disclosing personal, identifiable student information to anyone, including law enforcement, without consent of a parent or guardian, or a court order or lawful subpoena, or in the case of a health emergency. Whereas the board is committed to the success of all students, irrespective of their immigration status or citizenship, and believes that every school site should be a welcoming place for all students and their families. And whereas the board believes that the physical safety and the well-being of all our children in the district and ensuring that our schools are safe and welcoming for all students and their families is paramount to students being able to achieve, and Pajaro Valley Unified School District does not tolerate any form of discrimination, harassment, or bullying as outlined in Board Policy 5131.2. And whereas Pajaro Valley Unified School District has already demonstrated a commitment to support DREAM Act and students through Resolution 111220, and to support immigrant students and families through Resolution 161725. In addition, Board Policy 5145.13 outlines the PVUSD response to immigration enforcement, and Board Policy 511.5 explains PVUSD's protections of undocumented students. And be it further resolved that the Board of Pajaro Valley Unified School District go on record in support of all immigrant students and their families, as well as students from other vulnerable communities. And be it finally resolved that the Board of Pajaro Valley Unified School District will advocate on behalf of the rights of all students and their families. I humbly request that you approve this resolution and reaffirm the safety as number one for our students and families in our schools.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
Thank you for putting this item on the agenda. I fully support it. Equal access to education is a personal value of mine. It reminds me of a TikTok video you put out after the election, Trustee Carrasco. You raised a point about favoritism, and I think that was valid, but I would just point out that I think the issue is a lot bigger than even what you cited, and I'm hopeful that this board will focus on equal access to education as something that they can more broadly promote with this and other ways as well, such as perhaps making like a public working document that would detail the terms for which students would be able to matriculate from alt-ed schools back to their home schools if they so choose. I think by having that central document, making it public, it's transparent and it prevents any kind of untoward denials of opportunity. Another would be with Renaissance restoring our student progress monitoring system. That system had a level of due process that exceeds what I've seen otherwise. And in its absence, I've seen where students have faced inequities in access to education. It's something I felt so strongly about, I filed a complaint about it. And I felt like the response I got was somewhat hollow. So that's just two ways right there. Thank you for putting this on. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
You know, earlier tonight, a student named Hilda was saying that we are in dark times, and these are dark times that necessitate that we work across institutions, that we work with community partners and organizations, and we have to mount a really vigorous defense. I'm so appreciative that we have this resolution. And I really wonder, like, what are the protocols if there is an ICE raid at any one of our campuses? I want to say that I'm part of a multi-campus organization that is called Sanctuary Campus. And, you know, I think that we should just be having conversations about this, about what we should be doing in this area more broadly. I also want to say something else, too. You know, with the entire fiasco around the CRE contract, you saw that a number of partners, universities, actually pulled out of working with the district. Watsonville is in the Heart, which is a collaborative project between Tobera Project and UC Santa Cruz, pulled out. You know, and I think that it's really important at a moment like this, not only to have a kind of defense in place, but we actually have to incorporate this into our curriculum. At UC Santa Cruz, Critical Race and Ethnic Studies, which was a department that I served as a founding chair for, that department, we developed a curriculum with our students. And undocumented students came forward and they said, it's not enough to have student services, undocumented student services that are directed toward us. We want to have a curriculum that studies the struggle around immigration and links it to indigenous sovereignty and understands it in conjunction with abolition. And so I wanted to say that, I'll close this out, but we have a curriculum, and that is a resource. And you bring CRE back, and you have a partner with so many local institutions.
Thank you very much. And I want to give Trustee Dodge the first opportunity to comment on this, seeing as how he was the one who reached out to Agenda Setting Committee to make sure we get this on the agenda.
Thank you, Agenda Committee, Superintendent Heather Contreras, and thank you, Chrissy, for also reading this important resolution. As we know, ICE is here. They're in Bakersfield, they're in Fresno. Children are scared. I know children at Radcliffe are scared that their parents are going to be taken away. So I think it's important that we highlight our support for our immigrant community. I also kind of wanted to mention, if next school board meeting, if we could kind of bring up support of Senate Bill 48, which was introduced by California Senate Majority Lena Gonzalez. I wanted to bring this bill, if we could support this bill, because it kind of makes, we want to support state legislation to help protect our schools. I thought this was an important bill because I hope we can support this bill that's proposing prohibition of immigrant enforcement on school grounds. That's something we also need to take into consideration. And I know that you'll be able to speak on what the school district's doing. It also has a restriction on sharing information, and also importantly, establishment of safe zones. SB 48 proposes creating a 1 mile radius around school sites where collaboration between California law enforcement agencies and federal immigration authorities is prohibited. So I think, going back to what some of the speakers, like, we need to be proactive, because the fear is real and it could happen here. It's happened here in the past. It's happened here in Wattsville, whether they go into the fields, because they know that's where a lot of, I don't want to say illegal immigrants, but like our family members, and our relatives. And I think we got to do what we can to protect our people and our families. So hopefully at next meeting, we could do a resolution to support SB 48. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll take a minute to just speak to what we are doing. So earlier this evening on consent agenda, there was a MOU outlining our connection with the PV Collaborative. That's a group of leaders across many different types of agencies that I'm a part of. Andrea Willie attends those meetings with me as well. We meet every Wednesday morning at 8:15 as a way to check in about needs in the community, what things are we doing to address them as different issues arise. That collaborative was formed during the pandemic, and now it was so effective then that now it exists to help in moments like this. So through that collaborative, we've been looking at how do we outreach into the community, what are the strategies we're using, what are we providing, even as early back as November, to start educating our community on their rights. So we have hosted at PVUSD several Know Your Rights clinics for parents. We trained on Monday all of our leadership team about if ICE were to come, what do you do? And they have protocols. It's all in writing, exactly what to follow. We practiced what it should do. We asked them to go back and please train their front office staff so that if the principal isn't there or the administrator isn't there, that everyone does know exactly what to do. And so we feel like we're putting some of those things in place. Additionally, starting our first day back, which was Tuesday, we've been closely monitoring our attendance at all of our school sites. So I've asked all the schools, make sure attendance is in by 9 in the morning. And then all of the school supervisors and myself look to see if we have any spots of really low attendance. And the instructions have been, you call whoever is not here and you find out why. For a couple of reasons, like what has happened, is there anything we should be aware of? But also, is there any fear? Are students being kept home because of fear? And then how can we outreach and alleviate that? We had really excellent attendance the last 2 days, but we did have 4 sites that looked to be like something was going on. And so they outreached and talked to families, and everything seems to be okay at this point. But we're going to continue in that practice daily. It's a good practice so that the minute we see something, we're there. Our principals are also ensuring to outreach and make sure that their community knows that the school is a safe haven. And really, our principals, that is their community. They are the hub and the leader of their community, so they're our best resource. So they're also doing that work. So.
Thank you very much. Trustee Dr. Navarro.
Dr. Contreras, one of the things that we're doing at the hospital is putting up signage in both English and Spanish, just letting people know. Are you planning on doing something like that with the schools? Okay.
And I guess a follow-up to that is, does this also extend out to the SROs that are on our campuses? Yes. So if they work with ICE, we could get rid of them, right? That's what they say. Okay, cool. Yeah. It's not them I'm concerned about. It's the people that aren't speaking up or saying things and, may feel a certain way about certain law enforcement doing that. So, I actually, can you put up my photo? So, I love this. I appreciate it. But at the same time, this is what my school is going through right now. This is not a safe environment for immigrant families. This shows neglect. This shows that I do not care. When a parent shows up, these are the things that they see. And it does not feel equitable for immigrant students. So, I guess I understand and I love this proclamation, but what are the repercussions when we don't meet them? That's my question, because we're going to approve this and we're already failing, because look at how this school looks. Look at how damaged it is. So
I hear you. Yep, we will do better.
I hope so. And I just want...
appreciate you bringing attention to the things that we need to do better.
Yeah.
And that's part of the beauty of all of you, is that you help to bring our attention to the things that need attention.
But that's the sad thing. Why do I need to bring up this attention when we know it's so bad? Why do I need to do that? I don't think a student should be buying a lantern off Amazon because there's no light in there to use the restroom. It's a staff bathroom. It's in the back. Yeah. A ceiling completely open above a counselor's head, right there. No insulation on the doors. They told me that down there on the bottom right, that is hazardous waste, and it is within feet of a classroom. What does that say to our immigrant students and parents? That we have this dumping ground right in the only school that is the most neglected in Pajaro. So with these proclamations, I don't want them to be self-fulfilling. I want them to actually mean something. And I want us to address these things when they come up. Because this proclamation right now, we're not living up to it. If this is something that's been reinstated, we're not living up to it. So I really urge everybody to do better, right? Because this is very unacceptable to me. And if we care so much about immigrant families and students, we would not be seeing this type of stuff at our schools. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
And if I could just address this specific situation. Trustee Medina, thank you for advocating for PMS. I absolutely agree our district needs to do better. Specifically with the staff bathroom, this was related to I'm going to take responsibility for this. There were 3 delays that caused the staff bathrooms to not be unfinished when we reopened PMS this year. So one of the things that we had talked about is, and you will get more information in the BC, in order to reopen PMS for the 24-25 school year, we fast-tracked not only the cleanup, the remediation, the planning, the construction. Typically a project like this would be about 2 years. I know there was a private school within Watsonville that was also severely impacted with similar landslides. They are still not fully functional, so we really fast-tracked. We knew by fast-tracking, by doing this in 17 months, that first year with any new build, there will be things that pop up. This is absolutely one of them, and I apologize to the school community. There were 3 separate delays. The first one was there was a last-minute change that the Department of State Architects required for the layout of the bathroom. That changed not only the size of the bathroom, but it changed the type of exhaust fan and the lighting that we had to install. That was the first delay that caused it to be unfinished when the first day of school started. The second delay was then we had to order the new type of exhaust fan setup and the lighting from the manufacturing company. There are manufacturing delays throughout the country, still remnants from COVID, and some of the delays that were happening, we're still experiencing that. That extended it into the fall. The most recent delay, we were hoping to get this done over winter break, is that there was an issue. I don't want to go into it too much, just out of privacy, but with our general contractor and then the subcontractor brought on to do this work. So we were trying to get this scheduled. It was not scheduled. I appreciate your advocacy. It is so important. And we have worked closely with the principal, Nicole Marsh. We started actually the work in-house because we recognize the hardship this was causing for the staff. So my understanding is the exhaust fans and the lighting was installed this week because we found out it was not done over winter break. And then the rest of it, which is just putting the sheetrock, will be done over the weekend. The other little things remaining, things like outlets not working, those are coming up. We are addressing those. In terms of the storage containers, that is related to a legal issue that you will get more information in the board communication. I can assure you that the storage containers at the moment do not have any hazardous materials or chemicals, or most of those enclosed storage containers hold materials, furniture, supplies that were housed that we thought were going to be salvageable, but when we tested for things like mold spores and mildew, we felt like it was unsafe to bring back. So we are currently pursuing damage claims. So that is why we cannot move those storage containers, because it is evidence. So I apologize for the delay, but we can not control the length of something like that.
Thank you for that. And you know, just historically, this has just been a neglected community, and this really just adds to it. And, you know, the final thing that I want to say is man, it sucks I'm a videographer and a photographer because I take pictures of everything. So all the site visits, I'm really going to be looking out for this because I want my schools across that bridge to feel seen. Because a lot of students who cross that bridge over here, they see the disparities. And it's so normalized to them that, you know what? We live on this side of the bridge, so this is all we're going to get. And I never want them to feel like that. And this just only highlights it for me, which is why I was so disappointed.
Absolutely. And I think one thing I just wanted to give a quick shout out to is I think we have the right team at the right moment. Dr. Contreras, Michael Berman, Claudia Monjarez, Nelly, our CSCA members of really starting to look at this. I know this year there's been a lot of work done of looking at our CSI schools. Dr. Contreras and Michael Berman have been digging into differentiated assistance. And on the classified side, we actually have brought on some professional development to start understanding impacts of equity to things like facilities. So that is some exciting work that we started this year. So I absolutely agree there are a lot of opportunities to look at how equity, it's not just in the classroom, it's looking at things like how are we doing our resource allocation, looking at how are we handling facilities throughout the county. So absolutely I agree, and we will continue to do better.
Awesome, thank you. And last thing, I showed these pictures to my abuelita. She literally called my uncle and he said he could fix it this weekend. But I told him we can't contract him, so sorry.
Thank
Uncle.
you, Jenny M, we are so appreciative of you just stepping up and taking the responsibility for that. Thank you, Herlindo. I know M&O is just overwhelmed and understaffed, and I know we could get pictures like this across a lot of our campuses. I know Herlindo knows when I first came on board, I went to visit mine. I brought him HA Hyde. I mean, it does, but thank you, Jenny, for stepping up and taking accountability. We know you guys are on it and you're just overwhelmed. But I would like to see if we have a motion.
Just one question and one comment. part of what you read said that we don't accept bullying, which of course is appropriate, it's unacceptable. But I want to make sure that we're not suspending students for that. Often there are reasons why children act out in that way, and that we have resources, so we're redirecting that and not just sending them home. And then the other is, I believe when I read this, I didn't hear it when you said it, that we don't collect any immigration data, therefore we have no immigration data that somebody could even request from us.
We don't require to have any immigration documents in order to enroll a student. We just need to know your address from your phone bill or something like that to make sure that we're putting you in the correct school. And regarding the bullying, there's a very clear definition of what bullying is from in ed code, but at the school sites, often what people might think is bullying, which is actually a bit more continuous, but the beginning parts of bullying that you may be thinking about, we are not suspending students for that. There's a progressive process, and most of it is built in relationship building and self-reflection. So many of the school sites have been doing deep work with restorative practices and the administrators, and that is the heart of positive behavior interventions and supports. And so that is, we know that, people who hurt people are hurt, right? So how do we support students to make different choices? How do we listen to their story so that their behavior changes?
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I will take a motion. Oh, wait.
I'll move.
Did you make the motion? Oh, sorry.
I'll move to approve.
I have a motion first, and I have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposing? Any abstaining? Nope. Thank you. Motion carries 6-0-0.
And one last thing while I'm up here, even though the public is probably not watching anymore, I did want to remind folks that on January 27th, we're having one of our mini Mondays, and the focus is Know Your Rights for parents and caregivers. We have had a successful one at Watsonville High School, and the next one coming is January 27th. A parent square has been sent out. People from the community can come, staff, and it's online, because we'll be doing some in person and some online just for people's comfort level. And it will be, this particular one will be in Spanish and English. So I just wanted to make sure folks knew about that, and end on the positive note of knowing that there are a lot of things that we are doing. Believe me, I love facilities beyond anything, keeping our students and our families safe, and that is the heart of this resolution. So thank you for approving it.
Thank you. And now I will move us on to item 12.7. This report will be presented by Claudia Monjaras, the Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum, Instruction, and Professional Development.
Good morning, President Flores, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Contreras. I have the pleasure tonight of bringing forward our annual resolution acknowledging Black History Month. So, and this one hits very close to home considering my children. So I did want to kind of give a little bit of information in terms of February 1st being when Black History Month begins. It's a time to celebrate culture, contributions, heritage, and experience of African Americans. This year's national theme, because it does change annually, this year's theme focuses on the importance of African Americans and labor. The theme underscores the diverse and significant ways in which labor, whether voluntary or involuntary, skilled or unskilled, has been at the core of the Black American experience. And then I do want to read out 3 areas of the resolution. So Black History Month was originally established in 1926 by Dr. Carter G. Woodson, an African-American author and scholar who worked to establish a specific time of the year to recognize the untold, underappreciated, and or uncelebrated contributions of African Americans to our nation's history. PVSD recognizes that Black History Month is the opportunity to promote and foster cultural relevance in our schools and enrich the educational experiences of our students to deepen their understanding of the different perspectives of American history. PBSD is pleased to present this resolution and request your approval, acknowledging February 2025 as Black History Month and recognizing the significance of Black History Month as an important time to acknowledge and celebrate contributions of African Americans in our nation's history. Additionally, we are encouraging our PBSD educators to celebrate, honor, and study the contributions of African Americans throughout the year and to include lived experiences every month, not just in February. We will also be providing resources on our district website for our teachers to access so that they can have lessons and resources to use February or really any month. So, yes, with that, I'm asking approval.
Thank you so much. Do we have any speakers to this item? Public speakers? We have two.
Can I speak? Oh, wow. I said in a couple of board meetings last year that I usually go to bed between 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Look at that. And yeah, can you believe I'm not sleepy yet? Wow, because of you. Anyway, I'm remembering, I'm from Japan. I immigrated from Japan to New Jersey, and I lived in New Jersey for 23 years. And I had lots of opportunity to become acquainted and be friended with various kind of African Americans. And I'm remembering of several African Americans whom I met. And one of them is well-known scholar, Dr. Vincent Harding. He and his wife worked with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. for many years. And he was the one that wrote a draft of Dr. Martin Luther King's speech, Beyond Bedlam. And I had a chance to attend a weekend workshop organized by him and his wife. And I was amazed how beautiful his wife's hands. And I took photos of them. So beautiful. And I had a chance to talk with Dr. Vincent Harding 101, and I asked his advice about how to deal with racism. And he said to me that be strong. That word has been in my mind. Oh, already. So, yeah, this is really important to be friends with that.
Claudia, thank you for preparing this resolution. I wanted to say that, last May, a number of us spoke out and we said that doing resolutions for different months, Asian American, Pacific Islander History Month, that it's an empty gesture if you don't support what actually is mentioned in this resolution, which is ethnic studies. And I wanted to say, too, that, with Black History Month, I think that we are sometimes tempted in this area to think that that is studying a history that is geographically not continuous with where we're at. But I think that there's a really important invitation here for us to think about our local area as also a place that is a Black geography, which is to say that part of the Great Migration from the Jim Crow South wasn't just to Chicago, to New York, to Detroit, but it was actually westward here to this area. And in fact, many people who came from the Jim Crow South as agricultural labor actually moved up to Oakland afterwards. So I think that in a way, like when we think about this local area as, if we turn this into a curriculum as a Black geography, we actually understand that migrant labor has always, we know this, played a very important role in cultivating the wealth for agricultural capital that didn't actually, why is it that migrant black labor didn't stay locally? That's a really big question that we have to ask. And I think, Trustee Medina raised the question about the hyper-exploitation of labor locally, and what does that mean in terms of education and the relationship with large-scale corporations? I do think that that's such a wonderful idea to think about their reparative obligation to education.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion from the board?
I just got to say, I really appreciate this. I have so many cousins of so many different shades, and it's beautiful. And when I get to hear or speak with my cousins on their experiences and what they go through, I think we need to hear more of those stories. So I guess the only thing that I would ask is if you all need video or film recommendations, let me know. My class was the first class that had Black and brown film producers. Within our school, the Peter Stark Producing Program down at USC, and we all made a commitment that we wanted to make sure that we're sharing even students' work from our community. So if you need any access to that, let me know.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Dodge?
Just to let the public know, just in case they're still watching, and just to let people know that on Monday for Martin Luther King Day, there's a big march in Santa Cruz. I know Elaine Johnson, who is head of the NAACP, she's the president, and just wanted to throw out the invitation. I believe it's at 11 o'clock in downtown Santa Cruz. Martin Luther King March, always a great event, thousands of people, so if anybody's interested, please check it out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, I will entertain a motion. I need a first motion.
I'll move to approve.
Thank you. And a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Motion passes 6-0-0.
Can I also add one more thing?
Yes, please.
So thank you, Danny, for bringing that up. The other one that I do want to put a plug in, because I know not a lot of people are awake right now, but I know a lot of people will watch tomorrow. January 30th, starting, doors open at 6. Convocation is going to start at 6:30, but there's actually going to be an event at the Kaiser Permanente area honoring Dr. Martin Luther King. So go to the march. 10 days later, head on over to the convocation.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we do not need to reconvene to closed session, so I will move us to item 14.1, upcoming board meetings. So our next board meeting is a 2-day special board meeting. One is going to be Friday, January 31st at, can I get the time again, please? Oh, okay, I was wondering why I didn't know. Okay, so we will get time to be determined. And then on Saturday, February 1st, okay, 9 a.m. It's an early one. 9 to, do you know how long we should clear our schedules for? It is 9 to 2. Okay. No, not Friday. Okay. Okay, so possibly like a 6 to 8 type of a thing on Friday, January 31st, mark your calendars, and Saturday, February 1st, 9 to 2. Okay, and location will to be determined. Yes, okay. Thank you. So with that, this meeting is adjourned at 12:33.